I understand what you're saying. You yes, like I told you before, they're not concerned with whether or not the Earth is flat. Now they have spoken ad infinitum about whether the Earth is moving or not. That's something they've spoken about. That's
Uh,
what what's it's about to give you papers to. They've spoken about different kinds of uh heliocentric models. There's like 300. Um so like I said, within the paradigm, they have many questions, but they haven't questioned whether or not the earth is actually flat. They just kind of taken for granted that it's not, and then they've moved on. There is no information about, well, I've tested this and that and the third. All of that is just new rhetoric that people have come up with on YouTube. I'm not concerned with that.
uh, I want to add something. Leon, what is the
Yeah,
name of this server?
it's Flat Earth this 24/7.
And you spoke mostly with Elijah, right?
Uh, no, not really. I've
Yeah,
spoken
yeah,
also
you
with
spoke
other
with you.
people.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Why
That
these
right now,
people? Okay.
tonight, I spoke with Elijah.
Okay. Okay. Do you know why these people open this server and why they think that Earth is not a globe?
Well, we're not in
Because
academia, so
Uh,
he just wants to know why they haven't questioned it. He doesn't care about
yeah,
why we questioned it.
no,
yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I've
Do you know
listened
why?
to. I'm going to answer you,
Okay.
but please, thank you. Uh, I know that I've listened to the live stream for a couple of days,
Oh, okay.
and
So why do we think the
also
earth is flat?
you think the Earth is first. One of the first point that is always brought up is the lack of perception of the curvature.
The lack
Both
of perception or the lack of no, that's incorrect actually. How much did you really listen?
look, I know that I can use words that are that are not right. I know that
No,
I can
words
be
are
wrong in.
important. We have
Let
to
me finish. Let me finish, please. That I know that I can
but
say things
I don't want
wrong,
your
but
justification for why you're having a language
I'm just
issue.
saying that
I just
if
asked
you
you
don't
why do
believe,
we think I just asked you a simple question.
and I was answering you.
If you've been listening to the server for 2 days and I ask you why do we say that the earth is flat and you give an answer that I know we didn't give, don't you think that'd be a problem? It's not a language problem, it's an
Okay, well,
understanding problem.
so you don't telling you that you don't see curvature is wrong.
That's not why we say it's flat, bro.
I
That's
know
what I'm
that I'm
telling
not.
you.
And
It's not.
my
It's not about.
what
It's not
is
about seeing. It's not about seeing. I'm only
um,
helping you.
what I said when I began answering is that one of the first points that is always brought up in conversation here on the server and also
Okay,
in
all
other
right. You know what?
places.
Be specific about this observation thing. Be very specific now because I want to give you an opportunity to express what you mean. So when you say it doesn't look flat, what argument did we give that you listened to and understood about it looking like there's no curvature? Be very specific.
First, the horizon being horizontal. Second, and
The
that
horizon
comes
being
to the
horizontal. Wait a minute. You could find that in any textbook and in any dictionary. That's not a point of contention.
curvature not being seen from altitude, and then the fact that
No.
the use of
No.
different zoom.
No.
I see. Okay, so you kind of don't understand why you can't contextualize why we say the earth is flat. I'm just being honest. Based on what
Okay,
I'm hearing you say right now, you don't understand why we say the earth is flat.
why you say that the Earth is flat? And
now we're
strike
getting somewhere.
that
Not,
question.
Oh
not,
shit! He
not
took it
civilized.
away. He almost
Can
asked
you?
us why we think there's this planet. He took it
No,
back.
no.
Golly.
Let me
Not,
finish, please. I said
you are.
strike back because before answering that question, which is very general and can drive you in a very long list of arguments, I wanted to ask you first what I said wrong about that particular thing, because I don't want to say wrong thing. So if you tell me
Okay,
wrong,
is
I want first
geometry
to know that.
about just looking at stuff?
I'm sorry?
Is geometry just about looking at stuff?
No, geometry is about doing calculations and measurements.
Right, measurements. Yes, we got
Okay.
there in the end. Now, here's the thing. What was my first question to you?
Oh, please don't ask me that. I don't remember.
Okay. What do you know as it relates to the geometry of the earth?
Mhm.
Which means I was expecting to have a conversation about measurements, not looking at stuff. Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So we're not in here just talking about how stuff looks like it's flat. It's obviously more detailed than that. Especially
I'm
because
sorry. I'm sorry
I
again,
was
but I
asking you to.
have never
Okay, go ahead.
said. I've never said that this was just looking. I just said it was the first things that generally come up in a conversation is the lack
N-
of perception. But
No,
then
people
obviously,
think that when we're talking about the geometry, it's just lack of perception. That's why I was asking you to clarify that point,
yeah,
because
okay,
I was
okay,
asking
but
you to be fully detailed about what you meant, and you weren't able to include the things that we say when we're looking out, like for example, to the horizon, which means you had no kind of conception as to how it relates geometrically, because you didn't mention it, which means you don't understand what we were saying when we mentioned it. You just thought we were saying it looks flat.
calculation, the measurement of the dip and of the drop that is expected related to the distance from the observer, isn't that pertain to geometry?
Okay,
Which geometry?
we're getting somewhere.
Okay,
Buddy, I
and
better
what
not be
I'm
dropping all these papers for you. I'm just jumping in real fast. I better not be dropping all these papers and quotes in here for no reason, bro. I'm gonna need you to go before you leave. Download these
All right,
PDFs.
let's get back to that. Go on ahead.
I know
Yes.
I'm not.
No,
I
you're
want.
good. I have to get in the car anyway. I'm just saying, look, I
No,
went
no.
to my computer and I got you 4 PDFs. I got you many citations. I'm going to drop my link to my presentation called Geocentrism, which is like literally 3 hours of the quotes. Okay? So it'd be really cool if you didn't just waste my time. I'm not saying you're going to. I'm just saying there they are.
No, I really appreciate the fact that you shared these things with me. I'm really interested. I'm absolutely true.
Would you share them with your professors at Rome?
I wouldn't know how they would be interested, but yes, I could.
Oh, wait. So what do you think academia is for? Do you think it's about the advancement of information and truth, or do you think it's just about like what? Why wouldn't they be interested? I mean, because if what Whitson is saying is true, wouldn't you think that was something interesting and that your professors should be informing you of this stuff?
They might be interested personally. They wouldn't be interested academically because that's not their
Oh,
fields of
because
work.
like I told you, in academia, they're only focused on what they want the curriculum to be versus what truth is and where that follows and where that
We
takes
are
you.
in we are in a humanities department. We don't do hard science.
You don't
I mean,
have like physicist friends.
yes, of course I have, but it's
So
not
that's
in
who
my
I'm
department.
asking about. I'm not asking for your humanities department. Like, what do you do?
You asked
Hello.
you told me about my professors. My professors are in
No, I
the
said your
humanities department.
friends. You don't have any friends in other departments other than the one you work in or the one that you go to school in. Like what?
I
I
have two physicist friends in the Department of Physics.
That would be who I'm talking about.
Okay, I will
Like,
share with them
obviously, if
gladly.
we give you information that might kind of trouble you because you've taken one thing for granted, right? So if it did trouble you specifically because it's new information that contradicts what you previously learned, would you not take it to those professors?
Yeah, of course. Although it would be quite awkward, I think. But I think that I would share them with my friends.
Okay, you should do that. You should actually first just look at them yourself, because the question you should
Which
have
I
is,
can't.
why did some random dude on the internet who thinks the Earth is flat have to give me these high-level papers and show me what the experts actually say? You should wonder why it is you haven't heard that before. Why did I have to
I'm
tell you about it?
wondering about this even before reading them.
Okay, I'm just saying, you understand what the point here is. All these quotes are explaining that based on all observations in astronomy and astrophysics throughout the entire history of the subjects, they all show that the Earth is in the center, and we had to come up with a new theory to explain why it's just an illusion that the Earth is stationary and in the center. And then the modern version of gravity that is typically accepted, although now being thrown away, says, yeah, it's just like the Earth's in the center, and you're never going to be able to measure, prove, or detect that it's moving. It's all just an illusion that the Earth's in the center of the universe. And these are the top level, most famous physicists of history. Don't you find it weird that that part was omitted from your curriculum?
It wasn't omitted in my curriculum in the sense that my curriculum isn't involved with physics at all, at least in university. If it's talking about in high school, yes, it quite troubled me that it was not included.
Sure, yeah, sure. Wherever you were taught about physics.
Well, that's
Yeah,
that's kind of my question. Because well, actually, Witsit already touched on it. You have a vague understand of a vague belief, right? Wait, who's that in the background?
Tapping the screen, engaging with the page keeps you active.
Sasha.
But if you pass even that super high threshold of 200,
is that
Sasha.
Biggie coming through someone else's mic?
Yeah. Sasha, get your followers off mute. Anyway, go check out Miggy's channel, which is grow follow bro. If you'd like to. Anyway, I'm sorry. Now's not the time to advertise. So the thing is, you came in here, right? And I did hear you inquiring about why academia wouldn't have questioned the flat earth, but you're not even in that department. You don't even have I don't know if you have conversations with them or not, but you don't even know whether they're talking about it or not.
And this is the bigger point. This is bigger. Just trust me, brother. This is the bigger point. This isn't actually about flat Earth. This is just about the Earth in the center. The point that we're trying to make to you is, look, you appeal to the idea of experts. Turns out you don't even know what they say. They actually say the Earth could be in the center and stationary. Is it possible that you may be misinformed about the nature of the Earth in other ways as well, such as the fact that it's a stationary plane and it's not a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball in a vacuum? Like, isn't it possible? Didn't we just demonstrate it's very possible you may be misinformed about the nature of the Earth?
I think that, yes, I think that's possible because possibilities are quite a wide range of things, yes.
Well, we just demonstrated that you are, in fact, ignorant about the nature of the Earth, even within the mainstream model. So now maybe you step back and be like, look, maybe this sounds crazy, but I have to realize I'm not particularly informed on it. I just kind of took it for granted. Like I took the solar system for granted and the ever expanding universe for granted because experts. And now I should look at the information myself, figure out what the evidence says, and then go from there so you can move towards knowing instead of just believing. Right?
Yes, absolutely. In a sense, I will absolutely read those all the stuff that you share me. Thanks again. And I hope to get back. I mean, in the server, not necessarily in the live stream, and discuss what I read, because I would be amazed about the contents about those papers, and I really hope that we can discuss together further.
Please let me
Okay,
tell
yeah.
you
Do
this.
some research, man. Some research.
Please
And
let me
that's
tell you
even,
this.
again, that's not even about flat Earth, by the way. You need to like listen to some people in here and see, well, what evidence is it that you guys have for flat Earth, and try and like kind of learn about that as well. You should just like wipe the slate clean and be like, I'm gonna suspend belief, and I'm gonna try to figure out what I can know, because belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Well, that's
Yeah,
epistemologically erroneous, Austin, but we'll talk about it in a moment. Leon,
I know. So,
Leon, please come back, and please, at least if you don't come back to this server, stay in contact with me. Hit me up in my DMs, because I don't talk to people in Rome at all very often, let alone someone who's on the verge to becoming a doctor in whatever in the University of Rome. So please stay in touch.
Oh, with pleasure.
you're trying to have a ontological war with me, Gregory? You got to meet
Oh,
people where they are, man. Don't make it weird.
Our battle will be legendary.
talk
Hey,
about
did he? Did he end up?
talk about
Sorry.
a cult, huh? Like, imagine he really wasn't prepared, like, for this conversation, and it's like, I don't even know what the Roman Empire would do to him if he was to ask questions. Like,
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Hey, Elijah,
The
did you
Roman
actually
Empire.
get him in the end to ask
Imagine being in that
why he
country.
believed the Earth is flat?
oh, sorry,
Sorry, you're a little low.
Who
yeah,
is that?
Oh, sorry. I'll shut up,
I think I
man.
stepped on
It's all
someone's
right.
toes. I'm sorry.
no,
No,
well,
you're
you're
right.
awful, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, did you end up getting him to ask why we believe the Earth is flat?
Almost,
He
but then he
never asked the
reneged.
question.
He literally reneged and said, "Never mind."
Fucking hell.
Yeah, is it
Reneged.
too soon to
That's
is
about
it too soon
repertoire.
to
You
bring
said
up?
reneged.
Is it too soon to bring up that his ancestors killed the Messiah? Is it too early?
No,
Same
it's been
here if you
2,000
want.
years. You can mention that now. But I'm really fascinated about this. You know, I don't live in this country. I don't live in that country. Use the wrong word. I don't live in that country. So it's really
No, wait.
fascinating to me to live in
Rome
the
had
country
its
that
own
is the
culture,
heartland
bro.
of the Roman Empire.
I bet it's kind of cool in a way. Right?
You think
Isn't Rome its own
Grandparents are
country?
horrible, if I have to say.
you think we would get Hillary Clinton over there? Like, how long would I think they give me like 6 months tops?
You know, it's like living in Nineveh. You know, with the Assyrians or
So not very
Babylon
cool.
itself.
So it's not cool in a way. Then you're like, yo, dude, I can't save these people, man. Come on.
Did y'all ever see that? I cannot remember the name of the video from Rob Skiba. I can't remember it. But in one of his lectures, he's talking to a Grecian. He's talking to a Grecian. Oh, well, there's that too. You have Macedonia with Alexander the Great. But he's giving a lecture and he's talking about this instance where he's talking to a Grecian and they're talking about cosmology and the Nephilim, and of course also the mythologies of the world, especially the famous mythology within Grecian culture. And he heard this Grecian, Rob Skiba, he heard this Grecian saying that what you people disbelieve as a bunch of fiction, we were taught that was real history, concretely.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Greek history. Yep.
You know,
That would be the one where he was talking to a church in one of their um, auditoriums. I remember there being a calendar in the background with brown walls.
that sounds familiar. I want to get back. I want to get to the link of that video so I can have it saved.
I think I'm actually supposed to be doing an interview with his son pretty soon. But yeah, that's pretty wild to think about. You know, like think about Greek mythology, man. It's pretty crazy.
and the cross pollination between Rome and Greece. So perhaps Rome isn't really in the habit of doing that, but
Hey,
teaching their children that their mythology is actually concrete history, not just fiction.
Right.
hey, check this. I got a bombshell that I heard this morning on Ptolemeo about what the Greeks knew, and also one other one about what they knew, and also this is going to freak everybody out about the timeline. They truly did. Anatoly can't pronounce his name.
Anatolia?
Anatoly Notenko, something
Hmm.
like that. He wrote about it in the 70s about how there's 1,000 years that what we were told was in the old ages was only in 1100 and 1200. So ancient times were truly at zero.
Wait, hey, what? Huh?
Yeah, I
Can you
didn't follow
repeat
that.
Ancient times were truly
You mean
ancient times were truly
Anatoly
at
Flamenco,
zero.
yeah? Flamenco?
And so it's only actually like the 1200s is when the biblical times were happening.
Yeah, you're
Not
basically talking
200,
about
not
the
200
idea
BC.
that 1,000 years was
Yeah, not
added.
200. Yeah, like 200 BC to 200 AD was actually 11 and 1200, or could have been from 1000, because they found a big leap. And how they figured this out is through the cosmological observations of ancients. Check this shit out.
Yo,
You'll
you're
trip.
blowing my
You
But
will
mind.
trip out. Hold on a second.
I don't understand the
I'm all
logic.
excited. Hold on. Let me link some of this stuff. One second. I'm on my phone. I just got done from a long bike ride, and I didn't even feel
Whoa,
good.
whoa,
How does someone even get into what is the logic sequence? How someone even gets to this notion?
wait, Greg, watch this, bro. There's a video that a couple believers did, a documentary, and they examined the Egyptology claims by looking at all of the anthropological evidence and the documents. And they propose a pretty compelling idea that they added many, many years to the Egyptian timeline, roughly 1,000, and that's how they claim that the Bible's descriptions are inaccurate. Because what they see is that a lot of the Egyptian documents support what the Bible says happened in the Exodus and
Mhm.
leading up to it. So the way that they get away with it in modern Egyptology is they say, but that would have been under the wrong pharaoh. That was the wrong time.
Mhm.
So the Bible can't be true. Now that's not quite the same, because that's before Yeshua. I'm just
Mhm.
saying it wouldn't be the first time. They may have added a lot of time, but I'm not even claiming to believe in it at all. I'm just pointing out that it has seemingly.
Give me the link to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll find the documentary. It's crazy. It's like so
Because
crazy, bro.
I've watched what is his name? Tim Mahoney. Patterns of Evidence, that documentary series. You're familiar?
That's it.
Oh, that's what you were referring to.
Yeah, patterns of evidence. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, okay. How about that? Praise God. You see that? So
It is
you were referring to Patterns of Evidence.
crazy documentary, isn't it?
Yep, the 4 that you have so far.
Yeah. There's
I haven't seen Red
yeah.
Sea Part 1 and 2. I haven't seen that yet. I want to.
Yeah, there's one that puts all of them together. You had to pay for it. It's like $3 or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. My friend had me sit down and watch it, and I was like, bro, this is wild.
Yeah, he's really good with it. In fact, it's similar to an argument presentation in a YouTube video that this one channel is rather obscure, but I'll post a link to this. And the title, it's been watched by several 100,000 people by now. How long were the Israelites in Egypt? So I'll post a link to that. So it's talk about the same subject.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Because I was looking at all the extra, the Egyptian evidence that corroborates the scriptures is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. And you best believe, in principle, you best believe that the nations around them that were on the receiving end of the losing battle that the Lord fought against them for his people that he chose, they recorded that.
Yeah, man. And then like I think the one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for me is so the pharaohs had like their top historian, and he kept like really meticulous records. And if he got something wrong, they killed him, and they
Mhm.
actually they tortured him, you know. And so let's just say it was a very serious job, right? Like if you messed up on something, you got killed. Anyway, they write about these like Hebrew people, these crazy Hebrew people that knew some type of sorcery because they would say this word, and it's Yahuwah. Well,
Mhm.
people disagree on the name, and they would be able to do miracles and magic, including going after people's firstborn, including bringing tons of frogs into the city, and including turning water into blood. Or so it's like, what are the odds? What are the odds that the Egyptian guy says these Hebrew people knew some type of magic? They all say this word, and they were able to not get touched by any of the stuff that happens, and then they were able to perform magic.
Now let's be consistent. Empirical inquiry, right? Empirical data corroborating a narrative, corroborating some suppositions written in some literature. Let's be consistent.
Yeah, exactly. If we're talking about the like the standard for historicity, that's like incredibly strong evidence. It's yeah, hostile corroboration.
Hostile testimony. Yep.
Yeah, that blew my freaking mind, bro. When I found that out, I'm like, wow, dude. Hebrew people lived in Egypt and were slaves, and they got out of there. And before they got out of there, a lot of crazy stuff happened. And if you deny that, I just feel like you may be a little biased.
Yeah. So Anatoly Fomenko with an F. I don't know. Doesn't sound right to me. Headsets really weird me out. Anyway, uh, how's my mic anyway on this? I know it's not as good as my home mic, but
It's straight.
okay, good. So you have the first two. The first two, I would suggest. There's so many. This guy has so much material. It's mind blowing, and there's volumes of it. Anyway, let's see. See, when you go back to these primary sources, the old books that were written and so forth from people that were actually just going places and investigating, independent explorers, that used to be allowed. So they were
Especially
out
when you
there
didn't
right
have,
at. Uh-huh.
especially when you didn't have all the fandangled technology that we do have.
Right. Exactly. They had to go out and find out, right? So a lot of these people were geocentrists in the first place. The geographers, the geologists, they were looking for real, like at sedimentary layers, how things got washed, not making up anything, no presuppositions. They were writing stories too. They were there from before, during, and after the Spanish conquest,
Conquistadors.
and which was actually, it was a planned takeover. They knew all about this place. They knew it was the land of the Amorites, the Canaanites, the people that escaped Jerusalem, which was only in 200 AD, not what they told us. There's 800 AD inscriptions found in Arizona. Those runic stones, but anyway, I don't want to get off track. So there's post-Roman era artifacts found, including bronze effects, like religious effects, the menorahs, inscriptions in Proto-Hebrew, and I could go on and on and on.
Yeah.
That was in Arizona. They did find Egyptian things in all different kind of places, including Tennessee. And also, in Arizona, an Icelandic princess was like a 9 foot tall Icelandic princess was buried there with all her effects, including nothing of which any indigenous people ever used in that area.
Yeah.
And they can trace the copper in the whole Bronze Age to Michigan. That was where the most on Earth, as far as we know, that's the most copper that's ever been mined on Earth that they can figure out. Millions of tons were taken out of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Millions of tons?
Yes.
Shit. Cannot carry that much copper.
Yeah. No, they said it had to have been running for like hundreds of years.
No, freaking meth heads heaven.
Isn't that crazy? So
I wouldn't know about that.
Well, apparently meth heads steal copper out of houses to get money out of it. It's a pretty bad joke.
oh shit. I thought that was like
All right.
10 years ago. So 10 years ago. Got to get up to date, man.
Sorry, I'm not up to date with my meth head.
Yeah.
Your method antics. You're a little bit behind date.
Well, yeah, that's because
Yeah,
that's
I'm
because you
actually
don't see it. That's because you don't see it all around you. No, I can see it. It's the inner city.
Yeah. That's true. I don't live in like modern day Babylon. Actually, I guess I do, but
It's terrible. I have.
You do and you don't.
Like I don't know how I.
yeah.
Anyway, it's a really good topic. This topic about America, what America is, and I discovered some amazing things about my own family and myself, and that's more of the enlightenment that happens when I decide to look at the truth. Now I just have to watch out for my behavior.
Yeah, the history of America
Everybody
was
goes.
definitely lied about. Yeah, that's for sure.
Gets really deep. It gets really deep, though. It's not like if you just like looking at it like on the surface, you might just go, "Well, how would they say something like that?" Well, you have to, like, I've literally listened to probably several hundred hours of this, and it's astonishing to me. And
I still see the United States. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna.
I'm long-winded.
And I speak English all of a sudden. I was just gonna say, I still see the United States as nothing more than essentially an extension of England. You know, the British Empire, in essence.
Yeah, but
Even if
the
they don't
question
sit
is,
on
what
paper.
was here before all that? Because
Yes.
yeah, it is pretty crazy, man. Me and Kai and I dove down this rabbit hole, and it's just never ending. Like the
Yeah, before
amount of
the
pyramids.
European, right?
Yeah.
Before the European Empire
Okay.
started wreaking havoc. You know,
Yeah,
Britain,
Okay, so
Spain.
listen, so listen to this, Gregory, and everybody. So Gregory, like we were talking about the Greeks, right? So here's the question, and this isn't the only question, but let me go on for just a couple minutes. So
Yeah, go ahead.
the question, part of the question is, where were the original Greeks? That question. Where were the original Greeks? Where were the original Phoenicians? Where were the Carthaginians? Where were these ancient the sea people? So now let me go on just a minute about this. So where were the original Greeks? So the Greek, I'm going to list down a couple of different civilizations. The Greeks said that they didn't get their civilization from there. They said it came from far west of the Pillars of Hercules. Now listen, in Plato's time, Solon told him a story of Atlantis where you were able to cross the Atlantic at that time. In Plato's time, when he was writing the story, apparently you couldn't cross the Atlantic. It was covered with seaweed and mud. It was impassable. So then now I went to Greeks now. I'm going to go to the, let's see. Let's just pick and choose. Let's go to the Sumerians. They said they came fully fledged civilization with running water in their apartments, air conditioning, furnaces that heated huge apartment complexes. Modern civilization pops out of nowhere with all their utensils and everything. They said they didn't get their civilization, came from somewhere else. They call them gods. But they were the actual original gods. They came from America. Where were the original Sumerians? The Nagas, These people were in America, the actual cradle of civilization, the Gulf of Mexico. Something happened there. There was a catastrophe. And many of the survivors went to North America. They became the original Mexica, the Aztecs, the Aztecans, the Toltecs.
That
Now the
sounds a bit like the
Toltecans and all
Emerald
those.
Tablets.
Now the Toltecans and the Olmecs and the Toltecs, my consideration is that they were most likely pre-Diluvian civilizations. They built huge structures. Look at the stone balls; they're navigational balls, spheres made out of solid granite in Costa Rica, and I think Nicaragua too, maybe. But so there's a bunch of these things. They were used as a navigational school. Now, I don't know why they make the sphere, but it had something to do with your, I believe, because I'm a navigator myself, the calibration of your instruments. They would use some of these balls for your calipers and stuff. So if you look at how large they are, can you imagine how large their ships were? Now, here's another thing. This connects on and on. So the gopher wood that's mentioned in the Bible, the only place where it comes from is America. And the large cedar logs, cedar comes from America as well, and they're the only cedar trees large enough to make ships out of one single log, which is mentioned in several places in literature. That they use one single log. These were the Americans that got washed ashore in 1470 that Columbus spoke to. And there was also other. So I'll stop there because it's really, really long.
Gopherwood is found in Florida, but there's debate about that, right? I mean, like you have to look into where gopherwood came from and why do we call what we call gopherwood. Now there is some gray area. I've heard of this, right? I mean, you have 4 rivers feeding from one mouth in Florida. It's basically saying that the gardens in Florida and then where Noah built the ark is close to the original garden that was in Florida. And gopherwood is found in Florida. But, there's a debate about did Yah have angels cut down big trees to build the ships, and were those made of gopherwood but were somewhere else because they were bigger trees and they were safe with that. And then Enoch, the book of Giants says that Enoch was approached. So basically, a Nephilim had a dream about the angels coming down and cutting down 200 big trees. And then he went to the Nephilim council and asked them to interpret the dream. And they couldn't, so they said, go ask Enoch. And then Enoch said that the trees represent the watchers and that rebelled, and it's symbolic of Yah cutting them down. Like the cutting down at their trunk is symbolic of him taking down the rebellious angels in the deluge. So all that to say, like there's just because of what we currently call gopherwood is only found in Florida, which is fascinating. But is it the same? And is that all that's ever been here? Were there other trees that were here made of gopherwood but that were cut down? I don't know.
Yeah, but I think the cedar trees as well, like the cedar trees. Like I honestly believe that, and it is a belief. I don't have many beliefs, but some of these things I do believe because they're written out in the Bible that I can match with reality. And so the ones that are not matchable, like there's actual physicality in the Bible. So that part is one thing. But this part, historical events in the Bible, I think they occurred here. Now, here's part of the reason why, and you might think it's silly, and I did too at first, but it wasn't only this idea. It's a lot of the other ones about ancient civilizations found all over America through looking at LiDAR and other places, but we won't talk about the jungles in South America yet. But in America, all over America, ancient cities, roads, like nobody lived there for years, hundreds of years, as far as they know that it was there when whoever came here got here, there was indigenous people here. But anyway, there's these stories and first-hand accounts of old newspapers and other books as well of these Nephilim having 6 toes and 6 fingers and red hair.
Yeah, but you're talking about feeders with the big boats. Sorry.
What's that? It's okay. So
you were
I looked at that and I go, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I look at the giants and they're saying they're all over, and there's reports of them all all over. They're ubiquitous all over America, all these reports. Now, that's just one thing, right? So that's not the whole thing either. But they also found out that red hair didn't originate where you might think it did. That red hair, actually, the first signs of it are in America as well. And the oldest mummies ever found, for instance, 9,005-year-old, dodge a hijack on the timing and the chronology, but in Peru, also in the deserts of China. And I'll stop.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, tons of red hair mummies in China. And then what the Chinese government did was plant trees on all their mounds to hide their pyramids. But what, provably, they literally just planted trees all over it and then forbid anyone from going there. And then the Yellow Emperor, which is a famous emperor from China, was actually blonde hair, blue eyes. And then most of the mummies have red hair. They found tons of really old mummies with red hair.
Yes.
Yeah. But what's crazy though is
and
like,
what about this? Then it goes on. I'm sorry. You let me finish. There's a lag also. I apologize, but
you're good. Real fast. It seemed like you were saying that there's cedar in America and implying that it would be used to build the ark. Did I misunderstand you? Because Genesis 6 very specifically says that it's gopher wood. And it's just debated as to what gopher wood is, but it says Noah built the ark with gopher wood. And exactly what that is still debated, but it's not cedar, unless you're just talking about like another big ship or something.
Yeah, I'm actually talking about other places mentioned in the Bible that talk about cedars as high as the eye could see.
Yeah. Especially the cedars of Lebanon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cedars of Lebanon. Yeah, that's what. So
are you basically suggesting like the argument? There's an argument that a lot of the biblical lands actually were in America, that it's been hijacked and we've been forced like an Arab-centric version of history, so no one looks at what's really here. And one thing's for sure, though, is that there's a ton of evidence that there were tons of giants here. The world's biggest pyramid is in New Mexico. And that when you combine the North and South Americas, you have more pyramids than anywhere else in the world. And that we were lied to about the history of this place, that there were just these few primitive Indians, quote unquote, and that some white people came over here and took it over because it wasn't really settled. When in reality, they were here for a long time. Almost every single species of animal that's named in the scriptures for the biblical land is also found here. You have the Fertile Crescent, somehow being in some desolate, dry area in the Middle East. But there is of course, Gulf of Mexico, which is shaped like a crescent, which is incredibly fertile. And then there's the argument that there was judgment. Now the land has changed. It's no longer fertile. It's now desolate. It actually is in the Middle East. And then the Israeli people actually came over here around 2,700 years ago because they found Paleo-Hebrew here, and maybe they actually migrated this way. So it's really hard to get to the bottom. That's kind of just a little bit of what I know. I don't know. I'm kind of curious how that lines up with where you're at. I know it was a lot. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay because actually, while you're speaking, I'm looking up information so I can try to answer. Like a lot of these will answer a lot of those questions, and did for me. But it wasn't an easy puzzle. It's not like once the pieces started fitting in, then I was like much of us, that's how we kind of do our research. Like we gather information, it puts it on one side, like that other guy couldn't do. I heard that whole conversation from earlier with you and Gregory and that. I heard the whole thing while I was writing. It was quite enlightening, but let me see. Let me go ahead and link this.
Are you suggesting the Fertile Crescent is the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
Yeah, I do find that very.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Yeah, there's a delay.
So here's one. So listen, ancient so-called Egyptians historically were in America. So look at that video. These will take you a while. Like sit down when you have a half hour or an hour, piece it out. But some of them are over an hour, and they're well worth watching the whole thing. They really are. Like I can't even sit down and watch a movie. I get so freaking bored. I'm like, where's the information? There's like nothing. I just feel like falling asleep. My brain would fall asleep anyway. I'm gonna post some more.
There's a whole bunch to this, man. I guess like there's only 2 places in the whole world that has a fresh body of water, and then right beside it has like a huge amount of salt and salt water. And one of them's in Utah, and the other one's in the Middle East. and that there's huge portions of salt everywhere in the western portion of the U.S., right? Like you have the salt flats and stuff like that. And some people suggest that ancient America has very strong ties to the scriptures and that they've kind of erased it and that they called it the New World. But I did find some Masonic literature that said, well, we called it the New World, but in actuality, it's the Old World. So I don't know. I mean, it's certainly fascinating. Like, why'd they choose this place to found the U.S.,
I
you know?
agree. I think it is truly the old world because listen, in Guatemala they found thousands upon thousands of structures with LiDAR, like I was saying, in one 5-mile park, 5-mile preserve, 5-mile square. They found 60,000 edifices in a 5 or 10-mile square, and they asked them how much of this percentage did you go into this reserve to look at that? Only 1%. That section that they grouped off was only 1% of what's out there.
I mean, it sounds like a massive
it's crazy.
paradigm shift of shifting the entire geographic schema in the inverse.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy.
Yeah, it's not crazy, but look at the runic inscriptions in the Grave Creek Mound in Ohio, in the Ohio Valley, is all kinds of runic, Phoenician writing, Proto-Egyptian, Proto-Hebrew, Proto-Swedish. Like some of these runes they found, they didn't even, like let's say the one from Chief Joseph. Anyway, all these, about probably 7 to 10 of the tribes out of the 200 or more that were here, there were probably more, spoke in Hebrew, and they had their prayers in Hebrew, and they have the same cosmology as the Egyptians. So I could go on and on.
But must we really flip the geography of history in the inverse this way? Or are there just some similarities with the culture in West Asia?
No, yeah, it's like
America?
They have yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying I'm on the fence. I've done a decent amount of research. The reason I haven't publicly talked about it on my channel is because I don't know, and I'm not gonna push a narrative. Right? There is a lot of historical and anthropological evidence in the Middle East that clearly scriptural events took place there. Like a lot, like a mind-blowingly large amount. There's also a lot that's been hidden from here, like how there's Paleo Hebrew found scattered throughout the entire United States and almost no one knows about it. And there's an immense amount of Hebrew artifacts that have been found in the United States and no one knows about it. And when you combine the North and South American continents, you start getting a whole bunch of ancient ruins that, again, no one's really heard about. Certainly in the United States. Now think about how much land that the U.S. government has off limits because of national parks. So if they know some areas that are maybe, rich in history, they could just say, well, no, this is a national park and you can only go on this road through the middle of it. But I think right now, currently, because I went down the whole, is America Egypt? Is the promised land in America? I tried to figure, and I saw, and now where I'm at right now, I think the Hebrew people actually migrated over to the Americas way earlier than maybe some people think, and there were some Hebrew people from the tribes that came as long as 2,700 years ago, because that's the oldest Hebrew artifact they found so far.
Because it isn't as though that, at least one individual or whatever, several dozen individuals, or even hundreds, ventured across. I mean, our contemporary era is not the only era that is full of persons that said, I want to go travel the whole earth. Every era has had those kinds of persons.
Correct. So it's a bit of a leap to be like,
here's the thing.
All this stuff in America, that must be where all of it happened.
Yeah.
It's kind of a false dichotomy. Yeah.
Okay, so the Chief Joseph, Chief Joseph had on him, and a thing that was a bill of sale from like 200 BC. Now, what was written on it, they didn't know what it was. You get this part is really important. These inscriptions were not understood until like 1930. Now, he gave his runestone up to them when he surrendered. I think it was like 1898 or something. late in the 1890s. Don't hold me to that date. Somewhere around it, from 1880 to 1890. I think. So they didn't understand or learn to read this inscription until the 30s, and so they didn't know what it was. So for someone to say that it was a forgery could not be true. You get that part. Because they didn't even know what it was. So no one could say it's a forgery here of something that we don't understand. And then you found out what it is like ancient Proto-Hebrew,
That's all.
like a bill of sale for a sheep or something that he got handed down, said was handed down from all eternity. Like as far as they know, the chief carried this on his neck. Check that out. Look up Chief Joseph. But I would suggest looking at Caro Mayo's channel to do that. He's got one about Chief Joseph. But if you look at his channel, you'll find it. There's lots of information to go through.
Joseph, probably Joseph.
So who knows who these original people were? Who were the tribe leaders of these people? They probably, like all these cultures say their culture came from somewhere else. The Peruvians and the Mexicans, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Like who were these were gods. They said they were blonde hair and blue eyed. Almost every single one of them said that. They came from the west, the furthest Ethiopia. And the darkest skinned of peoples is just called the Ethiopian. There were three.
Which is to be expected
in ancient
because
times. Ethiopia
just had to migrate from West Asia to everywhere else.
No, the furthest Ethiopia was Atlantis, America, where dark-skinned people are in the Gulf Coast there. Actually, there were Caucasian tribes here, not so much red-skinned, but copper-colored, all different shades of copper-colored, and then darker-skinned. All these different tribes, families, were living here all at the same time. What does that tell me? This being the first place above the waters, above the oceans, the Laurentian Mountains in Canada. These geocentrist geologists found out years and years ago, wrote down their accounts, that this had to be the first place. Then link that to all of the animals, the cat, the dog, the camel, the elephant, the horse, all kinds of other, all these other animals. Their original versions of the animals were here in America. And this was the first place above the water. So where else would you say if this is the first place above water, it's the oldest, and it would be the first place where all the animals, they know that they came from here. Then where would the first peoples come from? Not from the newer. Those are just theme parks over there. They don't have the infrastructure that we have all over the Americas.
What do you mean it's the first above the water? What do you mean first above the water?
Yeah. Geologists in the mid 1800s. The geologists, and I can get some names, but I'll get them for you. But these geologists that went out there, and most of them I said were geocentrists in the first place. I said that earlier, but that's what I'm talking about. First-hand accounts geologists, where they're looking at the geology of sedimentation, and they're not using presuppositions of tectonics because they didn't have any of that. They didn't think along those lines at all back then. They were using a more realistic, natural approach to geology as well before they got pseudoscience away. So these people said that the Laurentian Mountains were the first ones above the oceans.
Gotcha. Hey, Gregory, have you ever heard the idea that Florida is the Garden of Eden?
Not until now.
Let me drop you a video of a preacher that talks about it from way back in the day, and he moved to Florida and did a bunch of study. It is interesting. The most interesting part being that it says there are 4 rivers that lead to a mouth, of course, and we've all seen that picture of the old picture of the center of the earth. Mm-hmm. So for me, I've always found that interesting. But there's nowhere else on the entire earth that has 4 rivers leading to a single mouth, except for northwestern Florida. And that's kind of what he's saying. But again, I'm throwing this disclaimer out here. I am not claiming this is true. I think that in order for this to be true, we have to reconcile a lot of Middle Eastern evidence. But think about this: the idea that they built the ark and then it just got lifted up on the water and then went right back down to where it was. What? So maybe the ark was over here. Then there was the flood and it kind of moved around. The current story, if people believe it's in Turkey, it basically just came back down. Like it didn't even really move much. Which is kind of wild to think about the whole world flooding and then this giant boat being on this really wild, rough water and then just coming back down. Of course, y'all can do whatever, but I don't know.
Right. No.
So
So
you
check
have
this
to keep
out.
in
What's
mind
even
that
more shocking? I'm sorry.
you'd have to keep in mind that the flood of Noah happened, and then the boat landed, and then the people built the tower, and then the land was divided, and the nations were divided in the time of Peleg.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. So
when the waters went up, the ark went up, the ark came down, it rested in Ararat, and when the land divided, the ark had slid off the mountain when one of the three peaks was volcanic
Word. So you
during the
see
shift.
the idea is what if where it started from was far, far away from where it landed, right? Like that's the
that could be.
That's
I
the
mean,
theory. Greg, I just tagged you. Well, the reason I'm just going to
yeah.
say the reason that he says this is because four rivers go to one mouth, and nowhere else in the world does that happen. And this is the only place in the world that you can find gopher wood. And then it's like every type of tree mentioned in Genesis is found in Florida. So that's why this guy thinks it. I don't know that it is or isn't true, but I do think it's kind of interesting in the sense that it certainly is like somewhat paradisical. I still think it could be in the center. I think
Yes.
it could have been just taken up out and was the areas in the center and stuff like that. So I'm just dropping the link for anyone that's
Yeah.
never heard it.
Yeah.
It
So
also says
I was
that
just going to say, you think that's? I was just going to add before you had spoken. I was trying to speak up, but what I was going to add is, you think that all of that is mind blowing, right? But you think that's mind blowing? Think about this: that every single place, every single civilization in history that we were told about, those places are not where we thought they were at all. Period.
So, I
We've been
mean, is this
misled
really
about
a
a lot of.
necessary line of thought? Because it sounds like a drastic upheaval of all of geography.
No, it's not a people. It's just the progenesis of everything came from here. It's just you do it empirically. I'm not saying anything is for sure exactly, but if you add up these empirical evidences, there's a lot of correlation we're going to have to do. But there's a lot of evidence showing that what we were told is not the truth. That they made us a bunch of orphans, saying that our ancestors came from here when we were here the whole time, including myself.
Sonny,
So,
back
what
to the
is
point. Back to the point.
what is because you probably have a bunch of premises. What is the major premise for this?
What?
That America is
For what?
Egypt, basically. Like, are you saying America's Egypt? Because that's what Gregory's saying is like that just flips everying on its head. I think it seems a bit
It's not
more
just one
plausible.
thing.
Wait up. I
It's
think
not
it's
just
a bit
one
more.
thing, though. I'm sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
real fast. I think it's more plausible that people migrated around the world. Many of them came here. There were giants here. They had crazy pyramids and structures here, and we were lied to about the history. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything came from here. Egypt was here, etc. But
Well,
it is interesting when you look in the Grand Canyon. They found what they call like Egyptian artifacts, but that doesn't mean that. All I'm saying is like you see what I'm saying is that people could have just came here way
I do.
earlier, and the lie is that they hid the history of America, but not necessarily that that's where everything started, came from, and ended, basically, right?
Well, yes, that's just as possible. So look, I'm not like you said. I'm not pushing anything either. I want to keep that clear. I'm just saying, do your own research. I'm not telling anybody to think anything. People will and do think whatever they want. That's none of my business. I'm going to stay out of that. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm not trying to win fans, favoritism, anything like that. I'm just saying this is what I've looked at, and this is what I've found that rings true with me. Just like other things with Earth being the way it is, horizontal plane, stationary, that I've discovered other things that are correlatory to that knowledge. but not something that you could say is completely substantial as far as being yes or no. Like absolutely is. Some of the things around flat Earth are absolutely we don't know. So I wouldn't go out to say that this idea. It just really strikes home to me when I've looked at so many other things, including in my own family, that just like freaked me out when I started finding out the whole story.
So then
Yeah, I'll
let me
tell you,
ask this
my
question again.
research says that you're onto something. Just don't jump to conclusions. That's all.
So my question
Thank you.
again. I
I
mean, what
appreciate
is the
that.
major
Yeah.
premise? Well, actually, hold on. I have to ask two questions. What is the concluding premise you affirm?
I believe that America was the true old world. That's
So
it.
everything that supposedly happened in the nexus, that nexus area of West Asia, Southeast Europe, Northeast Africa, actually happened in the Americas.
Exactly, and that it all spread out from here. And
So
that we
what
did
is the
travel
major
everywhere
premise?
back and
Because
forth.
you have a whole bunch of premises, I believe. But what is the most major
That the
premise?
Earth that the Earth is the true old world.
I'm
Wait,
just going to reiterate.
hang on. The premise for your conclusion,
That's it.
the major supporting premise for your conclusion is that humans originate from the Earth.
I'm not making a conclusion. I'm telling you right up front, I don't know the conclusion. And I would not say I absolutely know all of these as a fact. No, I'm not saying that. I would never say that.
Is it possible that they
I'm
came
saying
from
I've done.
here and then is it possible that they came from here, moved over there, and then that history is still true as well, Sonny?
Yes.
Or vice versa?
And they could have moved back and forth. They could have moved back and forth within different chronology. Like they've moved back and forth. Like, yes, but look at the progenesis of a lot of these things. Like the understanding of architecture, the understanding of using elevation angles. Who was doing that? The Mayans. Who did they use? The Chaldeans. Who were the Chaldeans? Where were the Chaldeans originally? Who was using elevation angles
Chaldea?
to put their architecture down that is lined up so precisely they can't even do it today?
Wait, do you have evidence that Chaldeans are not from where we currently think they were, though?
In West Asia?
Yeah,
right.
Look, you have to look through all this information. Like I don't have this. Like I would have to have a library. All I have is the internet. So I've listened to all of this, a lot of this information, not all of it, but a lot of this information for hundreds of hours. And I'm just saying,
hear you, brother.
Look at this guy's channel, and it'll answer almost every single question you're asking.
Just let me tell you the context here, okay? My wife really got into this. I mean, she still really is into it to the point where she scoured the internet for every video ever posted about it, including BitChute, and then she wanted to turn our little like date nights into watching these videos. Okay, I watched a lot of America is Egypt videos, like a lot, and it has a lot of really good information that I did not know, and it's very mind blowing. I just put a hard halt at the point of conclusions. So a lot of time people just leap all the way over to the conclusion.
I won't do
where,
it. No.
Yeah, because we may just have been misled about the historical timeline of America, but that doesn't necessarily mean now all other history must have been subversively planted or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And so listen, my only purpose and motivation of even mentioning anything about this at all to anyone, because I don't really care, is like to open my own perception a little bit more. Now I'm going to have to include more into my perception. That's all it's doing. It's opening this window for me of more perception and letting more in instead of where we have roadblocks in the side periphery of our mind. We won't let the other shit come in. That's what I'm saying. I have to drop a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of beliefs. Look, I'm 65 years old. Can you imagine how much I've had to just put away, put to rest, or rest in peace, bullshit ideas, all kinds of bizarre thinking, man. So that has to go all the way. I can't leave some things as, no, I won't let these in anymore because my little side dogs are barking and saying that it's bullshit. Well, I have to use the same preliminary devices I use in Flat Earth. is like what's empirical and what is not. And I stick
Yeah.
with that. So you hear me talking a lot about this subject. I'm not so obsessed with it though. Like I just look at it as I can. I take some notes, and I plan on doing some more research and looking into the primary sources, into books that were
Nice.
written. Like
Brother,
it's
I
just,
encourage
it's
I
just,
encourage your
yeah,
investigation, Sonny. Okay, I encourage your investigation. I think it's great that you're doing it. When I did it, I was like, oh my gosh, we were lied to about America. Like, 100%
yeah,
we were lied to about America. 100%. There's no doubt about it. What exactly
exactly.
they covered up, that's a totally different question, right?
It
In fact,
truly is.
I'm
Yeah,
so, the more you know, the less you know when it comes to America. I'm so unsure.
it is. That's true.
I won't even do a stream on it because I just don't know.
I wouldn't either, because I wouldn't either. No, other than just a general discussion, just not like. So listen, I would suggest this, because a lot of those other programs that you're listening to, Timeline, Ancient Civilizations, all those stuff, I'll just throw that shit away. Watch this guy Carameo. Just watch only his. I'm saying, just give it some time. Watch a couple hours, or watch several of his movies. I mean, videos. Watch those videos. Go to the ones that have playlists where you can have more than one. Line them up in a queue. So when you have time, you can go back to it where you left off, and just look at it that way. Because if you mix it with these other things, then you're listening to his video, then you're listening to some bullshit, and you're mixing them two together in our minds. That's just kind of how we connect things. So I would suggest not doing that with this information until you get a grasp of what he is saying first, before you go to these other experts. Because I think all those other experts are full of shit. If it's not like Drop Nation or Waking Up with Analog or any of those people, and I haven't even watched a lot of their information, but Old World Florida is a great channel. Have you seen some of their work or listened to some of their work? That cut out?
No, I hear you. You're clear.
Okay. Yeah, Old World Florida channel. They have everything about a lot of stuff like this about Florida, like tons of information.
So
I
then,
just
with all that
want to
being
do
said,
with all these things.
so then with all that being said, that's why I'm asking this. So I mean, so yes, we don't need to repeat the truism about critical consideration and self scrutiny anymore. Of course, we got that by now. We've been in the server long enough. So, the conclusion that I'm hearing in an inductive argument, which is by what it is by nature, that the continent that is the origin, the nexus point which human civilization spread out from, is generally somewhere in the Americas rather than West Asia. And so, what is the major premise? Because I don't want to, occupy too much time in this live stream on this. I just wanted to hear what is the major premise for this.
I've never actually heard that, by the way.
Okay, so listen.
FYI,
Here, if I could just answer.
I've done a lot of research in this area actually, and a lot of the top experts can't. There's a bit of an argument going on between them of whether it started in the UK. Some people think it's the UK as the sort of spiritual centre of the North, if you will. Some people think
very
it's
well
like
it could be.
Well, if you get into what,
But let me hear Sonny's answer, because I directed the question to him.
I was trying to answer Gregory. Yeah, before it gets too far away. So briefly, is that the first lands above the oceans, the first species of all the world, the proto species, the genesis of all the species of animals from here, mostly the genesis of all the plants that were found in Egypt in inscriptions in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Corn came from America. The tomato came from America. The cocoa bean came from America. Coffee came from America, and coca came from America. All of these have been found in the Middle East and further. They came from America. So
that's
the
true.
the first lands above the ocean, that would insinuate that would be the oldest place and the first place that would be inhabitable by human beings. That would make sense that it would be the first place that is mentioned in the Bible. That the Garden of
Well,
Eden
I'll just say this one critique and then move
here.
on. I'll just say this one critique and then move on with this logic sequence.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
it could be the case that the land that is the Americas now was the first to pop out after the waters receded back under the earth, and that Noah and his family and all the beasts on the ark docked, as it were, in West Asia.
Well, that's not proven about width. That's the Archonauts.
Say again?
But I'm just saying, like, for me, Gregory, yeah, like I currently leave some possibility open that maybe if there's any truth to the origination idea, it would just be pre-flood, and then they went over there on the ark, and like it's a lot for me to even take in to think about it because it would be such an upheaval. But I would say this wouldn't be the first time I had like a paradigm shattering truth, so I'm open to it. It's just a lot,
I mean, I'm just doing the same thing that I've done with every other paradigm shift I've ever had.
Yeah, of course you should. You should be highly critical. That's why I'm more confused now than I was before I looked into it. Not saying that you shouldn't look into it. Not saying that, obviously, because I'm more confused about what the Earth is in many ways. Right? Doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, but
May I get?
Listen. I want to tell you just real quick what this has done for me in a nutshell, and then I'm going to stop talking for a while because I talk too much. So I'm just going to finish it off with this. The only thing this has done for me has increased my self-knowledge of my own power, my own truth, who I truly am, and who my peoples are. And I'm starting to find out what my tribe was. That's it.
Word up, brother.
What's your name? Kiko Ho. Yeah, you go. I'll
Okay.
back you.
If you look up what they tell us Pangea looked like, Turkey is just to the east, like not even very far east of where the North American continent was at the time. They're farther apart after the division of land. And whenever they get off of the ark, the people who build the tower, right, they had to travel west. It says that they traveled west and then they built the tower. So if my speculation is that whenever they built the tower in Quebec, because in Quebec there is a circle-shaped lake reservation named after Louis Babel, and it's the biggest circle in Quebec lake. All of the lakes and ponds that are in the North American space is the highest density of lakes and ponds. This would have been where they were digging the dirt for the brick for the tower. So whenever we keep in mind that they landed on the ark, they then traveled to this place. They then traveled west. And then the land was divided and the people were divided. But if they traveled west and they made their tower in Quebec, when the land divided, the people who knew how to sail, or the people who were on the portion of land that traveled east to make up the European Asian continent, they would have made their travel, they would have made their civilizations. The majority of the land that remained in one mass is the North American continent. All of these life forms would have just remained on the North American continent and then spread out from there. So whenever he's saying that the plants, the animals, a lot of them originate from North America, he's not making a stretch. The North American continent.
The roboting dude.
You are roboting.
Comparison to the rest of them. Yeah.
You're good now.
What happened? Did he fat finger it? Yeah, I was just going to say that they found the Welsh language, Welsh. They found the Welsh language in America circa 800 BC, and a guy from here went and actually deciphered a lot of it. His name's Alan Wilson, and that language is called Colbran, and it's super interesting because it seems to be tied to these hieroglyphs too. And I agree with Sonny as well that they found all sorts of things in these Egyptian tombs that they could only get from across the ocean. So, yeah, these oceans were not their barriers. The deserts and the mountains, they were the barriers. These oceans were the highways for these people, and they were all very much connected. It seems obvious to me. I mean, I mentioned to you a long time ago, Gregory, that the early Christians, they called, I think it was called the Way or something. I remember you telling me that. And in the Tao Te Ching, the Tao translated back to English is the Way. And so that's not. Well, you could say I would never say it's coincidence. I guess some foolish person might. I certainly wouldn't. There's another option that there's divine inspiration or shared memory between species, as Sheldrake said. The other option is that we were connected, and therefore the spirituality was similar. That makes sense to me.
Well, the commonality being the God's revelation, the revelation from Yahweh. And so the unbeliever, the unrepentant, following some other doctrine contrary to what the Lord has revealed, of course, they're going to someone is going to eventually think that their doctrine is the way. The way to what? Then the question is answered by whoever in whatever way. But so, I mean, that doesn't get you, that doesn't strongly indicate that the Far East Asians were teaching the same doctrine that the apostles were teaching.
So, what were you saying? Is a coincidence?
Well, incidences that coincide. So the coincidence between the phrase "the way," being used by the apostles, and then the phrase "the way" being used by these Far East Asians. I mean, that's not a very strong premise. It's just the way. The way to what? I mean, the way which the apostles preached is vastly different from the way that these people preached in Far East Asia.
Well, that's true.
All right. So if anyone wants to send me some more information about that subject, please do so. Y'all can tap my username and send me whatever you want in my DMs. So, all right, y'all. You have a good evening.
All right,
God
bro. I
bless you.
tagged you in one of the videos to get the general premise. Pretty short, 12 minutes.
Say again.
I tagged you in one of the videos where the guy kind of breaks down the premise. It's like 12 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I think I tapped that one. Unless you tagged me in the new one, or just the one.
Oh, just the one. If you already saw it. Sorry, I'm checking out.
Okay. Old Water, Florida. Okay.
I'll DM you a couple of things too, and or just check out this guy's channel that I've been posting in the live stream voice text. Yeah, you could look up whatever I've posted. All of them will pop up.
Yeah, send me links along your pattern of thought as of recently.
Well, what I'm saying is I posted already a lot of it, at least 6 or 8 videos in the live stream voice text.
Okay, I see some of these. Here.
Okay, I'll start with there.
And then
also
of course
look up the
videos.
Taos Cave, and I think it's
Makes it smaller. That's so ironic.
Look up also the look up the temples of Belus that's mentioned in the Bible, and the people that live in Cholula in Mexico claim that this pyramid that they found, which is actually the largest pyramid found on Earth, is in Cholula, Mexico. Look at that one too. At Caramel's channel, I would suggest, but you can look wherever you want.
Okay, I may have misremembered as New Mexico for some reason. And it's like, it's square foot, the biggest one in the world. How dare you?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I was trying to get back to my mic. I should just leave it open if there's no background noise. So, yeah, what did you say? Just
I said, yeah, I think I misremembered it as New Mexico. It's the biggest pyramid in the world due to square footage, and it's like kind of in ruins, except for like the foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Spanish built one of their churches on it, you know, like desecrating it. Let's see. I'm going.
Well, something else that's really interesting. Check this. Like, so the etymology for the deluge, it tracks back to the Americas as well. And then, you know, ATL is where we get Atlantis, and it also, yeah, that comes from the deluge.
Yep. I don't like how my playlist, like how the Google throws in all this bull crap. Excuse my language, trying to tone it down.
They've actually found some stuff in Egypt in some of the hieroglyphs that are actually like seemingly out of place, and it's a character. It's like characters and themes that are from here, but they were in.
I know, and people don't see. Listen, this will trigger people from everywhere. This triggers people for different reasons. That's what I found. So I'm staying out of the controversy, man. Like I really am. I'm just, I'm just a messenger, yo. I'm not saying one way or another, but people get upset because they want to think that they're Afrocentric, and it's not true. They're actually the true Americans, and they were here in the first place, mostly. That would trigger a lot of people because they want to hang on to the slave idea and not realize that their ancestors were kings and queens with nobility and knew how to build architecture and navigate across the world.
They know that. They know that. They just think they were lied to until they came from Africa. And then they tried to push an idea that said go to Africa. So everyone was like, let's go back to Africa. And it was a trick. That's the theory. It is interesting because it does look like it's possible that many, many people that think that they came from Africa did not. They're just from here. You know, like they were like kings here. But whoever was reigning as kings here, it seems like they may have been buddy with the Nephilim. Because there's a lot of evidence that there were like 6 fingers, 6 toes, red-haired giants that reigned over this area long before.
Yeah. And I think they killed them off and bred them out. I think they used them as a tool. I think they actually bred them out, and something in our genome, if you want to call it that, I don't know what the hell it is. I've never seen a genome or a gene, but it was something in our ancestry like made us get smaller or in the environment.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know that we used to be giants, you know. I think the Nephilim were giants, but I think people used to be a little bigger. And have you ever heard about the guy Kent Hovind talks about, this guy who used filtered sunlight to grow his tomato plants, and they were cherry tomatoes, but they grew as big as like baseballs, and it was so big that they had to move it. Yeah. So maybe the sun was different.
I didn't know that.
Maybe pre-flood, the sun that got here was different.
I believe it probably was different, though. Definitely.
So maybe things were
just so we don't walk over if anybody's any new people in the chat if they want to speak up or ask questions. I've been kind of ignoring the chat. Sorry about that, panel.
Yeah, people were certainly taller back then. The Scythian tribe who ended up the Goths and went to well, every place. They went to New Zealand, they went to South Africa, they went to Scotland, they went to China by the looks of it, they went to northern India, certainly. Their average height was sort of 6.5 feet. So yeah, they were certainly taller. How tall are you, Whit, anyway? Don't mind me asking. As he stepped away.
Sorry, I was loading my Jeep with this topsoil. Just under 6'2", like just.
All right. So you're kind of tall too, then. Yeah, right.
I'm
so you got that red hair. I'm telling you.
When I stand up straight, I'm 6 foot. But if I stand up straighter, I can actually like 6'2", 6'3" if I stand up straight.
Yeah, I were obsessively looking into blue eyes for a while because I found out that Buddha had blue eyes and red hair. I was just completely blown away. I was like, what? So the Buddha.
Yeah, for sure. Buddha had
Buddha.
blonde.
Yeah.
Like blonde hair, blue
do you know
eyes.
that? Do you know that his mother's name was Maya?
Maya's like I think Maya means
Buddha's
illusion, doesn't it? Means the play.
That's Buddha. Check it out. That's Buddha's mother's name, Maya. It's Buddha's mom's name.
Dude, Andy, have you seen the video I did on this? Like,
I did watch it, David. Yeah. But they're a big giant statue that they blew up. Like there's a video from the 80s where this guy climbs to the top. It's huge. It's the size of it. It's like a 2 or 3 story building. It's huge statue. And you can just sort of make out the sort of red hair on the statue. And the very, very earliest depictions of Buddha showing with blue eyes. And so I were a bit obsessed with blue-eyed people, like for a little bit. And again, this Scythian tribe, I think that's where you could hail from. Honestly, Whit. So I looked into that quite a lot. Anyway, what? Okay, go on.
Check this out. I'm the only blue-eyed person.
Huh?
Either
you're breaking up or you just made a ridiculous
sorry.
claim.
See, there's a huge lag. It's probably like 2 minutes or something. But anyway, so listen, like I'm the only blue-eyed person in my family that I know in all of. Oh, I am? Oh.
Nice.
Wait a second.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Well,
you're missing it because I stopped because I heard him speaking. So
you've got a lot of lag. You're hearing us like you're hearing us like 30 seconds later.
Hey, you're super delayed.
They're all brown-haired, dark-haired.
Well, yeah, I've talked about the Goths quite a bit because the stories I've heard about them. Sonny, can you pop yourself on mute, dude?
Maybe that is nice. Look up the word nice.
Crazy how delayed you are, dude.
Lame. Yeah, Sonny, you're lame. Shut up.
I wouldn't say you're lame. Just can you pop yourself on mute because you're sort of a bit delayed?
Like 30 seconds delayed.
Yeah, just heaps delayed.
Anyway, I always share the Asher Logos content because it's awesome, especially about the Goths. Like the people they conquered, they wanted them to conquer them. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but they set such a good example, and they were such honourable people that the stuff the Romans wrote about them. Because don't forget, these are a sworn enemy. You're supposed to be slandering these people. Well, the stuff they wrote about them, they were just a fucking hugely honourable people. Shit, it'll make your hair stand on end. The integrity that these people show, it's something that's fastly disappearing from this world. But anyway, I was going to say also, I watched a cool video earlier about, because we always see these hand signs, and I should post it. Let me just try and find it, because they were talking about dielectric fields and magnetic fields. So I probably thought I should send it to Dyslow as well, maybe. But basically, these hand signs they call mudra in Indian, and they like so it's like you're closing a circuit. You see all these successful like Donald Trump, whoever it is, they sit there and as you can see from that picture, and each sign. We think it's more than just what we think it is. They're sending signs to each other. No, this is well known that they close in this circuit. And I took a couple of screenshots, so I'll post them too. It's super interesting. Of course, the hardcore Christians, when you mention anything like this, they're like, "Oh, it's demonic, it's satanic." No, it's not. It's just all information to me.
Yeah. People go way overboard with that stuff.
There's one here. I took another one with all the different hand signs, but yeah, it's super interesting. Like the way that you can sit and even just clasping your hands together, like say if you're in prayer. There's supposed to be scientific evidence behind it, and also, just what's the word, when people have people's testimonies. So, and this is obviously over thousands of years, so there's definitely something to this. I love it, absolutely love it.
Nice. I'll say that picture is wrong, but I like the idea. So.
Yeah.
Because the dielectric field isn't just the bottom half; it's actually the part that comes in towards the center, the convergence, and then the magnetic is the divergence. So you have the spatial and the counterspatial convergence and divergence, or more so, counterspatial divergence, spatial convergence. The spatial extension is the magnetic field. So you have a conjugate geometric expression of a hyperbola and a toroid. All right, anyway, whatever. Oh man, nice to improve it. Oh, okay.
No, it's super interesting, dude. It's just that many of us, me anyway, I don't understand electricity at all. But I understand we are electrical beings. They've got electrical signals flowing through us and through a central nervous system. I do understand that through the brain. But yeah, it's it's a lot. When you first start looking into it, you're like, oh, and I don't mean this disrespectful to Dyslow, but when I were listening to Nathan for years, his show, and Dyslow would come on, Nathan would make him sound silly, and it did sound like word salad. But as soon as you came on, you explained it. I don't know why, but you were saying a lot of the same words, but it seemed to resonate. I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. All of a sudden. So all I can say is you had a better way of explaining it. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's what's up, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming to be an expert, of course, but
no.
Yeah, it is interesting, man. I think it's one of the most important things ever. Magnetism is really a pretty profound phenomenon, man. When you really think about it, doesn't it violate the law of that energy cannot be created nor destroyed? Isn't that violated with magnetism? What's creating the magnetic field? Where is it coming from? Just forever? What is that all about? What? Maybe it doesn't, but magnetism doesn't seem to really care about our little rigid quote unquote laws. It does. Magnetism seems to defy all of it, and then that's why you have people saying that it's virtual photons. It's the exchange of virtual photons. All right, brother. You know, 2023, we don't know what magnetism is. Like, what the hell? How is that even a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very fascinating.
So basically, I couldn't find that image, so I just I posted it on Geos earlier, so I'll just have to steal it off of Geos and put it over here. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'll show you a more accurate picture here in a sec. If you wanna denote the dielectric and the magnetic portions, it would be like the donut and the inside of the donut. It wouldn't be the top and the bottom, but whatever.
It's an interesting idea, though. The idea that you're sort of closing a circuit, and these different sort of positions that you make with your hands has a different energetic sort of thing. I think it's super interesting. So I don't know. Maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea, I guess.
No, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I'm trying to find this video for you. This picture set. Dielectric and magnetic field, and I clicked the picture and it's got like a it's like magnetism is so avoided by mainstream academia that like flat earth starts popping up when you look into it.
Oh, dude, I hate Google now. I absolutely hate it. Can't stand it. Like the Google search engine is just it's a shit show. It's instructions unclear, fingers now, not at all. Yeah, that video advice channel, it's really good. There's loads of good video stuff on there, but there's also quite a lot of shit on there as well. So, like with everything else, you're just going to have to sift through it. and I am aware that we do kind of, how can I put this? We sort of settle, not everybody, but most of us, and I'd include me in this, seem to settle for convenient truths that are more comfortable sometimes. And for me, I'd say that's with the Bible earlier. I felt bad earlier because I was saying to Blazer, I don't believe the wilder stuff in the Bible. The stuff that's just illogical to me. I mean, and I recognise that logic and this and faith, they don't go together at all. But yeah, I felt a bit bad about it. But that's just how I feel about it. So I feel like that book there's way more to it than we even imagine. Because that sort of ancient wisdom, we've been told that these people were like backwards farmers, like what's the word? Oh, my brain's gone a bit dead today. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to do the finger things. Ooh. Yeah, I might have to copy a couple of these.
None of these are the one I'm looking for when I'm driving. So. Whatever. There's a famous depiction by Charles Produce Steinmetz, and it's in like waves, charge, and electrical impulses. I'm butchering the title of the book, but Charles Produce Steinmetz was a freaking genius, bro. He was like this short, kind of like not crippled, but he had like this thing with his back, and he was really short, and he always had a cigar, but he was like a genius. And he's the one that perfected the AC generator after Tesla invented it. And he really he's like the staple of a lot of the accurate understanding of electricity, and more specifically the dielectric. Anyway, he has a famous depiction showing the electric field, the magnetic field, and then how it has an electric component. Let me find it.
Primitive was the word I was looking for. My brain got there in the end. Well done, brain. I didn't completely trash it after all.
Yeah. There's the Steinmetz analogy between the magnetic and the dielectric. Hey, does anyone think I'm wrong when I say that that you can scientifically prove that electrostatics is a cause of things going up and down?
Say it again, just to make sure that.
Oh, I'm wrong about it.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
So you said, do I think you're wrong if you say that electrostatics can be used to prove directionality, up or down?
Yeah, that you can scientifically prove that electrostatics causes things to go up or down.
Yeah, probably left or right too, right? You could change directions, like.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, even why things just go up or down. I really don't understand this part, but if I apply the whole science thing, right? So we need a naturally occurring phenomena, and that is things go down. Sometimes they go up, or your hair sticks up in a lightning storm, or bumblebees can make the pollen levitate and stick to them with electrostatic charge, whatever, So we have a naturally occurring phenomena, can literally just be that things go down and things go up, whatever. And so we want to figure out the cause of it. So then we need to formulate a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test. So now we need to presume a cause, and that's going to be electrostatic. So our hypothesis is that electrostatics causes directionality or vector of an object. Or really simply, electrostatics causes things to go down or up. So now we need to test it. So we control all the variables we can think of. So we control the density of the medium, the density of the object. We control the air, where there's not we're not in the wind or anything like that. We control every variable we can think of that would affect it. And then we manipulate the independent variable. So at this point, we're going to use a man-made instrument to manipulate the variable, which is perfectly permissible in science, using a man-made instrument to actually manipulate the independent variable. The part that needs to be naturally occurring is the phenomenon, which we naturally see things fall up and or down all the time. Just like if you look at Riley's little egg experiment thing, right? So, okay, now I'm going to manipulate the independent variable and see if it causes the effect. As I manipulate electrostatics, I can make something go up. I can make it levitate, I can make it change weight, and I can make it fall faster, all by manipulating electrostatics. So doesn't that mean that I've scientifically proven a cause and effect relationship between electrostatics and things going up or down? Because I guess I don't see how I wouldn't, every object that exists is electrostatic. Literally every object ever. Literally all objects ever and all mediums ever. So now I'm just manipulating that variable, and I'm showing that it causes things to go up or down. So wouldn't that have to wouldn't that have to prove it? Like, even if I just take the FED approach here, I've never got a rebuttal. I've heard people say I'm wrong, but I don't know. What am I missing here? They say, oh, where do we see Van de Graaff generators in nature? We don't have to. That's what we're using to manipulate the IV. We don't have to see them in nature. So, I mean, unless anyone in here can help me understand how I'm wrong here, I think that we've pretty much scientifically validated electrostatics cause things to go up or down. And if electrostatics is always present, then how could we ever say it has nothing to do with it? I mean, are we just going to deny scientific evidence now because it came from what's it?
Well, I mean, I do like this idea of like an electrical flow going down to the ground. Makes a lot of sense to me. And
Yeah.
also, I mean, you've got to somehow show that because there's a claim of acceleration to the ground. I was thinking about that with that Baumgartner guy. I was thinking about that. He got up to nearly 850 miles an hour. So they say, allegedly. That's a hell of a speed. It's a hell of a rate. But yeah, if there's a claim of acceleration towards the Earth without the normal things that we see in acceleration, like displacement of gases and liquids. So to me, that seems to be an issue. So, but I did like Napalm's explanation of putting things in the stream and then they just whoop. I do like that. He is good for an analogy, isn't it?
Like, I think it's funny. I never get a rebuttal. Like, all the FED people will say I'm wrong about it, or they'll like drop a GIF like this guy, or like. But I'm just curious. Like, it's been like 2 years now, so can someone should be able to very quickly refute why that's not science if they disagree? I heard QE in a clip say, "Well, why is he coming here and dunk on me?" But I don't seem to ever be able to find him. But I'm not trying to start beef or something. I'm just saying, like, I genuinely want someone to help me understand how it's not science.
No, dude, you're on track 100%. You know, I mean, the people like to think that science is a noun when it's really a verb. It's an action. It's a process. And when I heard you on, part of the clips of FED and stuff, where there's just one method. There's lots of methods of parsing out reality. Not everything is cause and effect. There's other factors to life that is outside of the scientific method.
Yeah, like you can prove things without science, right? I mean, I saw someone in the comments say, science is required to know anything. Without the scientific method, we would have no knowledge. Without scientific experiments and science. I'm like, what? Dude, we couldn't even say that the Earth is flat if we couldn't prove things outside of science. Because that's a measurement question. So when we say that we've proven that the Earth is flat, that's a measurement claim. That's not science.
Well, I mean, in order to prove that the Earth is flat, we need to make sure that we follow the scientific method for it to be classified as proof.
Really? So how do we prove the Earth is flat with measurement and it be science?
You need to ensure that your measurement, whatever you are measuring, the experiment that you're performing, follows the scientific method in order for it to be proof.
Wait a minute. Is this a new guy? This is a new guy, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I've been around for the last 3 years.
Well, look, I mean, the scientists aren't measuring. Did they measure shapes? What's that got to do with science?
But do scientists measure shapes? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, is measurement science?
Is measurement science? No, but it's part. Depending on the different type of scientific experiment that you're doing, most commonly in a lot of scientific experiments, whenever you're talking about the Earth, we do a lot of measurement there within the scientific method.
Measurement
Generally
isn't
speaking,
science.
scientists, anyone who measures.
My guy, geometry isn't science. Measurement isn't science. So, is the Earth flat is a measurement question? Therefore, it isn't a scientific question.
Well, no. So, I guess the sort of thing that you're, I guess, not understanding with it is you don't need, measurement to prove that the Earth is flat. You can do it completely by observation if you'd like to, but measurement definitely helps when it comes to, I guess, understanding the geometry of it all, understanding how it all works. Measurement definitely helps.
Okay, is observation science?
Measurement isn't science. Observation, just observing, isn't science either.
Okay, so we can prove the Earth is flat without science?
We could.
Okay.
I suppose.
Okay, great. So then you just retracted your first point of contention.
No,
then?
I didn't.
You literally said we can't prove the Earth is flat without science. That's what you said.
No, I didn't.
You literally did, dude.
Have you got the clip? I mean, it's on live right now, right?
Oh, what did you say then?
Let's go to the YouTube and find out what I said.
Okay. Does anyone know who this guy is?
No.
Okay. You jumped in
been
and
around, but I've never
I said
heard
that
him
we.
before.
I said measurement's not science, and if we said we.
Maybe this guy wants to introduce himself. He's welcome here, right?
Yeah, he's VC verified. I feel like I've heard the voice before. I just can't think of when you've said anything there.
Do you guys remember Precious Metal Takeover?
Yeah.
Yeah, PMT. I was the co-host for it, along with CI and Redford.
Yeah, I'm not.
Introductions,
not
mate.
Place in that.
Sorry.
I mean, that was quite some time ago, but.
Yeah, I'll do it. It's yeah, it's me.
Remember, Tap was claiming to be someone who he wasn't. It's in the mod notes.
Oh, okay.
Who was that claiming to be?
I don't know, man.
We've had some problems. To Tap, nothing personal, okay? Just listen real quick. There's been people who were part of the community who maybe didn't VC a whole lot, and they just disappear, right? People come and go on the internet all the time. What the globalists have done with that is they kept a log of all the people who were part of the server. And they waited for someone not to show up for a while, and then they have someone show up and say, hey, I'm so-and-so. I used to be part of the server, I was Gold Plus, I was a host, all these things. But people don't really remember exactly. And at first, people were like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, right? It just kind of being trusting and accepting everybody at face value. And then they started all the shenanigans, banning people. Like, once they got perms, they weren't, so it's not that I'm saying you're wrong, that you're not who you are. I just don't remember you like you're saying.
That's alright, no worries.
But maybe somebody else will, I mean, do you remember talking to me though?
I mean, I don't remember talking to you all that much, but I mean, obviously I remember. Oh, dude, he's cool as fuck. Witsits, I've seen you around. Sunny definitely remembers me. Yeah. Oh, a person as well. I'm pretty sure they do. So they had a different profile picture back when I knew them in a different sort of name, but yeah, no, I was here around a long time ago.
So you agree that we can prove the Earth is flat without science?
I mean, I guess, but it's better to use science because the scientific method is undeniable. You can't really falsify the scientific method as long as it's followed properly.
Hey, may I make one comment? It's just a category error, Tap, is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Science doesn't prove the cause of a shape.
No, definitely it doesn't prove a cause. Science doesn't prove causes.
It does.
No.
It's about cause and effect relationship.
Not definitely not when you're talking about geometry.
Well,
geometry doesn't have
the cause of a shape. it would be philosophical. That's all I want to say.
Geometry is a measurement question. Science deals with cause and effect relationships.
Absolutely.
So when we say, what's the geometry of the Earth? Is it really a sphere? Is it flat? That's just a measurement question, right? So that isn't science. I mean, if we're going to talk about different aspects of what happens on the Earth, then yeah, we should try to stick to the scientific method instead of just making stuff up. That's cool, but not the flat part. And my whole point was you can prove things outside of science. You can prove things mathematically with measurement. If I do like a systematic measurement 1,000,000 times, it's reliable. If I use like incredible precision to measure something over and over and over and over and over, that you can prove something when it comes to dimensionality of a measurement, and you can prove things logically. Like a logical antecedent relationship is proof. Like the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is containment. That is a logical proof, right? Because I mean, we obviously didn't go and physically manipulate the container directly. We can manipulate, containers locally or whatever, but it's just a logical proof. So my point is that we can prove things outside of science. And I think that's a pretty important aspect that people maybe have lost sight of. So it's not just like a bulletproof method to always say, well, what's your naturally occurring phenomena? Some things aren't science, but they still, are evidence. I'm just saying, man. And I mean, of course, not to appeal to anyone's authority or whatever, but to maybe save some time. I mean, even QE and Oakley would tell you the same thing. And they're the biggest proponents of science.
Oh, what's up, Creation Bear? Oh my god, he's mod now. I remember Creation Bear when he was silver.
So what do you think, bro? Do you think my electrostatics experiment I laid out, is that scientifically proved that electrostatics causes things to go up and down?
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
What's it? I would take a hard stance. That's a no for science, right?
Why?
Well, because you caused it, right? You built the Van de Graaff generator and you turned it on. And we don't find that phenomenon happening in nature.
Are you saying we can't use man-made instruments to manipulate an IV?
I didn't say that, Witsit. You just did.
That's my question. I'm asking, do you agree we can use man-made instruments to manipulate an independent variable?
We do manipulate independent variables with man-made instruments.
Okay. So I'm using a Van de Graaff generator to manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics.
Well, the phenomenon. What phenomenon, though? What's the phenomenon again?
Things go up and down.
On the Van de Graaff generator, things go up and down.
It's inside, Van de Graaff generator just connects to something else usually, but yeah. Things go up and down outside of the Van de Graaff generator. There is no inside. It's just you're just clipping a little wire on something. You're spinning a wheel. That wheel has a belt on it, and then it creates friction, which builds up electrostatic charge that transfers to, let's say, the surrounding area, and then things flow. We do see this in nature, though. Whenever you walk outside, your hair sticks up in a lightning storm. What's funny?
A lightning storm is not a Van de Graaff generator.
So is lightning not electrostatic?
Dude, you act like you didn't get the answer to the question that you've been searching for 5 years or whatever. I just gave you the answer. And
it's not an answer.
Are you listening? Do you want to hear?
You said we don't see Van de Graaff generators in nature. I preemptively addressed it before you got off the mic. That isn't a sufficient rebuttal.
No, what is the phenomenon? Things go up and down on a Van de Graaff generator. You cause that. You cause that to happen. It's
No,
not
no, no.
natural science.
No, things just go up and down on the Earth, dude.
Well, I'm looking around right now, and I don't see anything going up and down, dude.
Okay, there you go. So now this guy's denying that things falling is a naturally occurring phenomenon. All right, so
I'm
that's
looking
what.
around right now, and I don't see anything falling. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
What happens when a leaf falls off a tree?
I don't see any leaves falling off of trees.
Oh, since you don't currently see it does.
You could science that though, Witsit. You could plug that into the scientific method.
Buddy, try and pay attention. Just like whenever Riley
You're
did his
projecting.
No, you're too caught up in repeating a script that you jumped in the water, but you can't quite swim here. So whenever Riley did his experiment, what
Who's
did he
Riley?
do?
I don't know Riley, bro.
Do you remember
what you're talking about?
Do you remember
I gave you the answer.
Your answer's wrong.
No, you don't have a phenomenon.
What's the phenomenon that I said?
Things go up and down on a Van de Graaff generator.
Strawman.
That's what you said.
No, you don't even know what a Van de Graaff generator is if you say I'm a Van de Graaff generator. But things go up and down on the Earth.
I'm looking around right now, and I don't see anything going up or down.
Okay, but do you agree that that is a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Okay, is that okay? Okay.
Are you disputing that things falling is a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Why are you trying to strawman me, Witsit?
I'm asking you a question.
No, you're not.
I just asked
Squirrel.
You're just being dishonest.
Squirrel, if you can be
Yeah,
honest
you gotta
yourself,
dial it
right?
back, dude.
Squirrel, I think what we need is you need to be logical about this, okay, Squirrel? Logically speaking, let's say you're walking outside, okay, and you look at a tree, you see a leaf fall off a tree or an acorn fall out of a tree, right? Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Yes.
It is, absolutely. Okay, continue with it.
Okay, so things fall down in nature, and not everything goes down. Sometimes things go up. So things go up or down in nature. So the question is, well, why does that happen? So, for example, we can manipulate the variable of density, right? So we could take a beach ball and we could throw it in the air and it'll fall down. And if I manipulate the density of the medium by putting that beach ball at the bottom of a pool and let go of it, it'll go up. So what we've shown is that the density relationship will cause things to go up or down, right? Because we manipulated the IV of density. We can do the same thing with electrostatics. So just like when we did it with density, that like density already exists. Everything that exists has density.
Did you just try to? I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
Everything that exists also has electrostatics. Go ahead.
The density, right, is dependent on the medium, like whether or not it goes up and down. So why are you trying to bait and switch relative density disequilibrium with electrostatics?
I'm showing that you're not
one
consistent.
is one thing. I'm not consistent. You're claiming that electrostatics is relative density.
No. I'm making a point that just like how we can do it with density to determine why things go up or down, we can do the same thing with electrostatics. If you're going to claim we can do it with one of them but not the other, then you have inconsistent application of logic.
No, you can plug one into the scientific method, which is empirical.
You can plug them both into the scientific method.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
Okay. What's the first step of the scientific method?
A naturally occurring phenomenon.
What's the naturally occurring phenomenon for our density experiment?
The relative density disequilibrium is the medium, right? You change the medium, and the object will either rise or fall.
What's the naturally occurring phenomenon that we're going to try to figure out?
You're going to manipulate the medium.
That's the experiment part. The manipulation is the IV. That's part of the test. Like we're talking about the DV right now. What's the DV?
It's relative density.
Okay.
Which is medium dependent.
The naturally occurring observable phenomenon is that objects go down or they go up, right? And we want to figure out why. Then we manipulate the density relationship and show that that will cause things to go up or down based on that density relationship, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we can do the same thing with electrostatics. So my point, the reason I brought up density was it's directly analogous in many ways. For example, all objects that fall down or go up, they all have a density. And they're all in a medium that has a density, right? So that's a variable we know is present, and we want to figure out if that's the cause of things going up or down. And we can verify that with a scientific experiment. We can manipulate density and show that it causes things to go up or down. Right? Same thing with electrostatics. All objects, just like they all have density, they all have electrostatics.
You're saying you can manipulate density and make things go up and down, but I don't think is that what you really mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
The observed phenomenon is in Riley's experiment is some things go up, some things go down, some things remain in equilibrium.
Yeah.
And then, of course, some things go in all directions.
So same. Right. So same phenomena, and we're trying to figure it out. Ironically, you can't even invoke density without electrostatics, but that's a side note.
So can we define electrostatics?
Yeah, it's just the charge on objects. It's really, people think since it says static it means it's not moving, but it's typically not moving. It means charge that's moving really slow or not moving.
Like a static charge?
Yeah, like static electricity. It's the same.
So static electricity is the same thing as what do you call it?
Electrostatic. Yeah.
Because usually physicists would describe something that's not moving as static, and something that is in motion as like dynamic. Is it?
Yeah. But technically speaking, electrostatics is actually moving or like moving really. I mean, it's either static, like not moving, or moving really slowly. Because, for example, if I take a balloon and rub it on my hair, and then I stick it to the wall, right? Like there's an interaction between the balloon and the wall that requires some type of movement. So it's just that it's like either still or barely moving if it is not still. It's kind of a misnomer with how we've actually titled it as if it's only still. That's not really entirely accurate.
So the hypothesis is if electrostatics, then a change in acceleration or a change in vector or change in direction.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing as the ag experiment. So it would be actually specifically with electrostatics, it can be all those things. You can change the vector, which is of course direction and magnitude. You can change acceleration. You can change what we call weight. So you can manipulate electrostatics as the IV, and you can change the DV, which is things going up and or down.
So what are you changing?
It's the same thing.
So what are you changing the electrostatic of the object which is in question, or like an area around it, like the air?
Yeah, usually it's the medium. Like like we manipulate the medium in his experiment by putting salt in the water, or like when we throw the beach ball up, it goes down, but we can manipulate the medium, and when we change the medium, the ball goes up in the water. Right? It's the same thing like with the Van de Graaff generator. When you spin that belt, it creates friction, and then charge goes to the surrounding area of the object. And when you do that, that object will float. So it's like what happens is charge gets introduced to the medium around the object, and then it interacts with the object and causes it to go up or down, just like the density of the medium.
All right, so in both cases, like it could be argued that it hasn't actually given a universal explanation as to why. It's simply demonstrated that this will occur in those circumstances.
Sorry, but I didn't follow you.
So it had because it hasn't definitively answered like a question of why up or why down or why in this way. Like it's just simply you've confirmed, verified that doing this thing causes this other thing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to ask why, that's a bit of a misplaced question in science. It's much more of like a how. But yeah, I mean, if
you
we
say
can,
this stuff on
if we,
purpose. I know
if we,
you know better than that. What's it? You say this stuff on purpose.
but you think science deals with why?
It deals with how and why.
Okay, why does water boil at 100 degrees?
Heat.
Why?
Heat.
I didn't say how.
Well, it's the same fucking answer.
Okay, well, why and how are different questions. Like, why do things fall down? Ask God. But how do they go up and down? We can establish that. Anyway, bro, whatever. If we're going to say that the egg experiment is a valid scientific experiment, we have to then also say that the electrostatics experiment is a valid experiment.
I don't even know why you would want to say that, much less have to say it.
Who cares about what you want?
Well, that's kind of my point. Like, where do we make the connection that it fundamentally and universally answers this great mystery to life as we experience it?
It's just much more of we've established scientifically that it is a relevant variable that causes the effect, right? So, like, we can establish density, we can establish electrostatics. In theory, there could be something else. That's why I don't ever say we prove the sole cause of an effect with science. We just prove a cause and effect relationship, right? So, but this is the even funnier part. Density is defined as the compactness of matter. So, what's the cause of density? Well, whatever's holding the matter together with a certain compactness. So, what holds matter together? Drum roll, electrostatics.
Has that been verified?
Yeah. Molecular bonds.
So we're ascribing to the molecular model?
Well, so the molecular model is fine. It's a real phenomenon. Whether or not these molecules are little pieces of matter or not, that's a different story. And it could be. But what I really don't ascribe to is like the atomic model, which are fundamentally different, the molecular model and the atomic model. But it really doesn't matter.
Aren't they connected? Because aren't molecules claimed to be made of joined atoms, bonded atoms?
People claim that molecules are made of atoms, but if someone wants to show me some evidence of that, I mean, but you can see molecules are what we call molecules, and you can manipulate them with chemistry. So we have chemistry experiments that have proven that molecular attraction via electrostatics is a real thing. And actually, despite the beef, I will shout out QE, who is the one that gave me the citation. He reached out to me a while back and he said, by the way, I don't agree with him over there on this, and I think you're onto something. I've never been a density only guy, never was. And then he sent me this link from Purdue, and it says all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So what actually holds the matter together is electrostatic, static electricity.
So we can measure absolutely any piece of matter. We can measure its electrostatic, its level of electrostatics.
Yeah, like even insulators. So insulators they're much less conductive, So examples are like wood, rubber, glass, that's why they say, well, you're safe in a car during a lightning storm because you have rubber tires. You know what I mean? But even those insulators are electrostatic. Like all of them are. and you can transfer electrostatics to all of it. All of them can build up charge as it sits there. So yeah, literally, there's not one object in all of existence, unless someone wants to bring one up I've never heard of or something. I don't know. There's not one object that exists that's not electrostatic. And
So it's
Purdue
a
University. Good.
so it's a charge within, like it's an electrical charge that's contained within a bit of matter, which isn't being transferred to anywhere. It's just contained within the piece of matter. It's
Well,
not like
static
going anywhere.
electricity is both inside matter and on the surface of matter. But what we do, for example, is when people say that, what they say is like when the protons and the electrons cancel out, meaning the quote unquote positive charge and negative charge are the same, they balance out, that it quote unquote has no charge, that it's neutral. But it actually does have a charge because you still have what people call electrons there, and you still have what people call protons there. It's just that it doesn't have a net charge that's, great enough to measure. There's still a charge there, because that's actually what
if we can't measure it, how do we know it's there?
Because if it just sits in the air for a second, it'll actually no longer have zero net charge. And again, you can measure it. You can measure it even with chemistry. So it's well known in all fields of chemistry that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Okay.
Can't even have matter without it. So then I'm like, okay, well, what exactly is density? And I don't believe in like the materialistic periodic chart, but we don't have to go there. But anyway, like what is density? And it's like, we say the equation is mass over volume. So a certain amount of matter in a certain volume. A compactness of matter.
So
with or without
you saw Riley's attempt to, like, I don't know if it was mockery or what it was, if it was genuine, but he put the electrical charge within the liquid.
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
And it didn't seem to make any difference whatsoever to like the egg rising or sinking or remaining in equilibrium. So could you propose a test where you use a similar type of demonstration and then somehow manipulate? So when you've got the density of the liquid at the point where the egg would be floating or sinking, whatever, and you could manipulate the electrostatics of the environment or the object itself, whatever, and we see an opposing effect.
In theory, you certainly could do it. But for something like an egg in water, you're going to have to introduce a lot of electrostatic charge. Because although 10 to the 36th power stronger than what they claim the pseudoscience fairy tale of gravity is, in the grand scheme of the world, electrostatics is pretty weak. Like if I walk up and shock you, it's not like a huge deal. If I walk with my socks on the carpet and grab the doorknob, not a huge deal. And if I rub my hair and put the balloon on the wall, it only stays there for a little bit. And it's you could just barely tap it, it'll fall off the wall. So it's pretty weak. And to make something like an egg that's sinking in water float or go up, you would have to introduce a lot of electrostatic charge. So yes, you could, because in physics, we know that when we establish something scientifically, it's scalable, right? Like it would be completely unfounded to say, sure, we can verify this with lighter material because the electrostatic charge is so weak, and it would be actually dangerous to do more than that. But I promise it changes whenever things get bigger. That's just like a made-up claim. Physics is scalable. So yeah, there's the answer to that. I mean, once I show that I can make the object float or go up with electrostatics, I don't really find it a sufficient rebuttal, which I told Riley this before he did that, to then say, oh, well, what about my egg? What about it? What if I show you the world's biggest piece of steel and say, until you put this in the water and you can make it float, then actually density and buoyancy is wrong. Like, what if I just told him he had to manipulate the world's biggest piece of wood and make it float in water, or then he hasn't actually proved it? That'd be ridiculous and illogical, because we know that density is going to be scalable, right? If that's how physics works. To really grasp at straws is like rebuttal from him.
Yeah, no, thanks for answering my questions. I'm just gonna go back on mute. Go do something.
No worries. And like even further, bro, it's like literally you can't even have density without electrostatic. So here's the real profound question, right? It's like whenever an object's more dense than the air, it goes down, right? But like how does that happen? Or as he would say, why? Right. So it's obviously there's an interaction between the object and the medium, and that due to pressure mediation, it goes down. It's more dense than the air. So there's this like interaction between the air and the object. So the question is, what is the physical mechanism that exchanges that interaction? Well, ironically, it's actually electrostatic. The object is, the medium is, and that's how they interact, is through charge. So I don't think you can even invoke like density or buoyancy in many ways without electrostatics. I took it a step further and still made things go up. And yeah, there's a bunch of fascinating naturally occurring phenomena for this too. That's why I've been saying, you know what, we should just have a debate. You know, solve the issue. Did you know bumblebees, like they did a test where, you know how bumblebees, they fly around to different flowers and they're like picky. They pick and choose the flowers they want. And if you ever watch bees, like there'll be like, occasionally there'll be a flower in the middle of the group that they just like leave alone. Usually it's because another bee has gone there recently or whatever. So what they did was they put some really bitter liquid on some of the flowers, and then they put some really sweet liquid on the other flowers, because the bees like the sweet liquid, you know? And they watched them pick their flowers, and they were picking the sweet fluid flowers. Then they introduced charge to the flowers, and so they manipulated the charge of the flowers, and then the bees picked the flowers based on the charge to such an extent that like 85% of them went to the flowers with the bitter fluid, even though they liked the sweet fluid because of the charge. So bees actually pick what flower they go to based on the electrostatic charge. And then there's like slow motion photography that shows bumblebees do something called non-contact pollen detachment. And what they do is, as they're in the air, they're accumulating what people call positive charge, and the flowers are connected to the ground, so they're like grounded or negative, because they're discharging into the ground, and the bees flying around gaining charge in the air. So what happens is the bee hovers over top of the flower, and then the pollen, which is obviously more dense than the air, so it's on the flower, it actually levitates up in the air and then clings to the bumblebee. So they actually get pollen sometimes without even touching the flower. Obviously, bees normally like to just jump on the flower and roll around in it and stuff, but they can actually get the pollen without ever touching it because of the charge. So a naturally occurring phenomena is that even though pollen's more dense than the air, it goes up and then sticks to the bee because of the charge. And if I go outside, my hair sticks up during a lightning storm. So why? You know, I'm just saying, like, seems pretty. I don't know how that wouldn't be considered a naturally occurring phenomenon. I'll be honest, this is what it is. people have talked so reckless about me and even Bob before that for discussing this that they're just not going to go back. That's actually what it is. Right? It's just that they've talked about how stupid I am for this, just like that other guy jumped in saying all that whenever we were just having a chill convo. You know? So I think that maybe we should just let's wipe the slate clean. It's all good. Let's just not be hypocritical. If we're going to use science, let's just figure out what's going on where we live. Monologue over.
We have NASA fails in the chat. With no rows. NASA fails. You have control of your mic. Would you like to say hi? Hello? I know your mic works, actually. Are you scuba diving? Are you scuba diving by any chance? Yeah, you're not really coming in. Check your voice and check your voice video settings. No, it's not really working. You're going to have to go to your voice and video settings. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute. All right. Try it again. No. Send a message in chat, or he won't be able to get. He won't be able to see the chat.
What's going on?
I'm trying to unmute this guy, and I unmuted him. His mic's working because I can hear myself feeding back.
Oh,
through
yeah.
his play.
NASA fails.
And so he's trying to speak. He's trying to speak, but it's going blub 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 blub. That's why I asked him if he was in a scuba diving or not. Try it again. NASA fails. Check 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 check. No, that's all me speaking.
So I just thought of something, Witsit. Are you still there?
Yep.
So you're saying that like not only is density connected to electrostatics, but that density is reliant on electrostatics.
Yep.
Right. So would a change in the electrostatic what do you call it? Electrostatic field, or how do you describe that?
No, I wouldn't say. I mean, you can say that if you want to, but They're just individual charge.
Or the charge. Okay, so if you vary the charge of something, are you varying its density?
Well, that's actually
As a consequence?
it's a pretty profound question. I kind of alluded to it with saying I don't believe in the periodic chart, the way they describe it, but the elements have certain densities, and if you look, they have a direct relationship with electrostatic charge. So, yeah, maybe so, right? I mean, that's what we see, is that there's a direct relationship. So this is speculative right here, but I look at it like just maybe, when we say density of an object, because really we're not saying anything other than mass over volume, which, I mean, what even is mass? And by the way, mass is actually charge. That's why we measure it with charge to mass ratio. Think about this. If you were to draw a wave, like just draw a wave, and to say it's like really big, and then you draw another wave that's got really, really tight waves, like a higher frequency, that wave that had tighter waves with a higher frequency, that would be more compact. Like if I had 1 foot of waves, one of them was like big, stretched out waves, and one had a higher frequency, so a bunch of little waves going up and down like that. Then over that 1 foot, you have way more compactness in the high frequency one. So I think there may be a direct relationship with what we call density and like vibration. And then I think vibration is directly tied to what we call electrostatic charge. But like I said, that's speculative, man. Like, I don't know for sure. But I long story short, I do think that if you manipulate, like, how do you manipulate the density of an object? Like, how do we do that, right? Because really, we just take objects with different densities, then we put them in mediums with different densities. Like, how do we actually say we have a ball of metal, like steel? How do we manipulate that ball's density? Can we actually change it?
Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking here. I know it's like sci-fi, like a sound. You know how they have like sound weapons that disorientate people. Could there be some sort of electrostatic sort of device that could make something come apart at like the molecular level, like breaking those bonds and just turn someone into a pile of goo?
Yeah, that's very fascinating. So there are tests that have broken molecular bonds with electrostatic charge, but when it comes to an object itself, that would probably be pretty difficult. You know what I mean? Like, you have to get the electrostatic inside that matter somehow, and then it'd have to be pretty strong depending on what the matter is and how big. I think in theory it's possible, since we can do it on the smaller scale. But yeah, I wanted the same thing.
Would it be such like different too? Because like where skin, hair, bone, blood all have different, like waves or different structural electrostatic potential.
What you're asking, what would be different?
Yeah, like, so if it was I'm thinking about like in the vibration, like where if you've got like a tuning fork and you've got another tuning fork with exactly the same frequency, it can make the other fork vibrate without even being close. I mean, they don't have to be even touching, just
right.
So like if you were so if it were to like lift an object up, like something more complex than just water evaporating, then its electrostatic bond is weaker now because now it's a gas instead of a liquid. So then it goes up.
There you go.
Okay, so then is there something that I guess I don't know. I guess I'm trying to trying to follow the idea to a full logical conclusion. What could be like a practical use, like an engineering aspect, if one could have a device that does X, I guess. I don't know, maybe like this is better for a Sunday, topic, but
pretty much, yeah. I mean, my answers are all going to be speculative, like, because then what exactly is matter? I mean, this is why I did say static electricity is actually a misnomer, right? So think about what they say the electron is. Okay, now I think the electron is unequivocally pseudoscience. Okay, but the phenomena is real. They claim, they being mainstream academia, the atomic model, they say that there's an atom, and inside of it are electrons, and that the electron, or first of all, that the atom is 99.99999% empty space. Which, of course, there is no such thing as nothing, but anyway. And then they claim that the electron is inside that, and that it's roughly 100 million times smaller than the atom. Just try to wrap your mind around it. They say the electron is 100 million times smaller than the atom.
Sounds like an inverse of heliocentrism, doesn't it?
It's absolutely insane. And
Yeah.
dude, it's actually a good way to put it. And dude, I've actually said, look, heliocentrism is actually just a conceptual model assuming spheres reified through math. And electrons, protons are just conceptual models assuming spheres reified via math. But it's funny, it's inverse exactly. It's like you can't even comprehend how small that would be. But what's even more interesting is they claim that's just an estimate of how big it is because they call it a point particle, which means that it has no known size or shape. Okay, but they claim that it's a particle of matter. So the mainstream model is that the electron is a particle of matter that's 100 million times smaller than the atom, roughly, because it's actually a point particle that has no size or shape. So how can something be matter but have no size or shape? Okay, so they say like that we know of, and it may not even have a size or shape. Even worse than that, they say you can never actually isolate an electron, and that it's only really in a single place when you're trying to look at it, and you can never find it. And so what they've now changed the model to, I swear the atomic model is just like heliocentrism on the small scale. It's so crazy. They now say that it has what's called a cloud, an electron cloud, and it has a probability distribution equation. So they say, here are the odds statistically that it's in this general area. They can never actually find the electron. So they say, well, here's an equation. Here's an equation that says, well, the odds are this percentage that it would be in this area inside the atom. It's called a probability distribution for the electron cloud. They claim the electron's basically like a cloud, and that it's many different places at the same time. You can never isolate it or find it, and there's a probability distribution. So to me, that's just such overwhelming pseudoscience that I can't even wrap my mind around. But I brought all this up to say what the electron actually is. If you look at the history of it with like the Millikan experiment back in the day, it's actually like the smallest amount of charge that we could isolate. And since it was the smallest that we could isolate, we made it a unit, right? Since it was the smallest that we could isolate, the charge, we just made it a unit of measurement, like the base unit called an electron, since that's the smallest, and then we'll go from there. And it is charged, basically. And if we can never isolate it and find it in a specific spot, then it's not static. It's quite the opposite, right? It's constantly moving. Whatever it is. Now, I think it's actually just like a gap in the field, and it's just the process of discharging from that field. But, and this gets more and more complicated. Like J.J. Thomson, who discovered it, said that it was the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. And then he kind of flipped over to the pseudoscience atomic model, and once he did that, he won the Nobel Prize. Anyway, I know that was a lot, but hopefully that was edifying for someone.
So he backpedaled on his own sort of theory
Discovery.
about it, or what?
Yeah. What? Yep. And as soon as he kind of fitted into the atomic model, he won the Nobel Prize. He sold his soul, dude. So, but I'm not attributing actual intention to that guy. I don't know, but anyway, yeah. So I find that crazy. Now, if you extend this over into the photon, they claim that the proof of the photon, who won the Nobel Prize for this, Einstein. They claim that the proof of the photon is the photoelectric effect, and that is if you have light interact with a certain metal plate, like a semiconductor metal plate, then it gives you electricity. And in fact, we use photographic plates, and they'll make little dots everywhere, right? So anyway, they claim this is supposedly the proof of the photon. They claim that when you turn on light, it's a little beam of photons, so like little light paintballs or whatever. And that the light paintball travels and hits an atom in the plate, and then it knocks off an electron out of the atom using some of its energy, and then the rest of its energy merges with the electron and it becomes a photoelectron. How would proof of the photon be to assume and reify the photon and then assume and reify the electron? That's pseudoscience. That's laughably not science. Like, you can't just reify what you're claiming to prove and beg the question and be like, ta-da! What the hell? And then Einstein won the Nobel Prize for this, and he needed the photon, and he needed the speed of light to propose relativity, because since he lived in fairy tale land where nothing's real, he's actually famously quoted as saying he doesn't think that anything's real. And since everything is relative, you have to have something that's constant that you can measure against. So they chose light. So it had to be constant for relativity to be proposed. And if light has a constant speed, now it's going to have to be some physical thing that travels from point to point. So Einstein interpreted the photoelectric effect, said that it was a physical particle called the photon that travels at c, hits the plate, and then he won his Nobel Prize. So I'm not a big fan of the photon. I think
this stuff just raises just like more questions than I have just so many questions when they say this shit. I mean, where does the photon go? It turns into energy, right? Which is that's what they're saying, and it's evident in the what they see on the plate.
Yeah, pretty much turns into electricity. They claim the photon is energy, because it's quote unquote
equals MC squared.
Yeah, they claim it's a massless particle. And then they say it has no. Yeah, they say it's a massless particle that has no charge or magnetic properties. You can go on forever talking about what it doesn't have. It doesn't exist. Of course it doesn't have magnetic properties. Like, it's like, hey, my unicorn doesn't have brown hair. That's what's up.
Okay, if it's massless, then how is it interacting with something that has mass? I mean...
Well, that's okay. I'll give them that. For example, like magnetism is not material, right? Like, I can't tangibly touch a magnetic field, but we know that it'll interact with matter. So energy does interact with matter. So energy can be physical but not material, right?
Is there a magneton?
No, this is even funnier. So when they try to apply this stupid pseudoscientific spherical little ball model to magnetism, it completely falls apart. Like, it doesn't work at all. If you wanted to debunk atomism, just like pull a magnet out of your pocket, literally. Because, of course, if everything's little particles, then we have equations that are supposed to predict how everything works. And that's why we use the atomic model, because it's proven to be very useful for stuff like chemistry, you know? So we can count everything. Because humans want to count everything. And it is valuable, whatever. So when they take the particle physics prediction and apply it to magnetism, it's completely wrong. It has way too much energy. They want to think it's a bunch of little electrons moving through the field, but that doesn't work. So what they did was invent something called virtual photons. Virtual photons, dude.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, dude.
So when they say massless, what are they saying? Weightless or immeasurable mass? I mean,
yeah, just immaterial. I mean, honestly, good question, because like they haven't even defined mass, you know.
well, that explains that answers another question, because I was thinking, like, okay, so you got these tiny little things, these photons moving at high velocity, like through glass. I was thinking, where's the eventual wearing and tearing of these things going through glass and like cracking it, or putting millions of tiny little holes through it, eventually getting bigger and bigger? I mean, that case, massless. That
Yeah,
answers
that's
that.
why. Exactly. They claim it has no mass and it has no weight. It's basically a deity, you know.
It's light. It's very light.
Yeah, there you go. It's so light that it has no weight. So yeah, I don't know. It's really crazy, man, when you think about it. Like, that's what got me started. Okay, I found out about Flat Earth in like 2016 because B.O.B. dropped a mixtape called The Element, and he talked about Flat Earth, and I'm like, wait a minute, this dude's crazy, you know? And then I went to look for a picture of the Earth, couldn't find one. Found out the last real claimed picture of Earth, or the last picture claimed to be real, was like from 1972, the Apollo mission. I already knew it was fake, so I'm like, okay, this is hella suspect already. And then I dove down Flat Earth, and I found out pretty quickly, like, okay, they lied about the Earth. That's a stationary plane. Watched 200 Proofs, watched a few other things, found Chicago, Skyline, a bunch of other stuff. Then I went a few years just like talking to people about it here and there, but I was like running a business, had like a girlfriend that was very needing of my time and stuff. But then I fell down the magnetism rabbit hole, dude. I started reading a lot of Tesla, and I started reading the history of electrical field theory. I started looking into light and magnetism and electricity and static electricity, which I think is more specifically called dielectricity, more accurately. And I was just like, wow, bro, this is like maybe one of the biggest parts of the lie. Was they tricked us to where we don't even understand like magnetism, which is insane. Magnetism is like incredible, I mean, it just is perpetual. It sustains itself. Like it can be used we use magnetism in all kinds of things. Like we use them in motors. Magnetism is super important. And I found out that the mainstream can't explain it at all. And I'm like, wait, how is it, the 21st century and we don't even know what magnetism is and stuff? I kind of fell down the rabbit hole, and that's what started me like I started like ranting about this on Facebook Live sometimes. Then that's when Bob saw me, asked me to come on. That's the only reason that I ever went online with Flat Earth at all. It's the only reason I ended up in this room, etc. So ironically, it actually wasn't just finding out about Flat Earth. It was actually magnetism and like light. Everyone's different.
No, just listening. I mean, I'm not trying to like talk with. Just want to hear what you have to say.
No, I feel like I'm talking about, so anybody else go for it?
Well, I've flipped around the idea that that is light just another unidentified state of matter,
I
don't
think
know.
so. I think you're right. I think so. I think matter is condensed light. That's speculation.
Yeah, when you start talking about that everything's light, that's when it starts to get a bit freaky.
It does, dude. It does, bro. and then you're like, wait, well then what is light? There seems to be like a speculation station. There's my disclaimer. There's some type of primary substance. There's like a primary substrate, and then everything comes from that. And there are different like vibrations and frequencies of it that give us like all the different states of matter. They give us all the different types of energy. They give us all the different types of light. Because we only see like, way less than 1% of the spectrum of light, So yeah, I would actually think you may not be so far off if you say that maybe light is just a different unknown version of matter. Yeah, I gotta take this call real fast.
Hey, I just posted my first video that I ever saw of Witsit ever, like a year and a half ago when I first heard that the Earth may be immovable and stationary and all that. And it went way over my head. And I thought he was nuts. I had no idea what he was talking about. And like 6 months into my journey, I watched it again and was like, oh my gosh, like he knows what's going on, or he's at least looking into all these different topics, and it made a lot more sense. So yeah, I mean, I'm not following him like he's the Messiah or anything like that, but I think he brings a lot of logic and a lot of the people from the past, like great minds that wondered about this and that. Like he brings them back to life, it seems, and he's speaking their truth. So we're all looking for the truth.
I like that one where you're having a rant with.
I think he's on the call.
Yeah, he's on a call. That's why I just spoke up. But yeah, it's a rant.
He just machine guns the whole time. He's got the music behind it.
No, I don't think that one. The one I'm talking about, he was on the couch. I mean, he's pretty old. I don't even know if it still lines up with what he thinks. Yeah. But really, I was like, this guy is crazy. I don't even have a clue what he's talking about. But now I can hear it and be like, oh, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I was into it a while before that. So when I listened to that, I went, what the fuck? Yes. Yes.
I mean, as you guys were just talking about, like, what if material things are condensed light? I mean, I was sitting there thinking, what if I'm light? And I'm like, well, I could see how I could be light. Like, there's an aura about people, and there's weird stuff that goes on. Like, you think about your aunt, she calls, or she thinks about you, and you just ring her up. And she's like, I just thought about you. And it's almost like we do have a way of being connected without knowing it. Like, we forgot our true power, our true essence. But anyway, being alive, breathing, talking to you guys on here is pretty much a highlight of my day.
That was a good point about thinking that we're light. I was thinking of that. I'm listening to you guys, and I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, but I actually heard you say that, and I was thinking, I was like, like there are some people who say we're light. I don't know if it's like a religious thing. I don't think it's a Christian thing, but maybe it's possible. I don't know.
I think I feel like I've heard that from hippies. Like hippies have been saying that for decades.
I think that's more of like
we're
an
all like
thing. Because hippies have been like subverted by all that stuff, the pagan stuff. I feel like.
Let's ask the question like, some animals see better in the dark, don't they?
Yes.
Where's the light coming from that they're seeing?
Unless like
Eating more carrots.
I mean, are
I
they
don't
just
know.
perceiving light
Along
in a
with
different way?
But where's the
Well,
light that they're seeing coming from?
Witsit can
I
chime
see
in
what
on
you're
this one.
saying.
a larger aperture on their eyes, and I don't know. Maybe it's too much light in the day.
But what's the source of what they're seeing?
Unless
I don't
the
know. It's
evidence of life
also like
from our perspective. Oh, sorry.
Or I was just gonna say that there's animals underneath the ocean that create their own light, right? They're fluorescent and they light up. That's sort of weird too.
Bioluminescence.
Have you seen the beaches that the sand, if you like knock it with your foot, it'll just look like it's neon in the sand and in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got some here. It's when the corals, the flower, like it lets out its eggs. They call it pollen, coral pollen.
Oh, I had a thought for you guys. Do you think that one reason that they don't want people to know that the Earth is flat has to do with scientific funding? Do you think that this would have like an impact, like directly to the funding of different sciences? Is basically my question.
I think it's way deeper than that.
Yeah, definitely way deeper. It goes into like the secret societies and the spiritual aspect and the alchemy aspect and everything.
I mean, it could be now because they've gone too far that everything kind of relies now on, especially the individual. Yeah, like the science community, they get funding to do certain projects. So yeah, now it's relevant, but at the start of it, it's much deeper than that.
I've been noticing, like, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts at work because I can, I'm on the computer working all day. But Joe Rogan lately, there's been like a couple guys bringing up space, and he keeps deflecting. But I watched the one with Post Malone. I don't listen to his music, but I just listen to it, and he started bringing up like different stuff about the moon landing and space. And Rogan and Jesse definitely deflected. But then the very next interview was a guy, and he was an astrologist, and he's some big shot, like I guess professor, and his whole shtick was about that, and it was just about like trying to, reinforce that, like, oh yeah, geocentrism, and he kind of like, misrepresented I guess like biblical cosmology and different things, trying to discredit it. But it just seems like it's coming out more, and there's like people being put on podcasts like almost strategically to like like make people not believe it.
Well, dude, I just watched a little snippet of the Joe Rogan Post Malone pod or whatever they were doing, and they were like pro aliens, pro round Earth, and I can't remember. There's one more thing, and like anti, and I'm like, come on, deep space.
Yeah, that was the whole theme, dude. You caught on to the alien part too. It was I mean, it's kind of interesting that Rogan is not he's like, yeah, I don't really believe what's going on, but at the same time he believes in, aliens. But it's just weird that he has this like cognitive dissonance about that. I personally think that like UFOs exist, but they're probably ours, and they're probably like just technology that we haven't been taught about. I also think like interdimensional like entities are real too, and I
That's
think that
interesting.
they focus on like the craft, but there's different people from like the government saying, yeah, like interdimensional like entities are real. I think they would be there's some footage online of like it's stuff that's not a UFO like as we know it. It's like plasma, like it looks like it's like seeping into our like our existence, and then doing something weird we can't explain and leaving. I think that stuff isn't like the same as like a craft flying in the sky at high speeds. I think that's completely different stuff.
Yeah, I've looked into the Vimanas, like the ancient flying machines that use Mercury engines. Just knowing that there was tech back in the day that was pretty superior, pretty amazing. And like the moving sidewalks and the big cities they'd build, and there's so much history that we have no idea about. But yeah, I mean, I'm down. I'm
I
down to
think
hear
most of the
anything.
history we know about is probably a lie. Some of it, or a lot of it. I kind of came onto this, like I was listening to Whitson. I thought it was interesting that he said that it wasn't even like the flat Earth that brought him into flat Earth. It was just noticing like something about something else that didn't make sense, and then like that led to that. And I think that's pretty much what happened to me. I was just like, like the sun and the moon do look like they're the exact same size most of the time I look in the sky. That's pretty weird. And I just like you think about like the size and the distance from Earth and how that really doesn't make sense. And then it's like, oh, and the moon doesn't, like rotate at all. It just like its face faces us all the time. So none of it, like probability wise, it just doesn't make sense. It was something that just like seems so like improbable to be true. And that's pretty much like what led me into it.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask JT a question and then you can get back to? I don't want to change the topic or anything.
No, you're good. Go for it. Yeah, I've got a few minutes.
Go ahead.
I just wondered, how far do you run every day?
Right now, I'm training for an Ironman that's going to be coming up in about 4 weeks. So I'm biking anywhere from 50 to 100 miles every time I go out on the bike, which is once or twice a week. And I'm swimming 2 to 3 miles a week, and I'm running 20, 25 miles a week. But when I'm doing just marathon training, I try to start out at about 30 miles a week and work it up to 55 or 60 miles a week when I'm just focused on like the Boston Marathon.
Right. I was thinking about you today, dude. And I was thinking, because we're roughly the same age, and I was thinking just how unfit I am and how fit you must be. But then I was thinking, oh, maybe he's aching all the time, though. Then I thought you probably get used to it and you're not aching all the time.
Well, I'll tell you, Andy, I started running in 3rd grade and I've run my whole life. And in college, I quit running. 2 years into college scholarship, I got some beef with the coach and I quit the team and just started smoking a lot of weed. And for 7 years, I didn't run. I gained probably like 15 pounds and I felt a little bit slumpy or whatever. And when I did start running again, and it felt terrible. Like just 2 miles would make my knees ache, and everything was creaking. And I honestly thought to myself, "Man, I'm too old. There's no way I'm going to be able to run again." But the good news was, I kept with it. I slowed down. The knee that was bothering me, it's like the calf and the quad and hamstring, like got strong again, and it pulled my knee back together. And now I'm 43. I wake up every day feeling pretty good. It's all about good, clean water, good, clean food, hydration, grounding. And a lot of it is mindset. So like, even though I'm 43, I can still run a 5-minute mile and I don't feel like I'm 43. So don't ever think it's too late. Just take it easy. Swimming and biking is less impact. If you ever want to get back to running or something, but
that's a good idea.
Holler at me anytime. I'll jump on straight up call and we can chat it up.
Well, it's funny. I used to run like a little bit because obviously I told you my story a little bit where I was very broken as a younger person, and they wanted to put me on all these antidepressants and that, and I knew that wasn't the answer. I knew that was a band-aid, and but they'd often say, "Oh, you need to start exercising and running," and I started listening to Tony Robbins. And I'm not joking. He was like the first guru that I sort of listened to, guru, quote unquote. And it's pretty good, actually, Tony Robbins. And it did get me off, my ass and got me running, sort of thing. And typical truther, I started looking into. I can't remember the name of that book, but it was really good. It was basically this guy who found out that there were like tribes. I forget exactly where. But they were sort of these ancient tribes. I think they were South American, where they ran bare feet and they never got injured because they ran. They didn't run like we did, because trainers sort of make you run heel toe. But they went, toe heel, like you do when you run naturally. If you take your shoes off, you go outside, you run. You tend to do that.
Right.
And that's where all the injuries were coming from. It's from the trainers. I thought That's fucking fascinating. So I'm going to ask you what sort of shoes you wear as well.
Yeah, I've got big stories on that. I mean, I'm a natural run form coach. I used to train the military. I'd have anywhere from 5 people to 35 people at a time, and I'd help them with like natural run form because there's a lot of your running has to do with biomechanics and your impact. Like, where are you impacting your heel, and do you have a high cadence? Are you distributing that impact and weight over a bunch of basically smaller steps? Are you overstriding and pounding, jarring into your heel, up your knee, up your hip, and up your back? And that whole story with the tennis shoes having like a big heel to toe drop, like most shoes have like a 10 millimeter to a 12 millimeter if you're talking about like Nikes, like mainstream running shoes. And that makes you overstride and hit heel first, because back in the day, people just ran in like flats and they were fine. And then what happened was after the war, everyone was like businessmen and they had the lifts, like the heel lifts for their work shoes. And everybody was like depressed and fat. And the president was like, y'all need to get out there and run. But they put on their flat trainers after having on the work shoes with the heel lift. And they were getting Achilles and tendonitis and a lot of plantar fasciitis. And so they thought, oh, we've got to boost up their heel. We need to make the running shoes the same heel to toe drop as the work shoes. And that really jacked them up, though, because it messed up their alignment of their hips, knees, and back. Anyway, fascinating story.
Yeah, there's an Olympic-sized swimming pool right close to me, like a mile away. And I went up and I found out, I talked to the secretary, but I don't know, the registration person, and they were like, I can't remember how much it were. I think it was like £5 or something, quite cheap. And I was like, all right, I'll definitely be back. Never went back. This was about, I don't know, 18 months ago. So I need to get off my ass, and I think swimming's the thing I want to do, but I don't know. We'll just find excuses not to do things, don't we? And I'll be like, well, that chlorine's probably bad for you anyway, and some shit.
Swimming's awesome, dude. If I had access to an Olympic-sized pool, I used to swim all the time, like years ago, and I only did it because used to go to YMCA that had an Olympic-sized pool. Best thing you could do, dude. You should definitely try it if you can. Lost a shitload of weight.
Well, that's the other thing. I actually look really good.
I mean, make the body tight though. That's another thing.
Yeah. That's the other thing. I think it'd probably help if I didn't look so good. But I talk about intermittent fasting quite a lot, so I'll not do that. But I know QE's not a fan of that either. I think, as I recall.
I heard it makes you live longer if you fast for like 4 days straight.
Yeah, I'd love to do a 3-day, but I just do the intermittent every day. I find it, you're just skipping my breakfast. There's no effort to it whatsoever. That's why I do it. But anyway, yeah, Boston, that's awesome. I need to talk to you a bit more about that because I'm fascinated.
We can chat it up for sure. Before I hand over the mic, because I don't want to filibuster, but I want to say to anybody listening, the key to any changes that you want to make, be it to your health, your spiritual health, mental health, your body, you want to get stronger, you want to not be lazy, and all these things, lose some weight, whatever. You can only begin to change these things in the moment you're in, like right now. You can't do it next week. And if you forgot about it, you're all worried about what you didn't do last month. That's not going to do any good for you. So you make the change, little tiny incremental changes every day where you motivate yourself a tiny bit more. And the key is consistency. You don't have to do very much. Just like let's say that you're way and your knees hurt, you don't even think you can do anything. Just tomorrow, walk a little farther than you walk today, and as you get better and get some better shoes, walk a little farther. You don't even have to worry about jogging anytime soon, just move. So movement is key. And incrementally, you'll get stronger. You'll be able to do more, and then you'll be doing things that you never thought you could do. And it doesn't have to go with just athletics. Like, let's say you're immobile and you can't physically move and do athletic things. Mentally, you can do the same thing. You can get yourself out of the funk. Just have patience with yourself. Most of the time, you're like a glass of water or a good healthy snack away from being in a better mood. So kind of like make sure you're taking care of your body. Because if you forget, if you're anxious or if you're depressed and you forget to feed yourself or hydrate yourself, it's just going to compound the problem. So never give up. little small changes every day, and next thing you know, you'll be like, "Holy crap, that guy was right." Because if I came out of the hole, thought I was broken, and now I'm like running marathons all the time, it's like anything's possible for anybody. So there you go.
Yeah, I was talking about that today on Geos. I was just talking about how I advocate for mediocrity. There's so many people like talking about they can do this, and you can sort of advocating for perfection. I'm like, no. It's just Rome weren't built in a day. You've got to just small, whatever it is, that first step. Because I understand the human condition quite well. So some people just ain't getting on that bike. Like my oldest brother's really huge. He ain't going for a run. He can barely walk. So it's just that momentum. That's a really good word. Get some momentum going, and then who knows? Who knows where you can go from there?
It's awesome, Andy. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah, dude. I was going to say something else, but you just took. I just remember I was talking about that earlier, and we had a good chat about it. But oh man, it couldn't have been that good. So I can't remember.
If you remember, bring it back up. But yeah, I enjoy Discord, man. I'm a stay-at-home dad, and through the pandemic, I wasn't awake to any of these truths. I was alone, raising 3 kids by myself, and it was very isolated and lonely. And coming into here, it's like everybody thinks different things. That's cool. Let's talk about it. And as long as people aren't getting mad that I think different than them or angry at me because I have faith, you know what I mean? Like, it's cool. It's super cool to talk to cool people. All right, it's pretty quiet. Is there anybody that never says anything that wants to give like a little snippet of where they are on their journey of truth?
Hey, so like, if I'm talking to someone that is new to flat Earth and they're somewhat interested, where do you recommend I have them start? Because I know YouTube and Google and all that censor it all now. So I don't know if this Discord would be the best place for them to start, or what.
It can be a good choice if they like techie stuff and like their phone and this and that. One comical way that I get people turned on to it is I talk about Dave Weiss's app, and the fact that he has this challenge that if anybody can prove rotation or movement of the Earth around the sun, basically, or curvature, like basically prove the globe in any way, he'll give them 3 Bitcoin. So like I always poke fun at people like, hey man, you can make some good money. All you got to do is watch the video a day for a week, look through all these question marks that may answer some of your questions, and then if you can prove it, they'll pay you. And I mean, I don't think anybody, obviously no one can do that, but that's a fun way to do it. But it's super hard, man, because it takes discernment. You have no idea like the level of indoctrination people have, and it's surprisingly you don't know how triggered they're going to get by the conversation or how angry they're going to get at you for questioning the shape of the Earth. So I don't know. Sometimes it works better to plant seeds and water them. Like for example, my wife, she's a physician and she was in the military, so she was double trained to basically yield to authority and kind of don't question the way things go. And when I found out about Flat Earth a year and a half ago, she honestly thought I was crazy and said, "Why are you trying to be so countercultural?" That's like was her main theme, is why are you trying to be so countercultural? And I just told her, I just want to know what the truth is. And if there is a creator and he made a place for us to live and he didn't make a ball spinning through space and orbiting and wobbling around the sun, and he made a place that's stable and fixed and has a firmament over the top of it, I want to know that so I can honor and glorify him for what he made and not just believe some man-made philosophy idea. And I told her that, and then I researched for 6 months and didn't really talk about flat Earth at all. But as I didn't change my position and kept finding more and more evidence for, a stationary topographical plane, bought a P1000, showed the kids the stars, zoomed in on the moon, she just started realizing, like, man, we already believe in Christ, and the Bible doesn't talk about, a spinning globe Earth. But anyway, that's my personal story. Is she was like, well, okay, I think we're still. That's pretty awesome. And it took a while. I had to slow play that one.
No, I completely understand. My wife is still, she's open to the concept of it, but she won't, tell me either way whether she believes in the globe or not. She sees all the facts that I bring up and how we can see too far and all that kind of thing, but I don't know if she just can't get around all the fake photos that she's seen before or what. But everyone's different, and it's depending on who you talk to. Like some people in my family, I said flat Earth, and they just roll their eyes and start laughing. And then I've got one uncle that was actually interested in talking to me about it, and he still talks to me about it. But you can kind of filter through and see who's open to the idea of it or not, and just I don't know.
Yeah, dude, it's a wild road. And my dad, he's 75, and he actually is very upset, or he's not mad at me, but he doesn't want to talk at all about it because he told me I like space and I understand it. And him being 75, like he saw the moon missions on TV when it was the most believable, and he was so proud of his country for what it did. And he doesn't understand why I'm on the journey I'm on, but I just give him space. I don't force it. Our relationship is more important than if he believes the Earth to be stationary or not. So you just kind of have to swallow your pride sometimes. And like for you and your wife, like the most important thing is how do you care and nurture her? How do you be the best husband you can be? You do your own research and present to her what you find if she's interested. But if she seems busy or stressed with life, maybe don't talk about it. That's what I do. Is I don't bring it up unless she seems available.
Oh yeah, I've noticed if I bring it up too often, she gets she's over it real quick. I gotta wait till she's in a good mood, and maybe sometimes she even brings it up. But if I bring it up too much, it's definitely too much for her.
Yeah, I usually read my audience. Like I very rarely flat smack people, very rarely, because I just feel like, you get it. You just understand that, is this person open to it, possibly? And then, the other day, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I had a moment of what I would call ego, where I just we started talking about, I don't even know what, but I just went into history and, the birth certificate, all that kind of stuff. And by the time I walked away from it, only about, 5 minutes, but yeah, I just thought, why did I go into all that? I'm saying, they've created a slave system, but nobody realizes it. It's a brilliant trap. It's a brilliant thing they've done. She didn't need to hear any of that. So that's not what I usually do. And the next time I went into that shop, lovely farm shop, but it's got a museum next to it. By the way, the guy who runs who walks you around the museum and talks you through the exhibits, they've got a Cavendish. The guy's name's William, I think. I get them too confused, but one was called Henry and one's called William Cavendish. They're all related to each other. So I started talking to him about Cavendish and like, oh, do you know anything about this experiment? Do you know? This was way before. This was weeks before. And then he's like, no, I don't know anything about that. Well, I'm like, I bet they're related because they're a highfalutin family. So, and then he started frantically Googling on his phone. And he's like, oh, yes, look, they are related. I was like, yeah, I thought they might be. So I started then flat smacking this dude, this young kid in a museum. I was like, do you know there's no evidence that we actually are going around the sun? You know that, don't you? Oh, my God. Must be that place. There must be a vibration to that place, JT. I don't know.
It's funny, man. A lot of the times I'll flat smack somebody in public when the sun's doing that particular thing where it looks very, very local to a particular group of clouds. And I'll just say, like, that's weird. Look at that. And they're like, what? I was like, how is the sun blasting that one little section of clouds, but like, half a mile over here, it's not bright. And if the sun's like 94 million miles away, wouldn't the light be just hitting them all like pretty evenly with straight rays? And they're like, I don't know. That's interesting. Wow. And I'm like, And I just leave them like maybe it's just a seed planted.
Yeah, I actually changed my position since I came in here, whenever that was, which was I don't know what the Earth is. I just know that we've been lied to about it. But I've still got the same position. So, take what you will, I don't know.
Was how they got into all. They were like talking about this kind of. They weren't. I don't know if the person is here that told the story, but said that their friend called him a globalist, and that was the first time I've ever heard anybody like refer to.
Hey, bro, we can barely hear you, or I can barely hear you at least. Maybe increase the gain on your mic or something.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, I was messing with something earlier. So I was talking about how somebody in this chat was before they got into flat Earth, they were into like other rabbit holes and stuff, and apparently a term I didn't hear about this that people call people that believe in the globe Earth is a globalist. Like I've heard that term before, but I've never like made the connection to flat Earth, like somebody being called a globalist. And I feel like if somebody would have called me a globalist back then, when I was still into like, moderate rabbit holes, I would have, put more attention into flat Earth. I would have been like, wait, I'm not a globalist. If you're familiar with that term.
I can't remember who said that story, but I was here, or I was at least listening, and it was funny because it's like, wait a minute, I'm not that. What's that? Let me look into that. It's a really good introductory way of getting someone to question.
I don't know exactly what you. Maybe I don't know. It's a bit late here. I'm going to shoot off in a minute, but I completely missed that. Globalist was like that was a term that was given the sort of the big money tycoons, right? They didn't care about nations, didn't care about borders. That was what the term was for. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
No, yeah, you're correct. And that's why I found that pretty interesting because we know that a lot of people are familiar with that term, and they know they're not a globalist. Like I'm not a globalist. Like I'm the people, right? So when someone tells you, "Hey, you're a globalist. You believe in the globe Earth," that's like, wait, maybe I should actually look into this. I'm not a globalist.
Nope, missed it again. Sorry, I'm not the sharpest knife.
Because the globe is like the sphere. Like a globe is like a sphere, right? The ball Earth. The thing in the classrooms. You're like, hey, that's a globe on the classroom table, right?
Okay.
And then you're like, globalist. That's like it's like
play on words.
Two different things. Yeah, two different things, but yeah, play on words.
Like it captures the person's attention when they're called a globalist, when they're like, wait, what do you mean? Like same thing with like global warming, like the global agenda to do this, or big, like you were right when you said money tycoon, the global efforts and stuff, but there is no globe. And so his buddy called him like, I didn't know you were a globalist, like almost tongue in cheek, but it caught him off guard, caught his attention, and got him to looking into flat Earth with that tactic, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, and people that are familiar with the term globalist, typically they've been already into like a few rabbit holes here and there, and they're like, hey, maybe 9/11 didn't actually happen how it happened, or like things like that.
I wanted to mention, I'm probably going to turn in pretty soon, but the guy I was talking to earlier about like our wives and stuff, I just wanted to mention that when I first found out about flat Earth, the only other thing I had ever looked into was that fateful date in September. I was kind of questioning that. And I was actually at the Boston Marathon when that event happened. It was my first time to ever run the Boston Marathon, and actually heard the noise from the situation. And I thought that was super weird because I looked up like the event photos, and I was like, what is this? What's going on? But I didn't really dive hardcore into any rabbit holes. And then when my buddy told me about flat Earth, it kind of tripped me out. And then I was questioning dinosaurs and the validity of the dinosaur story. And then, then everything, all House of Cards, all the stuff started to fall in, all the deceptions. And so with my wife, I was too excited. Like I was too frustrated, angry, concerned, didn't know what it meant. And I was just too high energy when I talked to her about the Earth. And it was a turnoff for her because she hadn't seen all the videos I watched and she hadn't researched. So I did look like a lunatic to her, but then once I calmed down,
exactly the same for me.
Yeah. Once I calmed down, though, she started to receive the message, and like, I'm not trying to be crazy. I'm trying to find the truth. And now, 1.5 years in, 2 years in, she's like, my husband's not crazy, and he actually is finding truth, and it's valuable to search for the truth. So, anyway.
No, yeah, that's exactly the same for me. And then like, after I brought it up to her, like a year or two later, we've met some new friends, and they're actually flat earthers too. So it's kind of cool to meet other people with same beliefs.
That's awesome.
I think one of the things you can do to like avoid being seen as crazy is kind of like take them a little bit step by step on primarily the first point, which is like, where's the curvature? That's things even that I still question. Like maybe I was wrong about all this flat Earth stuff. Maybe there is curvature. I'm always kind of thinking that, like, where's the curvature? And that's just something I'm always asking myself. And I'm not against it. Like, I have yet to find it. And that's also what people should be kind of like. That's what their train of thought should be when considering this kind of stuff. Is number one, where's the curvature? I've yet to find it. And
well, where's the camera on the moon, dude? Where's the camera that's facing Earth, like a 24-hour feed? There's cameras everywhere, on every street. Where's the satellite showing me the football game, the live football game from the satellite? There's so many red flags that you think, what? This doesn't make any sense. And there's a lot more red flags I'd like to talk about, but I don't want to mention because they listen to these things and they hone their scams from what we say. I have no doubt about that. So some things I'll just not say. But there's a lot of things where you're like, They just make you go,
For sure. And yeah, it definitely takes some looking into at first to actually be open to seeing those things that are, I like to say, like hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, actually, before I get off. The flat Earth to me is way more about the shape of the Earth. I mean, I get a bit bored with this topic, if I'm honest. Ooh, shouldn't say that. But I do. But to me, it's way more about, it's just truth. What's the truth? Because the Earth is what it is, regardless of our silly opinions about what it may or may not be. But the, stuff like the Hegelian dialectic, the problem, reaction, solution, stuff like that. They cause the problem. They wait for the reaction, and then they've got the ready solution that they've had in the works all along.
that they can sell to all of us. Yeah.
Yeah, little things
Yeah.
like that where you're like, oh, you might help you just get, because they do the outlaw. I'm getting tired. You can tell the outdoor theatre to change the legislation. Let's put it that way. And it's worth just knowing these things to keep you out of it at the very least.
Yeah, it's like if they're lying about something so obvious, and I was fooled about something obvious as when I'm on. What else could they be lying about, or keeping hidden in plain sight that I think is true but is actually not?
Yo, Andy, have a good night, and everybody else in the room. I'm just going to close out by saying I got to a point where I don't really care about very much. I don't care what I know and what I don't know, and I don't care what exactly is right and what's wrong. Like, other than I want to treat people with respect and with love. I want to be treated with respect and love. I want to pursue the fruits of the spirit and live in and through them. So basically, I want to live with like a lens of love and hope and gratitude present. And dude, if I find out that that it is the heliocentric model and somehow I was tricked, like how often we think that the people who believe in the globe and can't get away from it have a veil over their eyes, or it's a spiritual. There's something spiritual about them not being able to see what we can see. Let's say that we are tricked. I'm not saying we are, but if that was the case, it's like, dude, I don't even care, because I've come to such a place of peace that it doesn't matter what I think I know. It matters how I treat other people and how I'm treated in a way. So it's been fun, and I definitely think that it's stable. I've gotten a lot of peace. Not I think now knowing we are moving 1.3 million miles per day through the vacuum of space. When I go on my back porch, it's the same exact spot it's always been. That feels good to me. And the luminaries being local, that feels good. Everything being kind of tighter and beautiful, like a perfect timepiece. That's amazing. Not this ever expanding, chaotic universe that you kind of don't know if a meteor is going to come take us out, or if the sun's going to keep growing and burn us out in a billion years. And that's just foolishness to me now. So keep pursuing truth, and the peace will keep coming in, and keep being a light, keep being who you are, because there's nobody like you. There's only one of you. And so keep offering up what you can, and y'all get some good rest when you can.
Good night, dude.
Yep, later.
Night. Yeah, either way, it's flat or round. First off, I'd like to see any curvature. That'd be nice. Either way, I don't really mind. In one way, we have a possibly infinite plane that would be pretty cool to explore, and on the other hand, we have a ball spinning in space, which is it's kind of like weird, but could be cool as well. But yeah, it just goes back to the question of like where's the curvature if it is around, right? Because as far as we know, it's flat, but they're saying it's round. So if it is round, I want to see this curvature they're talking about.
Have you looked into what's it called, Terra Infinita, or like Nos Confunden? He has a lot of content on YouTube about it, about all the other possible domed lands that are on the outside of the ice ring.
Yeah, or even if there is no domes, it's just a local effect of some kind based off like the sun. I've heard of something like that before. I actually ran into his work, um, and I definitely find that very interesting because it just gives a more sense of exploration of what things we can actually find. I think it was something somewhere around like the 1950s or so, where they were saying how they were kind of like pushing the mentality to everyone that we've discovered everywhere there is to discover on Earth. There's nothing else to discover, um, and in a way, it kind of sounds like a psyop, clearly. Uh, so if there are infinite lands of some kind. If you keep going south and you ran into like another continent with maybe another sun or another heat source that could sustain life, or even the concept of a sun and moon is just different over there or something. The concept of a different land would be very interesting. Different animals,
Yeah.
different maybe
Well,
humans.
if you've seen old maps, you can see all the land outside where the ice rings are. They've got like pictures of different animals that they supposedly live out there, and Encyclopedia Britannicas that predate NASA, they all have like longitude, latitude coordinates to unexplored land out there.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that before.
Yeah, no, someone's told me of those, but I don't think I've ever actually like looked them up. You said Encyclopedia Britannica, I think like before
Yeah,
1950s.
you can just go on TikTok and search Encyclopedia Britannica flat Earth, and then there's like people that video themselves reading through it and showing you where it's talking about where they find domes and stuff in Antarctica.
I think it was before the 1950s, right? Because something about NASA being created and
Yeah, after NASA was founded, they stopped printing that in those books. Also, Webster's dictionaries from like the 30s and 40s, they have flat Earth maps in them and not globe Earths.
Yeah, I wonder how they even got those maps. Like, were there people that used to travel out there? Was there some kind of like border created at that time? It's interesting. If true.
It's got to be from like all those expeditions and stuff they used to do. They've got like if you compare all the old ancient maps, they've all got a lot of similarities.
Hmm. Yeah, it's always good, checking multiple sources. Yeah, I'm not too sure if people have actually documented trying, because I hear a lot about people saying, "Hey, like we can't go to Antarctica. Uh, there's no way for us to go there because we'll get stopped by the international treaty, the Antarctic Treaty. The vessels over there, the military vessels, apparently stopping you from going there." And I can't say firsthand I've tried. Um, would be interesting to see if someone would document that or if that video would be scrubbed or something. Because I don't know.
I've seen a few different videos of people. I don't know how recent it was, but they would say this is what happens whenever you ignore, like they're ignoring the hails on the radio to like turn around or identify yourself, and then all of a sudden this military boat shows up. So I don't know how real that is or how recent it is.
Can you link to that vessel interception you're talking about?
Yeah, let me try to find it.
Yeah. Is it the guys wearing like t-shirts on a boat in Bass Strait near Australia?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. I'll look for it though. I'll let you know if I find it.
I've probably got a slide. Hold on, I might have it.
You know, I could see how there aren't videos of that because if let's say you were going there, right, and obviously streaming doesn't work. You're not going to live stream from out there. So if you get intercepted by a military vessel, I'm sure everything in there would get ransacked, regardless.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't. Yeah, anyway, posted what I think you're talking about in the chat, and it's just off the coast of Australia. Nowhere near.
Unfortunately, gentlemen and ladies, we're gonna have to shut the server down. India has landed on the moon recently.
Yes.
So unfortunately, the Earth is not flat.
Nice.
Nice.
Well done. You guys got there in the end.
How do you know? Like
Finally.
the people who made this meme, how do they know that's their coordinates?
So I made this meme, and the people that made the video gave their coordinates at the start of the video.
Mm. Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
you got it.
Yeah. So yeah, is there evidence of boats being turned around trying to get to Antarctica?
Yeah, it looks like there's not that I know of, at least.
I've seen that video clip.
Well, the boat being turned around at 38 degrees south and then India landing on the moon, I guess we better shut the server down.
Yes.
What else are we to do?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're the wrong guy to be asking that question. Non-Yankees Mets hat guy.
Oh man.
But like I said, there's no live streaming over there. How are you gonna get the video away from the military if, like, you know, you're not?
I'm not making the claim that boats get turned
No,
around.
I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the point is
I don't know
that
if
you
you
were
heard what I
duped by the Indian South Pole moon landing TV show.
What do you mean I was duped by it?
Well, you believed it.
Okay.
Do you not
You
know
have
what dupe means?
Yeah, I do, but the
Well,
fact
why'd
that
you
I
ask?
believe it.
Well, you were celebrating it about 1 minute ago.
Yeah, cool. I'll land on the moon. Well done.
Okay, you
Yeah,
were
Greg.
duped by that TV show. So you're the wrong
Yeah.
guy to be nitpicking about videos.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Yep, all right.
And if you believe the Globe show, you have to go with the whole entire show. Sorry about that's the way it fucking works.
So hang on. Does that mean the moon landing is necessarily true if the Earth is a globe, or can the globe be true and the moon landing false?
Why were you so excited about it if it has nothing to do with the price of rice?
The globe can't be so in the first place because it isn't.
No, but can
That's a
the globe
fact.
be true and the moon landing false? That's possible, right?
True, but irrelevant.
But I don't have to accept.
Can Santa
any
Claus
moon
still
landing.
exist if we figured out that the claymation Rudolph film is fake?
Right. But I don't have to accept the moon landing
Yeah.
to accept the Earth's a globe. Right? Simple logic.
Yeah, but you were just celebrating it.
The globe,
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
the globe can't be a globe for assuredly if it doesn't have curvature, rotation, or the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Measurable movement.
Yeah. Not sure how many hundreds of times I've posted this meme, but this is how you would go about measuring drop due to curvature. But no one will even attempt it. Anyway, how to get back to my stuff that I'm doing.
Stuff.
Anyways, so yeah, what was I talking about? Antarctic voyages, like videos of Antarctic voyages. There are not that many videos of that before he interrupted with some nonsense. Yeah, it would be nice to see more, even unrelated to like flat Earth. Like, it would be nice to see more live streams. Well, obviously, I don't think live streams will work, but videos of voyages going towards the Antarctic. Since if you try YouTubing it, you won't really find much. Like unedited footage. Like, how now we can post on YouTube 24 hours long videos. Like, why aren't there, multiple 24-hour long videos of some Antarctic voyage? That'd be pretty cool.
Can I just I just want to say something. Like
Yeah.
Ruhis actually correct about that video. Like the furthest down that boat can be, it's only a
Well,
small.
I'm sure he is correct, or he wouldn't have brought it up. But
Yeah.
but that's I was giving him a hard time because of his shtick in the past, and
Oh no, I knew what you were doing. I was just I was talking about the other guy, not you, Hoss.
No, I know, but I was ripping into it because he was nitpicking the video. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a bit annoying because the whole point was about the lack of content, and he's like, the only content is like, this wasn't there. Like, come on, like.
Yeah, but that video, they can only possibly be like maybe 50 kilometres offshore, the bottom of Tasmania. That's the furthest they can be down. So, what, maybe 40 degrees south? Because they're in a fishing boat. Yeah, you haven't got much mileage from there. And if you think about it, 40 degrees south, and then you've got another 50 degrees to go before. Oh, you've got to get to 60. You've got another 20 degrees, which is about 2,000 kilometres. So it's just because they got to international waters that the Australian Navy turned them around and said, you're getting too far away from the coast and we're not going to fucking rescue you, so turn around.
I chimed in because Ruhif and people like that, they will do their due diligence when they see something that might cause a problem for their story. But if they see, moon golf or dune buggies on the moon or, some ridiculous celebrations about South Pole moon landings, they're hook, line, and sinker. It's gospel. They won't look further, and they'll just come here and celebrate it and then deny they celebrate it. So he's kind of hypocritical. I know I'm not saying anything new that Ruhif is a hypocrite, but
he was waiting for his opportunity. Moon golf. So where's this? Anyone got a link to this video with the Indian moon landing? If anyone's got it, can you post it in the live stream? I'd love to watch it.
Oh my lord! I wasted about 3.5, maybe 4 minutes watching some live footage of this, and it was basically like an Atari video game screen thing of this thing letting little jet bursts off, and then this other screen had this it looked like something might be getting close to the surface. I just couldn't waste too much of my time watching that garbage. It was hilarious. Everyone was clapping though.
But the sort of the view of the lander was an animation, right? You're not thinking that we think that's real footage.
And
we
for sure.
I did hear the word nominal.
What does nominal mean in the context of?
Well, it means everything's going peachy keen.
Yes.
So there's no worries. It's working.
Okay. But you understand that view, the 3D view of the lander is an animation, right? You accept that that's just common knowledge that's an animation?
Total hogwash? Yes, correct.
It's an animation.
Okay. That's real, for sure. I would bet my life that there are people think that's real.
Yeah, Yankees.
That's how dumb.
Not non-Yankee Met hat guy. Any footage of anyone getting anywhere near the moon is not real. You get that, right?
But Glow 25, you're saying that you think there are people out there, Globers, that believe that animation is real footage?
Oh, yes.
I wouldn't call them Globers. I would call them there are people dumb enough to see something and believe it. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't
believe the story. You believe the story. How far a leap is it from that? They just believe the picture.
Anyone that thinks that's real footage is an idiot.
Well, anyone who thinks that footage, listen, anyone, and what does anyone who thinks that real footage is a depiction of something that actually occurred? What do you call them?
It's an animation.
No, I'm asking a separate question. Anyone who thinks that footage is a representation of an actual event that just occurred, what do you call that person?
Yeah, you can call me an idiot if you want.
No, I'm asking you what you call yourself. Is it gullible, stupid, idiotic, wishful thinking? What is it? Religious?
I have good reasons for thinking that it's possible to get things to the moon.
Okay, so wishful thinking. Thank you for clarifying.
Well, I again wouldn't call it that because I understand.
Well, I asked you what you called it. I asked you what you called it, and you wanted to tell me what I was going to call you. What do you call yourself?
Yeah, a smart person is what I call myself.
Are you wearing your helmet while you're on live stream?
Smart person. Wow.
Okay.
When
Yeah,
you
you guys
picked up that
shit
hat, what
reasons.
did you think that was? A Yankees or a Mets hat?
I have no idea. I just bought it in New York one day.
Yeah, you already told me that. It has a trademark on it, right? Or some registered trademark. So what was the registered trademark you were buying?
I don't know. I think it's the Yankees. I don't know.
Oh no, sir, it's not. So you're not a smart person.
Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Thinks he's walking around with a Yankees hat. It's not a Yankees hat, and he wants to say that he's smart after believing the moon landing. Come on, dude. Wake up. Who do you think you're fooling, Ruhif? I mean, what level of gullibility? What level of gullibility are you appealing
I got
to?
it wrong. I got the Mets versus Yankees wrong. I must be an idiot.
It's not a Mets hat either.
Okay, I don't care. What is it?
I'm asking you, what level of gullibility are you appealing to?
Yeah. All right, we're done. I'm gonna get.
Yeah, you are done. You're finished. Bye.
He got two baseball teams mixed up, and
I was laughing so hard.
No, it's neither team. That's why I've been telling him that for months.
Oh man.
The farthest I could find a theodolite shooting was on McToon's site, and he said it was 33,000 feet, which is not 30 kilometers. So what's the farthest? Oh, I got him back. I got him back.
You didn't look very hard. Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to do something for Donato.
Why don't you answer the last question? What level of gullibility are you appealing to, Ruhif?
Look, if you want an actual conversation, we can have one. But if you're just going to talk shit,
answer the question and we can begin.
Where's my meme? Hold on.
Oh, education through memes, eh?
Yeah. Oh, where is it?
Sign of the times.
There it is. All right. There you go. This is the longest shot
30,000 meters.
Yo, this dude
is the longest shot.
He's got like a full salary to create all these stuff.
192 kilometers. That's the longest one I could find.
No, I've seen this one. I think you could probably build a bot that just auto posts this right when you log in.
Yeah. So did you look very hard for long shots, or
Oh no, I know you can point it long shot. I'm saying effective distance, right? Effective distance.
What does that mean?
Because you're measuring. What does that mean? It means you're trying to. Am I breaking up?
No. Just what do you mean effective distance?
I could point a telescope into the ground, but that's too close to be effective, right? Or I could point it towards whatever you think the edge of the universe is, and it's probably not effective to see that, right? So you're trying to measure very small angles, right? Yeah. Right. That's what I'm asking for. Effective distance. Can you shoot it 2,000 miles?
If you can see it, you can put an angle to it. Yeah.
So a theodolite's good for 2,000 miles?
If you can see it, you can measure an angle to it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at on my Tune site.
Right.
Did you take a photo from those locations? Do you have photos from those locations to actually make that image relevant?
This is a 1927 document where they made thousands of measurements. Did you want photos from every single one, or what? Yeah.
Well, just the three you're trying to talk about.
Yeah, this is the longest shot that I've found.
These aren't in the context of trying to prove spherical excess. You took their measurements and then added that, right? You drew your conclusions off of these measurements done in 1927.
Right.
It doesn't seem like good evidence, right?
Oh, you can deny it. You wouldn't be false if you didn't deny evidence in front of your face.
I'm just questioning the.
Of course you are. Anything that goes against your narrative, is automatically fake or wrong. It has to be, right?
Well, what do you think about this picture that was just put in the chat?
All you do.
Well, what's your excuse for the 100,000 feet picture? How it's completely flat whenever you're not using a fisheye
Don't
lens?
use it. Don't use a fisheye lens.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, don't use a fisheye lens. You can't determine the shape of the horizon with a fisheye lens. Don't do it.
So you can't see how NASA's trying to show curvature when there is none.
You're putting that in. You're trying to divine intent, as someone I know is fond of saying. Just don't use a fisheye lens.
You don't see how it's a problem that that's all NASA uses?
Again, you're trying to divine their intent. Right? Don't use footage that has a fisheye lens to try and work out the shape of the horizon. Very simple. Do you have footage using a rectilinear lens? Should I get Mr. Sensible's Mage footage? Or Wolfie. Wolfie's got a few pictures of curve from 45,000 feet.
Mr. Sensible can't even tell us that he's living in reality. He's only 95% sure, so we can't trust anything he says.
Again, any reason to deny is fine with me.
Great. Would you believe someone that doesn't think that they live in reality?
I would love to see a quote from Mr. Sensible. I'm not sure I'm living in reality. Is that the quote?
He says he's only 95% sure that he's talking on Discord at the moment.
Okay, I would
in
love to
here,
see
he
the
said
quote.
it. Okay, I can't get it right now, but it's here in the server.
Yeah. So I imagine what he's talking about is, I think therefore I am. You cannot prove that you're not a brain in a vat. Adam, I haven't heard it.
There you go. No more to say, Ruhif.
Well, can you prove you're not a brain in a vat?
Do you think you're a brain in a vat?
No, I don't.
Do you think that your everyday reality is reality?
Yes, I do. But I cannot
How sure
prove
are
that
you
it's not.
that your everyday reality is reality?
My level of certainty, I would put it 100%, right? But I cannot prove it. Yes. And I think
But why
that's
would you need to
probably what
prove
he's getting at.
something that's self-evident?
Because you can't prove it.
You
Can't
don't
be
have
done.
to.
Right. Still have the
What would
level of
tell
certainty.
you? What would tell you that it is not reality?
Yeah, some evidence. Like the Matrix,
What
right?
evidence?
Exactly.
We don't live in a matrix.
Right. We have no evidence that we're living in a matrix.
Okay, so you're 100% sure you live in reality. I'm 100% sure I live in reality. He's only 95% sure he lives in reality. So he's 5% delusional. Are you going to trust someone who's 5% delusional?
I like I said, if before listening to this, I would think he's making the brain in a vat argument, which I accept. It is not possible to prove we're not in a brain in a vat.
Brain in a vat idea is fucking stupid, is it not?
Well, I agree, but the point of it is that you cannot prove that you are not. That's the point of it. It is nonsensical.
You don't need to prove a negative. Why would you need to prove a negative?
It's epistemology. It's a classic problem in epistemology. Last Thursdayism is the same. Can you prove that the world wasn't created last Thursday with all your memories created for you? You can't.
I would love to watch you go hat shopping.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to get back to this thing I was doing. Fuck for Donato. Anyway.
Am I holding a hat? is this hat I'm buying actually going to go on my head, or is it not a hat actually? But I am going to buy it even though I can prove that it isn't a hat, or can I prove to it, street salesman, is this a hat that you're selling me? I mean, come on, dude.
Does your hat have curvature?
That bill certainly does. It's like popping off his head. It's getting away, trying to get away from him. See the icon right next to him? That's the hat that fits someone's noggin. And what is this guy coming back here to do? I mean, what is going on? This is the same guy who takes the Indian moon landing seriously, wants everyone to take the brain in the vat jar seriously, even though he doesn't take it seriously. It doesn't add up, Ruhif.
Probably gets a salary.
He's got two arguments. He's got celestial navigation and the stupid Utah measurement with the theodolite from forever away, where he got spherical excess of like this tiny little thing, and he just sticks to it. Persistent. Yeah, and the hat's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah,
as
that's
shit.
why I'm asking, who is he appealing to?
Why? What
who is he
happened?
attempting to appeal to?
Himself.
Okay, that makes sense.
You mean my brain's not in a jar somewhere?
Can't prove it isn't.
Oh,
so therefore,
good.
let's talk about it.
It could be. Thank God. Okay.
There's no utility to even thinking about that argument. That's why I hate it so much. There's no usefulness. Let's say it's true. There's no usefulness to it anyway. So it's pointless to ever even start the conversation about it.
Well, it's a muddying the water tactic. It's nothing. Oh, you can't see that the Suez Canal is that. I guess there's flat water in there, but we could be brains in a jar. That's its usefulness. It's the escape. It's their get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I'm so certain that you're wrong about the Earth, but at the same time, I'm uncertain that I'm even standing right here.
Yeah, they're certain that they're completely certain that they're uncertain.
Yeah, I know for a fact you're wrong, but also I can't really be wrong because we could never know if I'm wrong. It's real convenient.
There you go. That's the purpose of it.
It's weak. And that hat's dumb. I'm with you on that.
Well, here's the thing. You can wear whatever kind of hat you want. I asked him, I noticed that it had a trademark, but it wasn't, it's a logo, but it's a logo representing nothing but the logo, which is what a logo is if it's not associated with a team or whatever. But I guess it was an inside, not joke with him from a month ago, but I finally got out of him tonight that he thought it was a Yankees hat. He wouldn't admit to that before. My theory was that he bought it under the assumption that it was a Yankees hat because it matches the color and it kind of looks like a Yankees hat in a small PFP. But anyways, my point is with him, you can't even I can't even have a conversation with him about his damn hat with him without him acting like a grease pig.
Doesn't even know what hat he has on.
His claim doesn't even make sense. Like, he just drops a gif. He's like, "That's proof. Proof in your face. You can't accept it."
Maybe I'll send him an A's hat. Give him a real hat from a real team. A for asshole.
Yeah, I don't know what the right hat is for him. Let me think about that. If it was an exposed hat, not an exposed hat, maybe add an ed to it.
Yeah, old school Expos hat would be. That's too vintage.
D.
He's not cool enough to wear it.
I'll stitch him up a nice one that exposed.
I feel like he's like a Mariners guy. Like a Mariners fan.
Yeah, what's weird is he's got all the techno babble stuff that he's got going for him, which is great. I mean, I'm not, if you have experience and know what you're talking about, good on you. But the funny thing is, he goes through all this jargon and this and that and this and that, and then he wants to. Well, I guess he's forced to also have to carry the flag for the ridiculous Indian moon landing thing, which that's why I asked him, who is he appealing to? I mean, it's like I don't know. I guess maybe he doesn't. Someone answered it himself. I forgot. It's just, the act is just, it's a strange act, Ruhif.
Slow down again. What was that?
That's just a strange act you have to keep up, because you have all this techno speak under your belt. You can say this and say that and sound like you know what you're talking about. Maybe you do know what you're talking about. But then you have to also throw your hat in the ring and carry the banner for these ridiculous outer space damage control stories they run on TV, the moon landing from India. Do you not see, like, listening to you, it's strange because you have to both be gullible yet also act like you're an intellect at the same time. It's odd.
The fact that you say I have to be gullible implies that you think it's just not possible to land on the moon. That's where we differ.
Oh my lord. So we're not even talking about the possibilities at this point. We're talking about the Indian moon landing from yesterday.
Yep.
You were under the impression that occurred.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disbelieve it. I know
Obviously,
it's possible to land something on the moon.
You've got it hook, line, and sinker. What? You say you know it's possible to land on the moon?
Yeah, we can.
How do you know
we
that?
know how rockets work. We know how rockets work.
No. Yeah, rockets are one thing, dude.
Yeah.
I've had water rockets. How do you know it's possible to land on the moon?
Because it's physically possible. What's stopping you from landing on the moon?
You said that. You're repeating it now. How do you know that?
How do we see stars through the moon?
We don't see stars through the moon. That's rubbish.
Oh boy! Now he any chance he gets to. How do you know it's possible?
You're just gonna
because you believe the TV show.
You know how rockets work. You fill them with fuel, they fire up into the sky, and then they go to the moon.
Oh, brother!
Why is that not
Jesus,
possible?
man, that's
wow.
How gullible. That's
okay.
That's
whatever.
Crazy.
Anyway, show me a star through the moon. That'd be
that's great, Ruhif. That answer, that your total avoidance it speaks volumes.
Okay.
He doesn't even look outside.
We know how rockets work, he says. That's how he knows you can land on the moon. That's insane.
Why is it impossible?
You say, show me a star in the look. See how you can see a star to the moon, and I know whatever I show you, you're just going to say that's not real or that's been photoshopped.
I would love to see it.
Just look outside.
I've seen examples of dead pixels.
Ruhif, how do rockets working? How does that inform you to the point where you know you can land on the moon?
Because you can control your path of flight. Like what?
No, keep going. This is great. Keep going.
What is impossible?
Keep going.
Yeah.
What's
impossible about it? Fire a rocket.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know it's possible to land on the moon?
Because I don't know anything that makes it impossible. There you go.
How can propulsion work in a vacuum?
That doesn't.
Jesus. How many times have you? Has everyone in this room been told that? Seriously. Like, how many times has it been explained to the various people in this room how rockets work?
And what does rockets working have to do with knowing that you can land on the moon?
Right, because it's not impossible. Therefore, it's possible.
Dude, I hope you listen to yourself later, because you're sort of saying like the opposite of nah. It's like
Is there a reason that it's impossible to land on the moon?
Well, I'm asking you. You said you know that it's possible. How do you know?
Because there's no reason why it's not impossible.
Okay, you're out to lunch, sir.
Okay.
No, he's on. He's on to something here, but he's not following his thinking to a full logical conclusion. They tell you inside the heliocentric model, everything is possible. Literally anything. Just imagine it, and it's true. In a galaxy far, far away, there's light and dark forces battling for galactic supremacy. There's living spaceships with a bunch of.
You're right. It's the strength of the story, I guess.
But the thing is, though, is that he doesn't follow all the way through, and then it's possible and not possible at the same time.
Well, let's give him a reason.
In the world, there is a world out there, a possibility, where Ruhif is able to move past somebody disagreeing with him and can just go about his life.
Let's give him a reason. Why don't we give him a reason? Like, if they say the universe is moving like at 1.2 million miles per hour, how can a small little lunar module thing fly through space to the moon, which is moving as well at 1.2 million miles an hour? It's going to get left behind? How's it just going to move through? It has to keep up with the Earth and moving at 1.2 million miles per hour, and the moon as well, and it's somehow got to connect with it. How's that even possible? It doesn't even make sense. If you think about it, just think deeply about it.
Yeah,
How can
that's what the rocket jet is for.
I haven't seen any videos of ion cannon working.
I will leave it to the fellow flat earthers in the room.
Million miles per hour. How's it going to go that fast? There's no rocket jet that can go 1.2 million miles per hour. Sorry.
Okay,
Lots of gas and compression.
No, Ruth, if you were asked a direct question, here's your chance to show us how much you know about how rockets work.
Right. I will leave it to the fellow flat earthers in the room to explain to Trinity the idea of relative motion. Can any flat earther explain relative motion? Oh, Lord,
dude. You're a greased pig, Gruhif. Is that what you had to do to grease yourself up again?
Well, how many times have you been explained relative motion?
You can't.
Is it going to get through on the 4,629th time, or?
You couldn't work it out. First of all, you couldn't work out that calculation of that speed. You wouldn't even know where you are, and you wouldn't be able to reach the moon. It's impossible because you're moving at that speed. There's no ways. Nothing can travel in space. Nothing can move at that speed because the whole model is wrong. Everything's wrong. The model's wrong. There's nothing you can do. You can't go to the moon. You can never go to the moon, and it's all over. You're on a flat Earth, and you're stuck here. You're not going anywhere. Just admit it.
For the 4,629th time, right? If everything's moving at, 1.2 million miles an hour, whatever, is the rocket on the ground also moving at 1.2 million miles per hour before it's taken off?
Do you have any proof of that? That it's moving
I'm asking
miles per hour?
If everything is moving at 1.2 and the rocket hasn't taken off, is it also moving at 1.2?
No, because the rocket's being held to the ground by the force of gravity. So the rocket has to break the force of gravity first to get off the Earth and then get out there into space and start catching up to everything.
Yeah, because you're forgetting
it's moving at 1.2.
But gentlemen, it has that rocket. It has the fuel on the rocket, like lots of compression and pressure, like.
Okay. Is it moving at 1.2 million miles per hour with everything else?
It will now be in a straight line, though. Once it leaves, it will now be in a straight line.
Anyone, feel free to answer the direct, simple question.
6 different directions it's moving, by the way. Because there's 6 vectors of movement.
Look,
is it moving at 1.2 million miles per hour as well, even when it hasn't taken off?
Don't forget about the undiscovered 7th vector.
angular velocity yet, but it will be moving at the same speed. Yes.
Don't forget about
Yes.
the 6 meters
Excellent.
of different directions as well.
Please explain to Trinity that it doesn't need to catch up 1.2 million miles per hour. It's already going 1.2 million miles per hour. Okay? 4,631.
You're forgetting that Israel launches satellites on the opposite direction of the Earth's spin.
But how are you going to work that out? No one can work that out. And anyway, so there's resistance as well. Eventually, you're going to run out of momentum. Momentum doesn't go on forever.
And do you know what happens when you're driving in a car and everything inside the car is going the same speed as the car, but then let's say you throw a ball of paper in the air or drop it, it's going to move to the back of the car because of.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Go try it, my man. It does.
Yeah.
There's lots of
If you're on a
momentum.
train and you jump up in the air, do you land in the same spot?
But the momentum's going to end. It
Train's
doesn't last
turning
forever.
at the time.
Yeah, we're talking about
If the
constant
train's
velocity.
turning.
Is the
No,
train
constant
moving at
velocity.
1.2 million miles per hour?
It doesn't matter what speed.
You're going to
going
lose
at
momentum
constant
and you're going to be
velocity.
less than 1.2 million miles per hour. And poor
And
Neil
why-
Armstrong is going to be out in space, lost in space, billions and billions of miles away behind the Earth. And goodbye, Neil Armstrong, you're gone. Bye-bye.
What causes a change in momentum?
Resistance.
Yeah. Change in velocity, or a force.
And
What
also not
force
having
is
the
in
velocity
space?
at all times, because you're not going to be able to maintain 1.2 million miles per hour. How are you going to maintain 1.2 million miles per hour with your rocket ship? You can't
Right,
do that.
what-
So
This
game over.
is the discussion. What causes a change in velocity?
Oh, brother, Ruhif.
Yeah.
It's like you're reading a comic book.
I'm just trying to explain like year 9 physics to people, and you,
Not even in
Well,
reality.
you're leaving out a bunch of ifs.
You're not even
You give one
you haven't even
if,
entered
it's
reality
giving
yet.
your if.
You're in
because
like
we
a
have to.
parallel world that doesn't exist.
You guys are claiming, right, that if this was true, then it's
No, whoa. Back the truck up. Whoa, back the truck up. You're
please.
claiming that you can land on the moon, and we asked you
Yes.
how you know that,
Yeah, because it's
and you
not
haven't
impossible.
answered yet. For
It's not
example, how
impossible.
much fuel would you require to get to the moon? Can you
Lots.
answer that even?
Lots and lots. Like you'd need a big rocket, right?
How do you know it's not impossible?
Because I don't know any reasons why it's not impossible. Do you have a reason why it's not impossible? Oh, sorry, why it's not possible?
Do you have a video of a working ion cannon?
No. Do you?
Acting in no, I don't, because they don't exist.
Well, thanks for that.
I think you're living in a delusional world that's just made of make believe.
Okay.
Yes.
You are free to believe that. That's fine.
No, that's what you've told us.
Oh, hang on. My lunch is here. Back in a minute.
This guy.
If the Earth is moving around at 67,000 miles an hour and you have a satellite orbiting on the equator, it has to speed up to get around it and then slow down to stay near it. So it has to, like, it can't be going at constant velocity because the Earth's going 67,000 miles an hour, right? So at one point it has to get in front of it, speed up, and then it has to slow down. What's giving it the extra energy to speed up?
They be like doing some weird like math where it's like a slingshot and then you're like getting like spun around and then like some Superman stuff.
Yeah,
know
but
what I
you
mean?
have to add energy to add speed. Yeah, you need energy to add speed. So I don't know. Are they claiming that gravity like yanks
Well-
it towards it and then it just misses it and then it slow? Like it's just so perfect that I
Yeah.
don't believe that it's even
Right. There's no experimentation
possible.
that we
but-
can do to actually, verify all of this.
Not to
and then there's
mention,
like 50 billion of them up there.
I don't know if any of you have worked in telecommunications before, but I've got a background in that. And if you've ever installed point-to-point antennas, which is basically the same thing as what a satellite is, it's point-to-point transmission. If you move one of those antennas that are let's say they're like 2 miles apart, if you move them like a quarter of an inch in one direction, you lose complete connectivity. And to think we've got steady, constant connections with satellites traveling thousands of miles an hour that are thousands of miles away is insane.
Yeah, it's BS. I don't even have connection in a big parking lot. Like my mobile connections, Aren't there supposed to be so many satellites serving the 7 million people in each major city, right? You would think there would be a bunch of satellites up there, for convenience, right? A lot of
Yeah,
taxpayer money for that, but no,
why do we
it don't
why do
work.
we lose GPS when we go into valleys and
Yeah.
mountain ranges?
Exactly.
It's because GPS is triangulated by cellular signals. I can't even say that word.
Yeah, they just bounce it off the sky, and it needs the perfect angle to hit the tower from the position you are in. That's why when they come install satellite internet or satellite whatever, it needs to be at that same exact angle at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where the towers were built. Like, that's the trajectory for the local tower that they're connecting to.
Because if that Starlink crap was real, and you see how it like locks on to a supposed satellite, that means that satellite has to remain in that same position at all times, or you're going to lose connection. So we should theoretically be able to zoom in with a camera and see that satellite or telescope or something, but there's not going to be anything there.
Wow. If only that's been done
Apparently,
before.
according to Don Pettit, they go to the bathroom, and then a machine goes chugga chugga chugga. Then they go to the galley and they make a coffee, and it's exactly what you're thinking.
But the cup.
Just FYI, Wally was tracking a GPS satellite the other day.
And then
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of hoopla about this rotating around the Earth to create a slingshot in order to traverse the planets, and then using an ion cannon in order to develop enough acceleration over time using solar panels and blah blah blah. YouTube supports 24-hour videos. Like, why don't we see more of this? Good quality space, but it's all just little scraps. Even Space Guy over here said that's what I don't get. If you believe that India landed on the moon, but you don't believe the video is real, why isn't it real? If they were honestly going to the moon, why isn't that video real?
I think after Don Pettit shared that information, recruitment for NASA dropped for a while.
You said Don
Right,
who?
in an era of Pettit.
You already said it's not real, so why isn't it real? Like, why can't we have a real footage in 2023?
Yeah.
They're creating the real footage right now, and they'll release it eventually. And with a little,
They need to update Unreal Engine.
They have to lose all the telemetry data first, and
They
then
need to
they'll
they
release.
need to update Unreal Engine 5 first before we can get the good stuff.
Yeah, admittedly, never seeing anything that is real, but knowing it's real, that's a odd look.
Dude, like the old footage in an era of freaking drum brakes and carbureted engines, they built this piece of junk that looks like a balloon, flew up, detached like a lunar module, landed on a moon that's rotating at 10 miles an hour with their little sputter things, got down, took and so many pictures that someone timed it. It was like you had to have to take a picture once every 27 seconds, like a perfect, really good, crystal clear picture. Like even that math doesn't break down how many photos they took. Get back on a thing, pop back up, attach to the shuttle again, flip a bitch, go through the Van Allen Bates, enter this atmosphere. That's what they would have had to have done, like when they had freaking. They didn't have fuel injection on cars by that time,
well,
and then they can't go back 50 years. And we're supposed to how am I supposed to believe
that?
Well, there's a simple answer to that, and I'll quote Ruhif. Well, we know how rockets work.
Oh shit!
Just like the Van Allen belt, if you don't know how it works, you can make it safely through it, but you can't know how it works, or else you can't make it through.
They asked an astronaut. I watched them astronaut. They were like, "Were you worried about the Van Allen belts?" And the astronaut was like, "What? What are you talking? Like, what are you talking about? Like, dude, if you knew what they were, you would be scared to death. You would know for sure that these suits could handle radiation that you've never seen before. Like that would have been tested. Not to mention they couldn't have even have tested the suits on a vacuum as strong as the moon. Like, there's no way they had proper testing done. They couldn't make a vacuum chamber that strong. So they just kind of winged it.
Did you see?
Well, they were invincible because they were unaware of it. I guess that was their.
The only test that was ever actually done on a human in a vacuum chamber. Did you guys see that before?
Yep. Face plant.
Yeah, he almost died. It took a minute to pressurize the container when it should have taken 20, and then they had to. It said his tongue boiled. Yeah, and that was 10 to the -6. The moon is something like 10 to the -12 torr, something like that. And space is 10 to the -17. So now I think they can do a vacuum chamber similar to the moon, but back then they weren't even close. So the testing, like, it's not like you weren't worried about that at all as astronauts, and your stupid little, container that landed on the moon that looks dumb, like so dumb looking.
Well, when we went through the Van Allen belts at that time, they hadn't been discovered yet, so that's how we got through them.
Exactly. Van Allen belts didn't know to kill people at that time. They haven't been told yet.
I wonder what he thinks of that astronaut that drowned in space.
Ruhif's gone, man.
Absolutely.
I think it wasn't the public excuse something about like
My
how
bad.
their water systems. Like, they don't drink water from their suits, right?
Someone said once their cooling system leaked or something, but then you have to think they wouldn't carry enough liquid on their body to fill their entire suit up.
Yeah, and you would need a heating system.
Well, they have the only thing that's airtight is this little, I forget what they call it. It's like a pouch or there's something internal. I'm not sure how it works,
Camelback
but
or
yeah,
something. Yeah, camel pack. Snowboarders use them.
Yeah.
I don't mean to. The funny thing is, Ruhif likes this because we're talking about the space story. But there's someone new here. They changed their name just a moment ago. Legs11, you're VC verified. What say you? Oh, I don't.
There's a YouTuber called Fouquetward.
Okay.
He's a flat earther.
You're verified, so if you want, you can fill the vacuum that Ruhif has created.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I'm trying this with the speakers, so hopefully there's no feedback. But yeah, you just listening in, really, just heard what you've been saying for the past couple of minutes.
By the way,
go ahead, man.
Sorry to cut you off. So what I was gonna say was, wasn't there some kind of talk about how back then during the space race, the U.S. and the USSR were competing against each other, right, for space dominance, and wasn't it leaked that it was true, and they admitted that they were kind of inventing that they were better than the other in certain ways.
That's the mainstream conspiracy theory on going to the moon, right? That's the traditional one, and that may be even the more believable one to more people, right? Like, we wanted to show Russia we were dominant. That was a crazy time back then. I came in at the end of it, but that's plausible theory.
And considering what's going on with BRICS currently, Brazil, India, I forget the acronyms, but the organization that's supposed to be against NATO or whatever. BRICS.
In South Africa.
Yeah,
I don't know why South Africa's in it. That's weird.
Yeah, and India is one of the dominant players, so it's hey, we're actually dominant too. We're going to space. I think that's probably the play that's going on.
I went to the moon. It's true because Russia would have told on me if I didn't.
Well, they looked for before I would let legs touch the ground, but they look for the place most desperate to look important, to kick this can down the road, and they found a willing participant, the South Pole landers, who has tricked people like Ruhif and others. So, Legs, what do you think about the Earth, the server topic?
Oh man,
are you under the impression that we're on a water ball, or are you acknowledging the nature of water?
Oh yeah, the nature of water for sure. Yeah, I don't know where we are, but I know it's level in the true sense of the word. So yeah, no worries there.
Don't let Ruhif hear that. He'll tell you level's curved.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'll even post my name in the chat.
Ruhif, hi Ruhif, how you doing? All right?
Hello, lovely.
All right, yeah. I was thinking about the AE map that you put up yesterday, and something I should have said as a response, but yeah, sure. Yeah, we can always agree that you can define level in different ways, but in the real world, level is horizontal.
So your definition apparently is just better than everyone else's, or?
Horizon means horizontal.
Why isn't the horizon at horizontal, if that's the case?
It is.
The horizon is your eye level.
No, it's not.
It's your vanishing point. Yes, it is.
Do you have a measurement?
Yep.
Because I have probably 100.
Wolfie 6020 has got the best one out there. He's 46,000 feet, horizon, perfectly eye level, all the way around. I love it.
What?
He's got the best flat Earth
like
proof
3
out
degrees
there.
down.
I know, it's great how they keep bringing flat Earth proof. Yeah, because your eye is above the horizontal. Duh.
In fact, he posted one 10:38 a.m. I think I can post this here. Hold on one sec. Yeah, I can probably post that. 1 sec.
Yeah, I love it. He keeps coming up with he's done some very good jobs of explaining exactly how they manipulate the mathematics and how to obfuscate eye level and the word level. So
we just got to understand that words don't dictate reality. Like the definition doesn't dictate reality.
Oh, but yeah, I mean that's true. So when people play around with the words, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah. So when you said we know how rockets work, that was meaningless. Thank you.
What?
So posted
what are you saying? How rockets work? What do you mean? Does that?
No, that was his proof. That's how he knows that mankind has been to the moon, because he knows how rockets work.
Is this the idea that you push two masses apart? Is that the kind of the mental gymnastics going on there?
But
back on topic.
Yeah, that's not the topic, Ruhif, and it's not even the point of the thing. You said that you know that people can stand on the moon, and your answer why you know that is because rockets work.
No, because it's possible, is what he said.
Well, he said because he knows it's not impossible.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it's always a possibility.
The level thing is much more, that exposes you even worse.
But it's a testable claim, because if it's possible, if anything is possible, you could right now ask Ruhif, the Black Swan argument is about the horizon. Is it possible for him to repeat that back? Ruhif, what is the Black Swan argument about?
I'm talking to Pookie, and I've just been engaged in 4 different conversations. So Pookie, I posted a screenshot.
See, look, he can't do it. It's like
I posted
like a fire alarm going off that he just can't change.
Wolfie took this about 3 hours ago. The horizon.
Well, that picture.
Yeah,
the Black Swan argument is about what, Ruhif?
Yep. I'm talking to Pookie for a minute, and then I'll move to a different.
Yeah, just say the word horizon.
Yep, horizon.
There you go. You did it. You got that.
So,
what's the point of the picture? If that's where you want to go.
Now we got to the Black Swan, so we're good. You don't have to worry about these.
Horizontal. You see the horizontal over there? The line across the screen? That's horizontal. The horizon's way below that. About 3 degrees-ish. Bit hazy.
Are you, Cuddy, so you're repeating the same narrative that's been pushed out there and debunked several times when we're talking about eye level?
What narrative would that be?
What's your understanding of what you're seeing there?
That line across the screen is perpendicular to the down vector.
So?
Right. That's horizontal. The horizon's below it.
Why is that?
Why is it? Why is it below? Because the Earth's a globe.
So when we say the horizon is your eye level...
Yeah, it's wrong.
Do you understand that?
I understand it. It's wrong.
What do you understand when I say the horizon is at eye level? What am I saying?
You're saying it's at horizontal, as in it's perpendicular to your down.
Nope.
No? What is it then?
Not necessarily. What do I actually... When I say the horizon is at your eye level...
What do you mean?
What am I saying?
I've given my side. What are you saying if it's not that?
You gotta repeat back what he said. That's exactly what he said.
Okay. So I'm my what would you call it? Okay, what I'm saying is the horizon is your eye level indicator. The horizon in your eyes tells you how high you are in relation to everything else in your view. That's it. It has nothing to do actually with the shape of the Earth. It isn't geometric curvature. It's just what happens in our eyes, right? So your definition of eye level is what? Or the eye level
down. Perpendicular down. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah. So is the horizon...
What does that have to do with the green horizontal line on the HUD?
The horizon's below it. So it's not at horizontal.
Where's your eye level in that photograph?
The horizontal line. Green line going across the screen. Because that's perpendicular to down. That's perpendicular to down. That's horizontal.
For whom or for what?
For everyone, it's perpendicular to down. That line going across the HUD tells you where horizontal is. If you're looking above that line, you're looking up. If you're looking below that line, you're looking down.
Why do you assume that your eye level is in line with that horizontal line on the HUD?
Yeah, that's how HUDs work.
The horizon line, the green line on the HUD automatically aligns to your eye level?
They line them up, yes.
Well, that's the mistake you're making, you see.
I've never heard that.
That's how this language is used to change it. You see, when someone like Wolfie talks about eye level, they are talking about their height above the surface. If you want to call it horizontal to perpendicular to down or whatever, okay, fine. But what the way that is being talked about when someone like Wolfie says it is they're talking about your height, basically, and the horizon line on the HUD is just like the horizon the horizon on the panel, the other, what do you call, artificial horizon, yeah? Is that artificial horizon at your eye level?
Yes, that's horizontal. I will show you a video. Let me find a video of
the one on the dashboard.
Yeah, it's horizontal. I'll find a video. Give me a minute.
Yes, I know it's horizontal, but is it at your eye level? Where are you saying the eye level is in this photograph here?
On the green line.
On the green line. Why would you assume that?
Because that's what the HUD is giving you. Let me find the video. I'll be back in a minute to show how it works.
Why don't you just bear with me, Al, and just hear me out, and so let's see if we can understand where your difference of understanding is because of what you've been told and reality is. Yeah? Let's just focus on this, all right? Yeah? Now, the camera lens is an eye. Yeah? It replaces your eye.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yep.
So it's the same as an eye, all right? So the camera itself has its own subjective eye level. I could be standing up in the cockpit and I could have the camera there. The camera's eye level and my eye level wouldn't be the same, would it?
Yeah, just asking Wolfie for that video.
Does that make sense? Just bear with me. Don't look to your friends for help. Yeah, you're a man. You can stick up for yourself.
Find the video to show how it works.
I can tell you exactly what he said because I've debunked this several times.
Well, yeah. Not sure how you debunk a video of showing
the eye level. Okay, the eye level is an optical phenomenon, right? The horizon is an optical thing. Yeah. Okay, no. It's something that you're seeing through your eyes. And
okay, everything's optical then.
Yeah. Okay. So the green line on the heads-up display is just an indicator of, you're correct, it's horizontal, perpendicular to down, if you like. It represents the aircraft's level. You can see that the nose is pitching up, probably about 3 or 4 degrees. Yeah. So you can probably read the altitude on there. Even if he's flying straight and level, the nose will still be pointed up. He's on the flight path there. So now, in that heads-up display, what elements of the heads-up display move?
What do you mean move? Hang on, Wolfie's going to try and
things move about in the heads-up display. Yeah, your eye level. Let's just say, for example, this photograph was taken at like completely horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah,
completely horizontal.
This will be solved with the video. I'm happy to engage with Crit for the next 5 minutes. So anyway, let's do that. Crit.
Now you see, you don't even want to try and kind of see it from another point of view. You just want to kind of, you've put up this straw man argument that's been fed to you, and it seems like you're either just being stubborn or don't understand what's being presented to you as a straw man argument to the whole thing about the eye level horizon. Yeah.
The question, original question, was: is the horizon below horizontal?
No. Whose question is that?
That's what I started with. You said the horizon is at eye level, and I said no.
Well, okay, of course. If you're going to refer to a line on the heads-up display and say, that's horizontal, and I see the horizon below horizontal, well, then you've just created a straw man argument that has nothing to do with this idea of the fact that the horizon is your eye level. Yeah, it's just...
Is the horizon below horizontal, where horizontal is perpendicular to down?
What do you mean?
I still don't know what you mean when you say the horizon is eye level.
Right. The horizon is your eye level. Do you have one of those flight simulators? Do you play that stuff?
Not really.
No? Okay. It's something you can try if you ever get your hands on one. If you were just flying along in the cockpit, you would see that it's pretty realistic because the horizon is at your eye level. And if you just stood up in your chair, if you got some of those Oculus Rifts or something, you stood up in your chair, the horizon is going to rise up with you. Yeah, it's going to stay at your eye level. Basically, that horizontal line on the heads-up display is not in line with your eye level. The horizon is your eye level.
So, using the definition of horizontal, so perpendicular to down. Oh, here we go. Wolfie, nice one. Let me check this one.
I'm just
on the ball of water you live on. Does the boat go over the curve, or is the ball too big to see the curve? Which is it?
Both.
How come?
Rockets.
Maybe you could define horizon first.
All amateur.
Not as a gotcha, but just as somewhere to start.
Butt coffee.
How come all amateur high altitude weather balloon footage or any high altitude footage at all shows the completely flat horizon staying at eye level the entire time? It doesn't drop.
CGI. That's a globalist claim for everything. Anytime you see flat, that's CGI. If you see curve, that's curve.
Yeah,
It
he's
can't
gonna stick on the
mathematically.
one instance that he can that works best for him. That's the way. That's the way we do it. That's the way he does it. That's the way everybody does it. It's better for him the longer he stays on this thing. But yeah, if the person behind the HUD stood up 6 inches, what would happen? That's the only question I really have right now. If they lifted their eyes up 6 inches, what would happen? I don't know how those things work.
Earth would become a spinning ball in space.
They would fly into outer space if they did that. Any deviation from system parameters would result in catastrophic failure. Simply put, don't go there.
Anyway, while Wolfie's getting that, I can show you my measurements of the horizon, Pookie. Which
Wolfie couldn't get a TV dinner out of a microwave.
Ruhip.
Yes, who's that? Blind Spot. Hey, welcome back.
How's it going, buddy?
Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, so Pookie, if you play that video, I'm just filming me measuring the angle down to the horizon. The horizon is below horizontal, measurably. And it gets more down as you get higher. It doesn't come up to eye level. It doesn't follow you. It's further down.
Down to the.
Sorry. I was just trying to grab a photo of a. I shouldn't have to go through this, because I've done this so many times, man. And I know exactly what the argument is, and I know exactly how the deception is done. It's just like, oh man. I was just going to upload a photo. It won't open for me. Missing codec. But that's what you have to understand. You see, Ruhif is that you're that horizontal line on the heads-up display, whatever you want to call it, or whatever question you want or presupposition you want to make to say that the horizon is below horizontal. Well, yeah, you just created a thing there, but the camera has an eye level. Doesn't matter whether you're tilting the camera up or down. The horizon tells you exactly how high you are in relation to everything else. Yeah, for example, the cockpit or whatever. The horizon will be in line with wherever you are looking around in the cockpit, stand up, sit down, whatever. Yeah. So, and this green horizon line on the heads-up display is not the eye level that we talk about. It's not the optical eye level of the camera or the person looking through it. It's not just magically appearing at the person's eye level. And if they're looking straight ahead, horizontal, it would be at the center of the field of view. So whenever you look at any photograph like this, as long as you know that the photograph's been taken absolutely horizontally, the camera's eye level is right smack bang in the middle of that photograph. And even at 47,000 feet, you will see a horizon at that eye level. And you might see the line on the heads-up display up or down or somewhere else. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just an instrument that's displayed in front of you. It's not automatically at your eye level. So don't get the two confused. You must understand the difference. When someone like Wolfie talks about eye level and he's talking about aviation, he's just talking about height. So he's talking about this thing on the screen, just like the artificial horizon on the cockpit dash, which isn't at your eye level, but still shows level or true level or horizontal, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, fine. It shows that. But it's not appearing at your subjective eye level or the eye level of the camera. The horizon is always at your eye level. And that's it. Okay. There's two differences.
Sorry? I posted one of my measurements because Wolfie might take a while. Right?
Well, have you understood what I've just told you?
No, because this is a measurement of the horizon being below horizontal.
Right. See, again, I've already told you that the argument is a straw man because you're referring to something that is not eye level. You're
Then
talking about
what is eye level?
changing. You're referring to something that's not at eye level, has nothing to do with the eye level that we mean when we say the horizon is at your eye level.
Okay, is it at horizontal? Is the horizon at horizontal? If you look perfectly perpendicular, is that where you will see the horizon?
Yeah, it tells you your eye level. Okay, so if you've got mountains or something in between you or whatever, the horizon will tell you exactly how high you are in relation to whatever's in the foreground.
That just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, if it helps you imagine this, imagine the plane. Sorry.
Hold on. Is this a one-on-one or something?
Sure.
No, man. Sorry, no. Just
yeah. We're just going over the horizon indicator, the picture he posted up there.
Oh well, you guys know that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, right?
Correct. Well done, Eli.
I hope in 2023 you guys know that.
Rises to eye level is the famous term. And that always gets boiled down to is at eye level.
Yeah, neither of those things are true because obviously the ground is beneath your eye level.
Well, below, that's where the rises to part comes into it.
Well,
it's not curving away. I know this thing has kind of taken on a life of its own over the years, but
no, no, I don't. It's not at your eye level.
No, I never said it rises to.
When you go up and it seems to rise with you. Fair point. It's not like it drops. Like
it's not curving away.
Like but the bottom line is your level. Like if you happen to be looking completely, straight out across. I mean, the level of your eye would be parallel to the horizontal plane or the horizon, but the horizon wouldn't be up to your eye level.
As you get higher, the horizon gets further below you.
Because the ground is further below you, yeah.
Well, no. I can make a prediction for the angle, right? Do you have any geometry for predicting the angle down to the horizon?
Well, you just said, well, no, and it's like, no, well, duh. The higher up I go, the lower the ground gets, and I already know that when I'm looking at the horizon, I'm looking at the junction between the sky and the ground. So if I'm going higher up, the ground is most definitely going to be lower.
And may I interject? It's funny that Ruhif wants to get into geometric things now when he's clearly shown he doesn't understand the Black Swan argument, nor will he even talk about it. So now if he gets high enough, he wants to get into all these geometric limitations. It's funny.
He still doesn't realize that if the jet is on the ground and it's level because you're on the ground and you move your camera up, like you have your iPhone out and you move your camera up on the HUD, it's going to look like it's not level because you moved your camera up. He doesn't get that.
Sorry, I'm chat skanking.
I'm not sure if I'm able to. Am I able to put a picture in the chat?
No, you can't. Someone give that man some perms.
Yeah, no, I've had this conversation several times, and I guess it's probably not even a good word. Rises towards, but. Though, isn't the whole point of that is that the Earth is not curving away from you? I mean, the horizon. I don't even know how we got to this point of confusion with. Well, it's Ruhif talking, so.
Very good. Can we play a game, actually? Let's play
Yeah, how about you define horizon?
It's hard because it's hard. It's like it's easy. I mean, because when you are already begging the question and then trying to disprove it with a phenomenon, well, with something that we think we would expect to be on an imaginary globe, but don't see it. It's not like you can prove that because it's like you haven't proved anything. You just imagine how it's supposed to be anyway. Like I think of course that the ground should drop. I mean they have simulators for that. The ground drops the higher up you go if the earth were curving. But I mean they're gonna I, well I've never really heard a response to that, but I mean they're just gonna believe what they want regardless. They don't have any empiricism behind what they're saying. Well, I guess they wouldn't because that would be left for the scientific method. We're just talking about geometry, but I mean, they don't really have any hard and fast geometric claims either that can be witnessed or experienced with the eye, because they'll just say, well, you would experience this geometry except we have air. That doesn't really, I mean, it's not really useful because when you look at Andrew Thomas Young's stuff, it's not like they're getting that much extra. So they just say, well, it's actually some super phenomenon beyond the math that we were talking about. And it's like, okay, so you have a falsifiable situation in which, you can never know one way or the other anyway. So, they're just going to believe what they want.
Guess what? Wolfie's come through. Legend.
Does Legs have Legs? Do you have permission to post? Are you trying to post something?
Oh yeah. Again, all he's doing is in that video. I don't even have to watch it. I've seen it. He's just talking. Well, again, the word when he uses the word eye level, he's just referring to the HUD line that represents his height, also known as eye level above the earth. Okay, so he's always referring to eye level as that indicator on the HUD. Whereas we all know that when we're talking about this optical phenomenon of the horizon being your eye level or the convergence, whatever you want to call it, yeah, that's what we're talking about. So he's just kind of changed the meaning of my eye level to suit his narrative and, create some obfuscation there, confusion, rather than what I'm trying to do here is just to explain to you that, these different interpretations. But it seems that, as we see all the time, is people kind of trying to defend this idea about the horizon drop rather than actually measuring any curvature. They just talk about horizon drop because they can create this illusion by calling, getting people to think the green HUD line is eye level.
It's horizontal.
Just a bit.
Can you?
Well, whatever. Call it what you want. Yeah. Okay. Call it what you want. It's fine. But it's
okay, what is eye level according to you, though?
I told you it's your. You can talk about it as your height, yeah. But when the horizon is your eye level indicator, your personal eye level indicator. Yeah.
But what is eye level? Like I understand that you're just saying the horizon is eye level.
I get why Rufy's trying. Like, to be fair, the horizon in the plane isn't level, is all you have to say, because it's not like it'd be like perfectly lined up with the horizon, because the planes fly like 3 degrees above level. It's pitched like 3 degrees up. So if that's what you mean, yeah.
No, it's part of it, but it's just obfuscation. It's just changing the word eye level.
Well, what does eye level? What does eye level mean? I don't get it. Like somebody standing up to your eye level would be a good use of eye level. Eye level on its own, unless you're talking about your height and that being the eye level. I don't get what you mean.
Well, this is it. It can have different meanings, right? So yeah, you can talk about in terms of just kind of your height, your eye level. Okay, my eye level is 47,000 feet. That's how high I am. That's my, if I was, horizontal, whatever, that's my height, yeah, 47,000 feet. But also, that in photography or something like that, then if you want to get something at the camera's eye level, then you get that thing right in the center of the shot, don't you? Yeah.
Okay. So something is going to have to be in relation to your eye. Second of all, I mean, unless you know that you're looking perfectly horizontally or perpendicular to 90 degrees, which I'm not sure you could know that like perfectly. I mean, there's really like eye level in reference to what, like, because you would have to know that you're looking perpendicular from 90 degrees, and I don't know how you would know that.
Well, we know. I mean, yeah. Well, this is it. But there's also in a photograph or in the eye, you've got this massive field of view. Yeah. So the sky is not at your eye level. The ground is not at your eye level. The horizon is at your eye level. Yeah. So yes, it indicates your height.
No, it's not. That's no, it's not at your eye level. That's the problem. Like, that's the thing, though. If you're looking at a mountain, right? Like, you could be looking at the top of it, the bottom of it. It depends on the pitch of your head.
Sure, yeah, but the pitch, yeah, okay, the horizon isn't going to be in the center of your field of view if you're looking up or down or whatever, but
it's technically not in the center of your view anyway.
No.
Like, I understand it looks pretty damn close, and it appears to be, but technically we know that the ground is on the floor, so just logically speaking, it wouldn't be eye level. You can't eyeball it. Like, it's not.
Sure,
I'm a stickler for words because the words are spiritual. They're like pretty much the most fucking important thing we have. It's the one thing that animals don't have that we're separated from. And you can speak without thinking, but you can't think without words. Like, so when people like, you got to use words correctly, and it's like, no, the horizon is not at eye level.
No. The horizon is your eye level indicator.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It tells you.
You saying that doesn't mean that it's because that would mean that you would have to be looking directly out 90 degrees. Even still, the horizon wouldn't be eye level.
No. I don't mean no. That's again. It's not. Sorry to cut you off, man, but no. It's not. That's again, fine. It's not horizontal.
So what do you mean by the horizon is eye level?
The horizon is your eye level indicator.
What does that mean?
When you look at it compared to all your other surroundings, it's going to tell you exactly where you are in relation to everything else that you can see.
Well, I mean, the horizon is level. That's why you can use something like a sextant or something like a plumb bob. But you can use the horizon to get a level or a horizontal. You can, but it's not eye level. I don't know why you keep saying that. It's not an eye level indicator, but the horizon is level.
Well, because if you're going to refer to eye level as being your height, your eye level, your height above the surface, then that's what I mean by saying the horizon is your eye level indicator. If you're below the mountaintop, the horizon will be below the mountaintop. If you're higher than the mountaintop, the horizon will be there with you, higher than the mountaintop. So it shows you how high or low you are in relation to that mountain, for example.
Have you ever seen
Skunk Bay time lapse, how the horizon goes up and down.
Yeah.
So why again? Whatever.
I think it's
Hey,
worth
look,
noting that
I can only tell you semantically what I think. Like I don't
yeah, because all this is
you
semantic.
guys can no, semantics means words that mean things. Okay,
Yeah,
so we can't say,
Yeah, who
oh, it's
said that
just
all this is
semantics,
semantics?
because
I'm just curious.
you can never say just semantics. That's like,
Who said that?
what is that? What does
well,
that
I didn't say
mean?
just semantics, but what I'm trying to say, what I was gonna say, is that typically your eyes are level. There's like a level calibration, and it has to do with the water in your ear canal. So just like how water is level,
Oh yeah,
that's how your eyes calibrate level with. Even if you tilt your head to the side, you look up 90 degrees. I mean, 45
Yeah,
degrees.
but this whole thing started with the statement of horizon is at eye level.
Watch
And
that
Elijah
video.
tried to explain it. Well, Elijah said, well, just thinking about it logically, your eyes are above your feet.
Some people need visual or like a visual so they can understand it. Watch that video I just linked in the
Oh,
chat.
Lord.
It's a quick little TikTok about it.
it's not going to change the fact that your eyes aren't an eye level, and you're like, well, it's eye level with the horizon. No, it's not, because in order for you to be eye level with the horizon, your fucking eyeballs would have to be on the ground. So I mean, I don't get.
Yeah, someone gave the legs gave the example of being in a plane at 47,000 feet. Well, if the horizon, the only thing that would be at eye level would be like a weather balloon you were passing at 40. That was also at 47,000 feet. That thing would be at eye level as you were, even then as you're approaching it. And anyways, but the horizons, the ground's below both the plane and the weather balloon.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that, like I said, that whole horizon moves to eye level. I think it was all meaning. It's taken on a life of its own over the years, and now there's a branch of it that where we have the horizon is at eye level, and well,
when you look at it though, we know how like the sky comes down and goes into the horizon, right? So
well, define horizon. Define horizon, OO.
The vanishing point between the ground and the sky.
Okay, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Go on.
Right. So just like how the sky
are your eyes above? Are your eye? Where are your feet on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Are your eyes above your feet?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you look out, your eyes, if you're looking out parallel to the flat water.
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at the point where the ground meets the sky, the ground is below your eyes. Because your feet's on.
Right. So where
that's
I was
all.
With
That's what this whole thing.
Yeah.
So there's no use getting defensive and wanting to write it off and say, no, this is semantics. I don't even know how we got into this knot, but go ahead.
Well, what we're trying to describe is that vanishing point in between the ground and the horizon, right? And just like how the sky vanishes into that, that point, the horizon line, as we call it, the ground does the same. It comes up.
Yeah, moves towards. It's not going away. Yes, the ground is not curving away.
It appears to go up. Right, and that's the limit of our, human vision, due to whatever light physics or whatever, right? And I think that's what people are talking about when they think, horizon meets the eye level, is that point where the ground comes up and the sky appears to come down.
But that doesn't occur at eye level.
Hold on, my bad. If I was on TikTok, I guess you couldn't hear me. What about the vanishing point again? Rewind back to that part. What about it?
Oh no, we were just talking about how what we think of when we think of the horizon, right, is the point where the sky seems to come down and the ground seems to come up, and that's just what I was saying.
What about it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what we're referring to when we think of the horizon meeting the eye level, is that phenomenon.
But it's not meeting
you're saying two different things.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you
I know,
are.
I know.
So what do you mean? What do you mean by eye level? I just told you what I meant by that. What do you mean by it?
Just because the sky appears to meet the ground doesn't mean that that's it. Listen, there's no reason to hold on to this idea that the horizon is eye level. Just why don't you just stop? Like, I don't get it. What good will saying this erroneous statement do you? Because you can say what you said before and leave the latter off. The horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. Why do you have to say anything further?
Right. Okay.
What's the justification? Tell me because I'm telling you how it's not eye level. It's just not, because the ground is below you. So what is the purpose of using words that sound like you're saying it's eye level when it's not?
I'm pretty sure it's
your eyes. It's your eyes horizontal.
This
how
whole
your eye
conversation
perceives the horizontal.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
yeah. This whole conversation comes from the fact that people think that they're seeing a curve as the distance goes.
Yeah, I don't see how that's even sequitur to. I still don't know what you're trying to say about the horizon, other than the sky appears to meet the ground.
I'm just making a statement.
What I'm saying is, I don't understand how your statement is sequitur to your previous statement, which I'm still trying to understand.
What was the previous statement?
Horizon rises to eye level. You tied that in with the sky appearing to meet the ground, and I was like, justify that.
Oh, I'm just saying that both terms mean the same to me.
No, they don't mean.
Or to most people, that's what they mean. The same thing.
I don't care what most people listen. I don't
to
care
me,
what most people
to
think.
me.
Well, that's an appeal to majority fallacy. So again, as a person who wants to speak truth into other people's lives, why are you using erroneous words and fallacious reasoning to get your point across? Because if you think they mean the same thing, you don't even need to say the erroneous statement. All you need to do is say the statement that's descriptive of what you see, which is the sky appears to meet the ground.
But people want to say more than that. People want to say that it's horizontal.
Are you playing a game with me? Like, because I know you understand.
Yeah, it's in good faith. No. What I was just gonna say. Wait, there's no use in like digging in on this because there's like the fact that you said it's all semantics, and I'm not jumping down on your back for that, but there's a slight difference in the two things that you're saying, like back to back, and you've got it in your mind that it's the same. Well, it's not a big deal, and I wouldn't get defensive about it. But people do like to boil things down here, so that's just what's happening.
But words mean things. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
That's like a slippery slope. People want to say
here's the thing,
these little erroneous things one day.
I know, dude.
And next thing you know, we're in Ballersville.
Yeah, he's not fucking with you though. Anyways,
no, I'm not messing with you. Just so you get that clear.
You told him Elijah that his eyes were higher than the ground.
So
I told him that his eyes.
If he's not fucking with me, hold on.
He's not fucking with you.
You don't fucking know that, because you're not him first and foremost.
Yeah, because he wasn't fucking with me. He's not fucking with him. He's not fucking with me.
But
so
you don't need to speak for him, and I'm telling you not to.
Okay, I was vouching for him. My bad.
Thank you. Now, all I'm saying is, what you literally just told me is the two statements are the same. The sky meeting the ground and the horizon being eye level is the same thing.
Yeah, because you're going to that.
One is true, one is not true. But if you think they're the same, then why not leave the erroneous statement, which was the latter, out of it? If you think it's the same, just don't say the thing that is erroneously stated, which is the second part, since you think it's the same.
Okay, I get what you're trying to say. So you're saying the horizon is the actual physical thing that's going on, and not what the illusion of it, right?
I don't know how the hell you got that from. This is why I'm saying, are you fucking with me, or do I just
No,
live in a
yo,
world where people just don't like? This is what, like, because you know what words mean to me, like that. This
He actually
we're
defined
on a level of
horizon when you were
we're on a
away.
level of truth, and ultimately what God is and what He is given. And for people to not care about these nuances, it just rubs me a very bad way, because I'm speaking clearly. I can understand the difference between a description and the erroneous statement. I'm not just dismissing what you said. I've asked you to justify it. The coupling of these two statements, you haven't justified it. Second of all, the only thing you used to justify it was an ad populum fallacy, an appeal to authority fallacy. I mean, appeal to majority fallacy. So I'm just trying to understand why you won't take heed, because the truth being as close to God as you can get, because everything about God is just the truth. Everything that makes sense about this world, the fact that rocks are rocks and trees are trees, and everything that doesn't turn into something else tomorrow, because it's our objective reality. The things that we say are tied to our direct experience of this reality from this created place. And so I don't understand why people need to say things that are not directly correlated with reality, like the horizon is at eye level. Why do you need to say that if you can't justify it? Why aren't you letting it go?
I don't think they're the same thing as far as saying it's the sky meeting the ground. I don't think it's the same thing. I don't know why he said that.
That's what I'm saying.
But there is a merit to saying that it meets the eye level. I think what people mean when they say that.
No, it's not. If you listen to the words
reason that people say that is the difference there is just the
if
horizontal.
you listen to the words that you're using, no, you can't justify saying that statement because it's just false. I don't understand why you want to hold on to it, because it's a lie.
Nobody's saying it's the same things though. It's not. Nobody's saying it's the same thing.
Okay, so let's look at the definition of Box Ops posted.
The statement alone is a lie. It's
True
like you guys are
horizon.
saying no, but we want to say it. Why the fuck do you like, bro? You know what?
Let's look at the definition.
I don't. To be honest,
True horizon.
To be honest, in my quest for truth, in this spiritual war, I don't think we're all on the same playing field anyway. So you guys can be who you are. It is what it is. It's not my problem. I didn't create you. I don't know your intention. Honestly, I don't care. I'm just trying to help. Thank you for showing me who you are. It is what it is.
I think you did help to a certain extent. He's got his wires crossed.
Yeah, I sort of get what you're trying to say about how, like, the definition. So here I'm reading the definition of true horizon: the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through a point of vision. Right. So that's pretty much what I was getting at, right? With the the ground and the sky meeting at that same point.
So what?
So your definition, Elijah, of
oh my
what
god,
does that have to do? I didn't disagree with that part, Bucko. Did I?
He's leaving out the horizontal part, so it's not the same. The horizontal is the important part. That's different. It creates the horizontal.
I don't care. Everything that he just said right now didn't have anything to do with eye level, so I don't care.
He excluded the horizontal, so he didn't really adhere to the definition.
I still don't care. There was nothing wrong with what he just said just now.
There isn't anything wrong, but like it's just not equivalent to the definition. So
Yeah. So the eye
There's
level.
nothing he just said just now that was erroneous. Because
So
he
the eye
didn't say
level part is
anything about
wrong.
eye level.
yeah, we agree with that for sure.
So why would he respond with that when I wasn't contending that?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to
Because
understand where you're
because he
coming
has
from
his
with
Yo,
your
words.
it's
words
like
because
you
you
both are
seem so
white and
passionate about it.
no,
I'm trying to
no,
understand what you mean.
you're white knighting for some reason, and you're just
Who, me?
being equally dumb.
No, let me give me 10
Not
seconds.
not you.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
you.
I don't care. I feel like I'm white knighting for him. So
Yeah, but I'm not
the
talking about you though.
I know. I was joking.
Now, so now you're entering it right now because
Yeah.
I wasn't
Well,
even
I was in it.
talking
I was
to
in it with
you.
him for a minute. I'm trying to clear. I'm trying to help him clarify. Okay.
He
The
can't
fact that
clarify. He wants to say
let
that
me
eye
rewind.
level in the horizon.
I know.
You
Let
can't
me
clarify that.
let me agree with you for a minute. Let me rewind. The fact that he even went to a definition of anything when the simple fact about the eyeballs being above the feet, that's all he needs to focus on right now. And maybe he's not, I don't know, yes, this rises to eye level thing has taken on a life where people want to say it is at eye level. That's where he is. He doesn't see the difference between the two.
Well, I just tried to help him out, but like I said, I've seen many liars this week, and so I'm kind of just fed up with people who don't see the problem with fucking lying with their words.
Well, here's the thing:
words are the most important thing a human has been given by the God.
So you think I'm lying?
No, I don't. Here's this whole thing started because of Ruhif avoiding the black swan. So,
I'm here, by the way, to talk about the black swan. If you like.
Okay, then you avoided it. So now you just listen for a moment. You can jump in a second. I'll shut up. Since we're talking, we've been talking about the horizon. Are you familiar with the black swan observation?
I'm not.
Okay, well, how about Ruhif? Are you comfortable enough in understanding it to explain it to him?
Yeah, I'm driving, so I can't do any.
Okay, I'll explain it to him for a second.
Sure.
Okay, imagine, if you will, maybe someone will post it in the live stream, but I posted it 10 minutes ago. But there's an image, a still from a video of these oil rigs off the coast of California. One of them's at like 9 miles. There's one in front of it at 6.4. The observer's height, or the camera, was set up on a tripod that's 1 foot above the water, right in the waves. There's a full video of it. Anyways, the point of this is, if you're able to define what horizon is, where the sky appears to meet the ground, in this case water, then that image may mean something to you. And I know we got lost in this whole rises to eye level thing, but it has the same significance, this image. Let me see if the image is posted. If not, I'll post it. But the point is, the Earth, hopefully you're listening to, Ruhif. The Earth is claimed to be a certain size. And if you're 1 foot off the surface of it, at 1.2 miles, that's where the Earth begins to curve away. Okay, but Ruhif, since you're aware, where are these oil rigs?
Are they beyond? I think.
Yeah, are they beyond 1.2 miles out?
Yes.
Okay, that's a problem.
Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Well, where's the horizon in that image?
It depends on the atmospheric conditions at the time.
Okay, yeah, and if you're standing in the fog, what do you think? You stand on a marble?
What? If you're standing in the fog, you can't see the horizon.
In that famed image, where is the horizon?
In the black swan. Well, sorry. Personally, I think it's in front of the second one, but everyone says it's behind the second one.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
Can you define horizon, Ruhif?
My definition of horizon, the last point of water you can see before
V.
So, thank you. So,
all right, never mind, Ruhif. You're off.
Whatever.
Anyways, I was trying to give Owo a chance to explain the Black Swan, but I guess he hadn't seen it. Now Ruhif's acting like a fool, so I don't know where to go at this point.
So there's 2 oil rigs, right? And then the person.
Let me see if it's
on the beach. Yeah.
I mean, I can give you the global response to it if you want.
No, you can't.
Can I give you a word of advice? You should never have to vouch for another man in a conversation of words unless they're accused of physically doing something. You shouldn't feel the need to defend someone.
Well, the only reason I vouched for him was the only reason I vouched for him is because you said you were away at TikTok.
If you hear what I'm saying,
yes,
you should understand that if he didn't do anything physical and no one is accusing him of doing anything physical, then we're talking strictly about the spiritual. So what I'm saying is, if he can't with his words justify and defend himself, that means he's on the opposite side of truth, which is the opposite side of God. I don't know why the fuck you would put yourself in the way of that.
Well, because I see him wandered in the same library I am. Yeah.
Well, good luck with that. What you're making, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't do it often, but I think in this case, the guy's got his wires crossed, and perhaps he, as sincere as he is, he obviously hasn't parsed out all the words that you've been able to, and he doesn't see the significance in it. That's all.
He just will not. I mean, I've given him everything that he needs to correct, and he just chooses not to. So it's not like I'm calling him a liar. It's worse than that. I'm inquiring about why he wants to hold on to a lie, which is even worse if you ask me.
Bro, what are you even talking about? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and you're just belittling.
Okay, dude, one more time. Think about the significance of this. Your eyeballs, they're above your feet, right?
Yeah.
So if you're standing up and you're looking out at the ocean, right?
Right.
And your toes are in the waves, right?
Yeah.
And what do you know? You know what you know about water.
It's level.
Correct. Okay, so if that water is going out where your toes are in that water, can that water be at the same height as your eyes?
Of course not.
Okay. That's why I vouched for him, Elijah, because he had his wires crossed. Do you understand the significance of that?
The ground is not at eye level. I agree with that.
You confused me with that one. This is a weird library, dude. Okay, the ground is not at eye level. Yeah, okay.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this statement? The ground is not at eye level, but the horizon is.
Don't we refer to the horizon as that optical illusion?
Do you think it's an erroneous statement or not?
Yes, I do.
If we consider the ground the horizon, definitely, yeah, it's erroneous.
Great.
It may seem somewhat to rise to eye level.
Yeah, that's it. That's where I want. I had I suspected that's what you were meaning, but I wanted to confirm.
Yeah, the rise is toward eye level and at eye level. That was the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ, guys! Can we just move on from this, please?
Yeah.
Well, 24/7. I mean, all that ends well is well.
It was that simple to explain. Come on.
It was simple to explain, but you wouldn't accept it.
No, it's not that I didn't accept it. It's just that I didn't know that you meant the horizon was the ground. Like you were, I'm thinking the optical illusion is what you were
The
referring to.
optical illusion is still not at your eye level. See, he's still saying it.
Oh,
they just got to weasel it in there,
wait,
even though they want to claim that they're not saying it.
So it's
don't worry about it. Don't look, fam. It's okay. It's fine, bro. I really don't care.
I think it's just a genuine misunderstanding.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. We keep saying it's a misunderstanding, and at the end of parsing it out, he is saying what I think he's saying.
He is saying, but he doesn't understand it. He just doesn't understand.
No, he understands what he's saying. He's not understanding why I'm saying it's wrong. But he
doesn't understand the word that he's using.
No, he does understand the words that he's using. That's why he can say it 5 different ways, like it means something different to me. He knows he knows what he means, and I'm trying to help him correct his understanding because he does understand.
I'm not sure about that, but all right.
But he won't. Well, he said it 5 different ways from Sunday. So even though he's saying he's not saying it, every time he concludes, he's saying it, which means regardless of what he's telling you he means, he's saying what I'm saying is erroneous.
So the optical illusion is not at eye level.
Well, don't you think it is?
It looks that way to me, just from an eyeball.
Okay,
I have no way to measure it. So you do have a point. You do have a point, though.
Blue anime character, he just confirmed what I keep saying. So stop trying to defend that. It is what it is.
Not the thing. I'm trying to mediate it, but I guess he doesn't get it yet.
Like, why do you guys doubt me?
You were trying to say that
I'm the quickest way to cutting through the bullshit there is in here. Okay, and you guys just maybe this, maybe that. I've seen it all, bro. I've heard it all. But you guys can dick around with people that are just have this lying spirit, and then get burned in the end. You do what you want.
I think I know what you're trying to say, though. You're trying to say that because I can't measure it exactly, it's not that way. It's not at eye level.
There's nothing to measure. It's not at eye level.
And you figure, I did, you're the master troll detector.
Right, so, because if it's on the ground, it's not at eye level. Because my feet on the ground, my eyes are up here, so we know verifiably that it's not.
So when you're higher than when you're up way higher, like 1,000 feet in the air, all of a sudden it's at eye level. How do you think your logic is whoa? Look,
no, I think I understand what you're saying now.
I'm leaving.
How did you even? You jumped into this conversation. I don't think you're a troll, but
no, I was just curious why he was so passionate about those, the way he said it. But now I kind of understand what he meant by that.
Well, what would you rather do? Everyone just get on here and say, anyone have any ideas for lottery numbers tomorrow? People have purpose when they get on here. Some people are on here listening. Some people are on here to fool around. Some people are on here to troll. Hopefully you're not. And some people are here because, as he said, he was just trying to help you get to the bottom of it. But
right.
You don't seem to see it as a big deal, so what's it matter then? Whatever. Yeah, the whole thing. T-Water, you hear?
That's the thing.
It's taken on a life of its own because in the old days it used to the saying was rises to eye level, and now 2023 I'm guessing you're new to this whole thing, OO?
Well, I was in this space about like 7-8 years ago, but I was never in a public forum like this.
So you were there when this whole famous phrase began.
Yeah, and I didn't never found any
And it
problem
wasn't.
with it.
It isn't. It is not what you're repeating now.
What phrase is that we're talking about,
Well,
boys? If I can ask.
I'm glad there's fresh voices here. Maybe you can get to the bottom of
The
this.
old Eric Debay argument. It's the old Eric Debay argument.
Horizon rises to eye level.
OO said that Horizon is at eye level.
So it's not rising to, it's just at it.
Yeah. There's a difference between rising towards and at it. That's where we've been for an hour.
Well, that would mean that the horizon would be fixed then, surely, if it is at it and it's not changing depending on elevation, no?
Right.
Would that not be correct?
Correct.
If it's at eye level, then obviously wherever you're standing, whatever your elevation is, then that's it where it is. Then if you rise up, say another 1,000 foot or something, the horizon's going to drop. But that's not the case, is it?
Right.
Yes, it is the case. It does drop.
What?
Wait, what? It drops?
What, so,
The horizon does drop.
So if I'm standing at, say, 500 foot elevation and I rise at 1,000 foot, you're telling me the horizon drops and it doesn't rise?
Yes. Measurably,
What?
yes.
What do you mean? What's he...
Measurably, it drops.
What? So where does the horizon stay fixed? What elevation?
It doesn't stay fixed.
But you're saying that it's at eye level and it doesn't rise, so that would mean it is fixed.
Both are false. The horizon is not at eye level, and it does not rise to eye level.
So what's correct then, Ruha?
As you get higher, the angle down to the horizon gets bigger.
So the horizon is where? Finish the sentence.
What do you mean where? The angle down to it gets bigger. It's below you. More and more below you as you get higher.
So it doesn't stay fixed and it doesn't rise. It's kind of in limbo. How can that be? If you go up, you see further.
Right.
Right.
And the horizon is more below. The angle gets bigger.
More below than what?
Than it previously was. The angle gets bigger as you get higher.
So it does rise then? Just the angle is bigger? Is that what you're saying?
It gets lower.
So it appears
it gets lower.
It gets lower.
You can see that in weather balloons that it doesn't. It doesn't.
You tell me as you go up, the horizon gets lower.
Yes, measurably.
Come on, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? We've got footage from like 120,000 feet, and the horizon appears to be what I would always call it just under eye level, because obviously the ground is below you. So,
how does the weather balloon camera establish horizontal?
Which one? I don't know which one you're talking about.
Whatever footage you're referring to. How are you establishing horizontal?
I wasn't referring to footage one. I was just talking in general.
Whoever was.
So, Beerahif, do you have a video of this? Like, every 10 miles, how high does the horizon lower? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, how much does it lower? Every certain amount of miles.
When you're up high, about 35,000 feet, I think the angle down is about 3 degrees.
That's what it should be, right?
Yeah,
but I've never seen that. So the highest weather. Listen. The highest weather balloons go is about 100, give or take 100,000 feet, right?
Yep.
So how come we don't see that there?
How are you measuring the angle down to the horizon with a weather balloon? How does the weather balloon establish horizontal?
You can use the level, like the water.
Okay. How does the weather balloon? How do you know the weather balloon is not pointing up or pointing down? How is it establishing a horizontal?
Using a level.
You said the water level.
Do they take a spirit level up on the weather balloon?
Why not?
Could, but do they?
I would think so, yeah. if they're going to do any kind of testing, at least try and cover every bit. What do you mean they don't? What, everybody that's ever been up in a fucking weather balloon to establish whether or not the horizon is horizontal and is rising, they're not going to take a fucking water level. Come on, man.
Yeah, people take their phones on planes at 35,000 feet, and they have accelerometers in their planes, which
so you
can
don't need a
establish
water level.
horizontal.
So
Right.
you don't need a water. It's the same.
Guess what
It's
happens?
the same idea. It's the same idea as a
Yes.
water level, isn't it?
Right.
Do you think
And
you
guess
see the
what
curvature?
happens when they take? Guess what happens when they take photos with their theodolite app?
Is that a global that
Horizon
takes
is below
photos?
horizontal.
Correct, by about 3 degrees or so.
Well, the further you go, obviously, the horizon, as you're looking out towards it, like, it might appear further down because like the angle you're viewing it at, as you continue to keep rising and rising and rising, that horizon is getting further and further away as well, man.
Yeah, the angle gets bigger. I've literally done hundreds of measurements for the angle down to the horizon. Hundreds. Fits the globe very, very well.
The lack of motion and curvature doesn't really fit the globe, bro.
Well, I'm
Did you
quite
take
happy to
videos of
present my
this?
curvature as well.
And then the selling alien eclipse, that fucking doesn't really fit the globe model either, man, does it?
We can talk about that as well. I'll be home in about probably 45 minutes.
You're going to need a geometric horizon for that roof.
You mean I need an unrefracted horizon? What do I need an unrefracted horizon for?
To claim that it's physical.
Didn't we have this conversation the other day where I said if light bounces off a house and takes a curved path to my eye, is the house still physical?
You lost me at if.
Okay, light bounces off a house. No if. It takes a curved path to my eye. Is the house physical?
Why would it be a curved path to your eye?
Bro, what the hell are you talking about, man? We're talking about freaking height and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, Timbo's just talked about the refracted horizon, right?
T-Dog.
The geometric horizon.
Where?
Oh, T-Dog, sorry.
Where's
Sorry.
the horizon?
Oh, there's my house. Wait, how come I'm here already? It was way over there.
Right, but we're talking about light refracting through the atmosphere.
Are we? Or we're talking about you claiming that it's refracting?
Okay. So again, we did this yesterday.
I never.
I know you weren't here. Yeah, sure.
Well, I probably done it last week and last year. And
yeah, right. Premise 1: light bends through a density gradient. Premise 2: our atmosphere has a density gradient.
Right.
Conclusion: light bends.
The Earth is not a sphere because you don't have a geometric horizon.
You still haven't answered the question about the drop in the horizon the higher up you go. Like I haven't seen that. Like can you? You know what I mean?
Do you want like a formula?
No. I want to actually see like a measurement being done that, and you find that the higher you go up, the lower the horizon goes. I've never seen that.
Okay. I posted. Do a search for messages from me in the live stream chat, where I've posted an image, and I've posted images of a theodolite. That's me taking angles down to the horizon. It's only one, but I mean, I've got hundreds
Hold
of
up,
them.
no, just post it again because I'm not gonna be looking for like 10 minutes.
All right. Hang on. Who did I send it to? I sent it to Pookie.
And the theodolite are you that's an apparent horizon, or are you taking it down to the geometric horizon?
You can't see the geometric horizon because we're looking through an atmosphere. You're always looking at the apparent horizon.
Right. So when you say
All
that the horizon is below eye level, there you're like, this is what I don't get. You need the refraction for the black swan, but you're not willing to talk about it for your theodolite measurement.
I am,
because it's going over the ocean.
I'm absolutely happy to talk about it with my theodolite measurement.
Okay. Do you think that invalidates your theodolite measurement at least
No.
as much as you think it invalidates the black swan?
The black swan is invalidated because very close to the surface, the refractive gradient can be all over the place. When you get above the
How
surface,
close is your theodolite measurement?
Again?
You're going to the ocean horizon. It's the same view. Like, What's the difference between
I'm like 40 meters off the surface.
What is
of
that
my
image
line of
supposed
sight.
to even? Well, what is that image you just sent of Bureau Hif?
Yeah, that's the angle down to the horizon. So
No, I wanted to see the higher up you go, the more the horizon drops. I want to see that because I've never seen.
That's like I said. I'm in my car, but I can show you a stack of measurements where the height. Yeah, as I get higher, that angle gets bigger. But I'm in my car.
There's nothing.
I don't know what those numbers mean either.
Okay, so that
not all
that
of us
angle,
have used them.
that angle at the top, 90 degrees. Okay. That angle, 90 degrees, 11 minutes, 27 seconds. Yep. So 11 minutes and 27 seconds down to the horizon.
Okay, you took a measurement at ground level, and what's your conclusion from that?
That photo's
it's the
proving your
prediction of a globe.
globe? Is that what you're
It
telling
fits
me?
the-
That's proving your globe?
It fits the prediction of a globe.
Wait, so, no. So what's the conclusion of that photo? Just in one sentence.
That it fits the prediction of a globe.
What does?
The measurement down to the horizon is what is predicted by the globe.
What are you even looking at? All I see is numbers. Like, what are you pointing at?
The horizon.
Over an ocean?
Well, yeah, looking at the horizon, yeah, on the ocean.
You say you're like 125, 130 feet.
He pulled over to the side of the road, pulled out his theodolite, took a photo of it, and globe.
It's the prediction of a globe. Yes.
But I don't even know what you're
Does it
looking
fit
at.
the prediction of a flat
You don't
Earth?
see a problem with this? You don't see a problem with this?
What's the prediction of a flat Earth?
I don't know. What is the prediction of a flat Earth? Please tell me what the angle down to the horizon should be on a flat Earth.
Oh, bro,
I see some good bushes. Some good bushes.
I would say the prediction of the flat Earth is it's not moving and it's got no curvature. So you jumping up in hot air balloons with cameras and stuff and claiming that this should happen on a globe and it shouldn't happen on the flat Earth, that doesn't get away from the fact we're not moving and there's no curvature over vast bodies of water.
Sorry, did Adam write not a measurement when there's literally a measurement on the screen? Like what?
No comment.
You'll need a geometric horizon for that, Ruhi.
Why? What do I need the geometric horizon for?
Because you've not got one. So obviously you need it to claim your
There
globe.
is one. Why do I need the geometric horizon? We're looking through an atmosphere.
If you're claiming that it matches the globe prediction, right, then you're claiming that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere that you're measuring an angle to. The physical geometric horizon.
Incorporating refraction. You said geometric again.
You're not.
Why do you say that when we're looking through an atmosphere?
What have you got to refract? What have you got to refract?
What do you mean? I don't know.
You need a geometric horizon to refract. How did you establish that there is? Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
You
don't use the geometric horizon.
I'm sure you at least need a few more measurements.
I've got hundreds of them. I'm in my car. I've just posted one.
But what does that prove?
It is consistent with the globe prediction.
Right. Which is based off what?
The size of the globe and standard refraction.
What are you claiming is refracted?
The light as it goes through the atmosphere.
What is being refracted that you're looking at?
The horizon. So the path that the light takes from the horizon. Yeah, the path that the light takes from the horizon is curved.
What's
the horizon? Not the geometric horizon.
But how do we know that machine is doing? How do we know what you're pointing at?
You're measuring angle to a refracted horizon.
Yes, the apparent refracted horizon.
How do you know how much? How do you know how much it has to be refracted by?
Yeah, because when you're above the surface, refraction is predictable.
And that would be in coordinates with the spherical Earth size, right?
You can work it in, yeah. That's what the calculator does. Yes.
Where did that come from?
If that theodolite had a zoom, a zoom on it and increase angular resolution, would it be able to see farther? Would the horizon extend?
No.
No. So when a boat goes over that horizon, that same horizon, and I zoom in and I see it again,
It didn't go over the horizon.
Viable observation?
If you can zoom in and see something, then it didn't go over the horizon.
Dude, there's 1,000 videos showing that you can do that. Okay, so what is the
There's 1,000 videos of boats not over the horizon.
Yeah. Okay, but your theodolite is seeing that. Your theodolite is seeing the horizon as we see it, and then if you zoom in, you see farther. That's proven.
No, you don't.
You're going to deny that?
You don't see further.
Oh, okay.
You have higher resolution.
Man.
You don't see further.
So what resolution does your theodolite have compared to your eyes? That's what I'm asking.
Better resolution, but you're not seeing further. You just have better resolution.
Okay, what resolution does your theodolite have is what I'm asking then.
I think it's 32 times or 24 times.
Okay, so will that see as far as 120 times?
It'll see exactly the same distance. The difference is resolution.
Have you ever seen a boat go over the horizon and then zooming in and see it coming back?
That's not a boat that's gone over the horizon. If you can zoom it back, it has not gone over the horizon.
All right. Am I, guys, please, anybody else in this room, have you guys ever seen a video of a boat being pulled back in with increased angular resolution? Am I crazy here?
You are.
Resolution?
No, I know what you're speaking of. Yes, there's footage of people bringing the boat, hull and all, everything back into view after it apparently went over the curvature of the Earth.
Like those famous the Nikon.
Yeah,
like
there's
the Nikon
plenty of it.
right?
It's out there. Anyways, either the boat went over the curve of the Earth because the water is bending away and dropping away like you're claiming with your theodolite, or it's not. Right? So if you can zoom the boat back in after it supposedly went over the curve, then I guess it didn't go over a curve, right?
Yeah, and they have people having measurements too. That
That's right.
it's like this. It should be like 5,000 feet under the curvature, but then they zoom back in and it's under it.
It did go over the curvature, but you're not seeing it like that. It didn't. It did, but it didn't. It hasn't reached the refracted geometric
my
horizon.
girlfriend cheated on me, but she didn't cheat on me. I got you. Okay.
It was an optical illusion.
You guys are pointing at like a dot on the ocean, claiming that we claim it's gone over the horizon, and then zooming it back in. It hasn't gone over the horizon.
Literally, people have. I'm not claiming you claim it. You guys.
So the horizon doesn't drop from under the theodolite, then, is what you're saying?
Sorry, how did you get that from what I said?
Well, if you can zoom, if the boat's not going over the horizon and dropping away, like you're claiming the horizon drops from your theodolite, how can it drop from your theodolite if it's not allowing the boat to drop away? I don't get what you're saying.
I think you misunderstand the point here. Boats do go over the horizon, the apparent horizon.
And the horizon drops from your theodolite when it's on the ground.
Yeah, not the geometric one, right? Not the geometric one, the apparent one.
The apparent one, yeah, because we're looking through an atmosphere.
But when I pull out the camera to look at the boat you said went over the curve, and I zoom in and I see the whole boat that supposedly went over the curve you said was dropping away,
No, I didn't say that boat was going over I didn't say that boat went over the horizon. It's not.
But you just admitted it's an apparent horizon. So if you're measuring the down angle to an apparent horizon, then why do we have to accept that as anything that's viable to prove anything? It's apparent. It's not real.
Yeah, so we agree. We agree.
Not real. Hold on. You said
They've gone over the not actual horizon. They've gone over the not actual physical curvature.
No.
Yeah, we agree, Ruhif. Boats are not going and heading towards antipodal status as they sail away. We get it.
Okay. Oh, there goes my teacher. The apparent, like, listen to the words carefully here.
How many tea times do you have?
Horizon. Sorry? Oh, no,
I thought you were driving. Did you say it's your tea time? And you're driving?
I'm parked out my boy's school, but his old teacher just drove past. Anyway, listen to these words carefully. The apparent horizon is physical.
What?
The apparent horizon is physical.
Stop the cat.
Okay? It is in its apparent location. It is a physical place, but you see it in its apparent position.
So you're not seeing it where it actually is.
Correct.
So boats went over the thing that isn't really there, but is somewhere else.
Boats went over a physical hump of water, right? But the place where that's at depends on the atmospheric conditions.
So when you see that happen, right, you're seeing the boat go over the thing that's there, but it's not really there.
It's in its apparent
Hold
position.
on, wait, whoa, hold on. How can the atmospheric condition change the position of the water ball curve thing that you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Right? So the curvature of the light lets you see a little bit further around the ball.
You guys are so fascinating when I listen to you. It's like air contains air. That's what gravity is, you flat earthers. Wow, you're just amazing. Keep going.
Yeah, you left out an if. If. You left out your if.
What's the if? What?
If the ball, if there's a water ball. You left out that if. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, anyway, light bending. Oh, sorry, someone else. Yes. Yep.
He thinks India just landed on the south pole of the moon. Like it's almost 2024, and there's still at least one person that thinks space travel is real. We're talking to him right now.
Yeah.
Well, he thinks that the Yankees had as well, so that gives you any indication.
Let me see if I can find my GeoGebra about refraction. 1 sec. Well, I don't know if that's a direct quote. That is not exactly what he said. Well, pretty much now. All right.
He said it a few times.
I know, according to the headlines, not long after they supposedly went there was going to be colonies by 1978 or 6. Where are these colonies on the moon? How come we haven't built anything there?
No.
I don't believe I know it is.
All right. Can I have 10 seconds? Then I got to go. I got to go in a sec. I've posted in the chat a GeoGebra showing how the horizon moves with refraction. Play with the sliders. Have fun. I'll be back later. See ya.
Yeah, your slider that increases the radius of the Earth, basically, to match any observation that you make. How convenient. Yeah, the moon landing was just a cool TV show. It's a cool story. That's all it is.
We were too busy focusing on ending world hunger and wars and stuff. That's why we haven't gone back.
God bless NASA for Velcro and Tang. They've helped thousands of children incapable of tying shoelaces. Is that very beneficial? Money well worth spent, I reckon.
You know how we do it. We throw money wherever the hell it's not going to help. Screw Hawaii. Yeah, most people are dumb shits, and it gets old talking to them. I feel like that's what you were saying. Yeah. Yep. So the TV on What's up? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. People gotta check their social media. Exactly.
They're definitely moving towards the Ruhif earlier said that he knows he's the one who started this whole confusion past 2 hours. You can thank Ruhif, but he said that he knows that they went to the moon because, quote, we know how rockets work. So I just had to update everyone on that.
Hold up. I just had to come back because I'm sitting here complaining to Gregory about you aider and abettors, liars, and the lie, and the person who wants to hold on to the lie. Why the fuck are y'all trying to fucking defend a person with only VC verified? Make it make sense.
Who, the Omo guy?
Yeah.
Well, here's why. In a nutshell, I wasn't, it's not like I would put my life on the line, but in the flow of the conversation, he seemed to appear in the conversation with a clarifying question or a clarifying comment. And I think he kind of dug in and got defensive, and I noticed that, and that seemed to be a sign of sincerity. So I didn't check his tags other than knowing that he was, joined the conversation. I knew he was VC verified.
Well, now you got cross with me.
I'm not cross with you, dude. I'm not cross with you. I was agreeing with you. You may be cross with me, but yeah.
I hope you think that matters.
Yeah, I most definitely do. That's why I was trying to help him seek
No, and
clarification.
I was saying, get the fuck out of his way. Like, I don't know why. I don't know
Who,
why
Omo?
I thought you knew him. It's even
Oh.
worse that you don't know him and you defended
No,
someone
well,
that I demonstrated was
yeah,
holding on to a
if he
lie.
was, if he was
And
the master,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I know you
he
can't
started.
understand me because you're trying to defend yourself for some reason.
No. I agree with you. Yeah, you were right about him apparently because he started saying shit after he seemed sincerely defensive, which I took as a sign of sincerity.
And that means you don't trust me. And I
No,
don't
dude,
Nah, man,
need
I
you
was
to
being
trust me.
honest.
I
It's
just
not
said
like I
Elijah,
agree with
Elijah,
you now.
you're coming off really freaking
But
toxic to me, man. I don't know you,
we're
man,
not
but you
we're not
sound
time,
mad
boys.
toxic.
Oh, fuck off.
Chill.
My homegirl got booted from the server, therefore I damn sure don't give a fuck about you. You're definitely getting the ban.
Who said
Goodbye.
that? Who was
All right,
that?
man,
Dude?
I'm out of here. I don't want to be around some.
Oh, good.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah, maybe this was a troll brigade. I mean, I didn't like argue with you on the point that the guy was legit. I just said in the flow of the conversation, he seemed to be asking a legitimate, clarifying question, and it seemed like he kept getting to
Okay,
the
but
point.
we dealt
What's
with
that?
it. We
Yeah,
dealt
yeah.
with it. Like I was trying to demonstrate to you that he was holding on to a lie. It shouldn't have taken as long as it did. It's not like I was cursing him out. It's not like I was being disrespectful, but
Yeah.
you stepped in to try to speak for him
Because I thought
where
he
he should
seemed
have been.
legitimately confused.
It's not like he was getting the shit slapped out of him physically.
Nah.
It's not like he had to defend himself physically.
Well, no, dude.
All
I didn't
he
say, "Hey,
had to
lay off of them."
do
Well, here's the thing, Elijah. You admittedly said you stepped away and went to TikTok for a second, for maybe a minute or two, whatever it was. But we had I was talking to him, and in that point, well, you heard how he would be. Did it not seem like it? Like I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. But yeah, point taken. You sussed him out. I don't think he is a troll, but if he is, you sussed him out. Yes. And afterwards, he did say some kind of trollish things, but I think that's because he got defensive. But I don't know.
Oh, I'm
Well, here's the thing.
What are your spiritual beliefs?
Dude, that's all. You want? I hate. This is the only time I'll be able to quote Gregory. Meet me in biblical or whatever, or philosophy. But
okay,
that's not.
then that
That's
makes
not.
me more harsh towards you. Then
Excuse me.
that makes me more harsh toward. Okay, that makes me more.
Oh, say la
Wants to
vie. I
be
mean,
more.
then now you're making an
Please don't
assumption.
interrupt me, man.
No, I'm not. I'm
Because you're
not
not going
trying
to
to interrupt you.
understand what I'm telling you if you're constantly trying to defend yourself against me. You don't even know what you're defending against. You don't even know if what I'm saying is justified. And if I am saying something that's justified, I don't know why you feel the need to speak on the back of it.
I'm all ears.
All I'm saying is we're not here to defend people who propagate confusion. I was trying to get down to a confusing, that I was trying to make clear something that was confusing. I didn't come in here saying he was a this or saying he was a that. I asked him a question. I realized he was being evasive. So then I took a few different tacks and realized, oh, he was continuously evasive. And instead of calling him a liar, I just said, why are you holding on to this lie? And at that point, it's like you could hear what I heard. So I didn't understand why you would defend that.
Well, I wasn't defending him. I don't know the guy. I wasn't defending him personally. I was defending the point
The
at
words.
that I think
The
the
words.
confusion is. I was trying to get to the bottom of that.
But I was already getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I know.
I was exposing it for what it was, and it was like, well, no, let me try to see what's going on because he is, and I'm like, no, he said it at the point that he said the same thing twice. I realized he said the same thing twice. It took to the fifth iteration of basically the same thing before you were like, okay, he is saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of response you want from me. I mean, I could go back into trying to divine his confusion, but what?
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
not.
you could be doing that for a devil. Is what basically what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
well, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But
And all I'm saying is you don't want to. Why I don't want to be caught doing that. And I
okay,
was just saying I don't know why you would want to be caught doing that.
gotcha.
At the
Well,
end of the
okay,
day.
yeah, no, of course, who
I'm
who
not
would? But
saying caught doing that in front of
I know, dude.
Discord.
Here's the thing, though.
Damn
The funny,
Discord. I'm talking about God Himself.
yes, I get it. The thing that strikes me funny about the whole thing is that nitpicking whatever he was doing, digging in, nitpicking, confusing, or being deceiving, still within that lies the whole. It doesn't matter. Well, there's still a damning nature. The result of that whole discussion is still damning to the globe. So if his intent was to deceive, his deception still leads to the unveiling of the lie.
I'm so beyond. Look, where you might be at.
Well, dude, what I'm saying is, if you're right about him being a troll,
Did I interrupt you?
I should have shut up the second you said he was. Yeah.
Did I interrupt what you were saying? Because I was ready to talk.
No, Elijah. I was trying to just go back and forth, but go ahead.
Well, how you gonna go back and you spoke for like fucking 60 seconds, and then I started to speak,
Okay.
and again.
All right. We got it. Calm down, dude. I'm not trying to.
Do I have to calm down?
You made some good points there.
Am I mad because you started talking 5 seconds into me talking? Is it my fault?
That's mine.
So is it my fault that I'm frustrated with you? Is that something that I should work on? After you started speaking 5 seconds after I started talking? Okay.
Yeah, I would be frustrated too. Go ahead. I'll work on it.
So all I'm saying is you might be at the point where you're trying to you might be at the point where, okay, someone might be deceiving, someone might not know that they are saying something erroneous. I am beyond that. I'm at the point where I don't really care to figure out if someone is doing it on purpose or by mistake, because at that point, if you're carrying a lie, it is beyond you and is spiritual, and that means it's a bad thing anyway.
Well, yeah.
If you're lying and you don't realize it, you're beyond me telling you.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
If you're lying, say again. If you're lying and not knowing you're lying, you're beyond me not telling you.
Because people like the boy from the other day. I don't know if you probably weren't here. Where you need to do you need to do it intentionally for it to be a lie. I need to intentionally deceive you to lie. I don't know.
So let me ask you a question.
I need to figure out biblically where.
So this guy, you're saying this guy is he was carrying a lie without knowing he was carrying the lie, but he delivered the lie nonetheless.
Well, I don't know if he knew or didn't know, but why was he carrying a lie?
Well, because I think he had. Here's why. I will tell you. I will tell you why I think he was, because I've heard other people do it too. I think he was carrying that because
I'm not. It was.
I know it was rhetorical, but
it's not. You don't. Because you don't know. But from a spiritual aspect, why would a being created by God carry a lie? Period.
Because he had pride. He had pride in that. He had pride in what he took the significance of those words meaning.
You don't know that. For all you know, his spirit is just corrupt.
Well, yeah. Well, I try. Yeah, I've been accused of being a pessimist before, so I try to give people. The funny thing is, I've noticed you give people the benefit of the doubt to people that I when I'm listening, I'm saying this guy's full of shit. So I mean,
because you gotta logically get there first. Some people just go ahead and try to cut people's heads off without even understanding what they're saying.
Okay,
I don't do that. I don't try to unjustifiably crack people's heads. This is why I ask questions. So most people in the server accuse. They tell. When I say tell, I mean they tell people. I don't tell people. I ask them first. So when I come at you, I know what I'm talking about.
I'll ask you a question then about not that guy, but that thing, that muddying the water. What do you think? If you were able, dude, what I'm saying is,
on a spiritual level, I am not even. I got to read the Bible, I guess, because I'm pretty sure there's an answer in there. But I'm not equipped to figure out the intention of the lying spirit. I just know it's there. And if I'm able to clearly, with words, point it out and you fight it, that's a bad thing.
Well, I think that's a mischaracterization. I think that's a mischaracterization to say that I was fighting it. I was saying in the flow of the conversation.
Talking about you. What are you talking about?
Well, earlier you said you took issue with
the same conversation right now. The more we speak,
did you not take, dude? Okay, you took issue with me vouching for the dude.
Okay, why are you getting feelings about it now to the point that you keep cutting me off? Because now we're on another point.
What are we even talking about? What liar are we talking about then?
Not you.
No, I know. I thought we were talking about.
You interrupted me to defend yourself again.
Oh, dude.
Did you or did you not?
Are we or are we not talking about the OO situation?
You just said. You just put yourself in the situation. So what? Now I'm looking at
talking to the dude.
Yeah, the more we speak, the more I look at you, sus. Because you did initially step in for a person who was holding a lie in the first place. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, and the more we speak, the more you lose my need to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, c'est la vie, but at the end of the day, this whole thing began over Horizon is at eye level.
We were so beyond that point. I don't know how the fuck you brought it to this rudimentary level.
Well, that's the lie he was sticking to.
And
in this example, correct?
And
so we are talking about this situation.
Not you. Right. I was on a point.
Okay.
Now you're just like, okay, like it's okay. No, because now it's over.
Dude, I was listening. I was listening to you. I thought you paused and were. Go ahead, man. I'm not trying.
Wait a minute. You thought I paused? We're gonna go to the YouTube, and then I'm just based on what actually happened. I'm gonna determine.
Okay, I think there was. It wasn't. I wasn't talking over you that time, but yeah, there was a.
Oh, okay. All right. Give me a second. I'll be back. I'm going to something.
Dude, come on, Elijah. What the hell is this even all about, dude?
What are we doing? What is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I don't know, like, he feels like we were defending the guy, but we were just trying to advance the conversation. I feel like we were just trying to resolve it quicker.
Yeah, it was trying to. We were all trying to resolve it.
Yeah.
You know, but
so it wasn't like we're stepping on his toes or anything. Just like we just wanted to end.
You know, but the guy that I don't know if the guy got defensive or the guy started. I don't know, but whatever. It didn't go. The whole thing, in retrospect, I guess, was sus. Someone else seemed to know the first guy that showed up, Legs, and then Owo was responding to the Legs thing.
Yeah, it was just strange.
No, but I mean, as far as what Elijah's talking about, I mean, more power to the people who can tell the lie with clarity. I mean,
yeah, Legs was talking to Ruhiv, and that was good. But then Legs had to go, and it kind of devolved into whatever it devolved into.
Yeah.
Well, he said that he had work. I don't know if he just left before because the soap opera. He might have.
Now, Ruhiv, his act works well with the dropping in and out.
And also, like, Ruhiv wanted to, like, kind of gish gallop. He wanted to do the measurement with the.
Yeah, I'm open to the idea that this whole thing was just a muddying the water scheme that I fell for, but you know, at the time, the guy was asking a question that seemed legit, and yeah, I don't think anyone was trying to go along with his rationalization that yeah, that's what I mean, and then he would say something opposite. So he was either confused or he was a good troll. But I don't know. I don't know. At the end of it, when he said he had been 7 or 8 years ago, I always get a little confused about those statements. I was here, but I've been gone, and I'm back, and I'm... and I caused some confusion tonight. But I don't know. I could hear it in his voice, sincerity, but maybe I'm gullible. Just as gullible as Ruhiv is believing the South Pole Indian TV show.
Well, not for nothing. I thought he was genuine too. I thought he was genuinely, like, just kind of silly in the moment. It's just like not getting it. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think he was not getting it, not seeing the difference, and then he got defensive. But whatever.
Oh, some people just aren't up to speed, on things. They're still watching season 2.
Yeah, and this is a strange place to go figure. He's basically, he's having to think out loud and to us and have us respond to his. I don't know. Yeah, so it's like. Yeah.
The way I figure things out, I kind of just listen. Whenever people talk about things I don't understand, I just shut up and listen. It's probably the best approach for me.
Yeah, I probably don't do that enough.
Yeah, what's your take? But the whole thing started with that. Like I was saying, that this whole rises to eye level thing has taken on like a life of its own, to where people who are new to it. That's why I asked him if he was new, and he says, "No, I've been around 7 or 8 years." Well, if you're new to it, yeah, there are content creators out there saying that. So I mean, if that's what he heard, that's what that's what he thought was like significant in debunking the globe, then he's going to have some pride in that. That's all I was sensing.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And it made sense to me because I've heard people claim that, so it does make sense to have retained it. Yeah.
The Dave Walker. Yeah.
I have returned. Has anyone played with my GeoGebra thing?
Somebody might have. I think somebody replied to it, but I don't recall.
Okay.
Sounds like a kinky toy.
Right.
Have you played with my GeoGebra?
Anyway, if you play with it, play with the sliders and change how much refraction, you'll see how the spot that is the horizon moves. You'll see how the green line is like the apparent where you see it, the projected position of it. That's it.
Where's the physical part of it?
It's physical. That point that says the horizon is a physical point.
Got an if.
But you just said it's. You just said it was the refracted horizon.
Yes.
Yes.
The idea that these terms,
saying,
apparent and physical, they're not mutually exclusive. They're not the opposites of each
What
other.
does physical mean? What does physical mean, Rudy?
What do I think it means? Like you can touch it.
No. What does it mean? Not what you think it means.
Yeah, you can touch it. What do you think it means?
Yep, it's physical. It's actually there. And then what does apparent mean?
Yeah, where it appears.
Ah, so is it apparent or physical?
It's physical. It appears in its
in an apparent position.
Yes.
So not physical.
Oh, those words are not mutually exclusive. Like I said a minute ago, when light bounces off a house and takes a curved path to your eye, the house is still physical.
I'm looking at a fucking house now, and it's actually where it is.
Yeah. Is it though?
Yeah, it's right there. I can walk.
How do you know? Okay, the horizon's right there.
Walk up and touch it.
Yeah. I can walk to the point that is the horizon.
No, you can't.
Throw anything at it, man.
More distant.
Hey? Yeah, I know, but there is a point.
As you walk towards it.
Yeah, but there is a point, right? There is a drop of water at the horizon. I can go to that drop of water. It's a physical thing.
How are you going to pinpoint that place that is apparently the air, the sea meeting the sky?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, how are you going to go to this place and pinpoint it?
Let's say I have a boat, right? Someone goes out in a boat, and I yell out when he gets to the horizon. I say, "Stop there."
What's your error? What's your error of margin? What's your margin?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. But it's a physical location that he's at, right? You can go there.
So whether he was 100 meters or 200 meters in front or 200 meters behind, is it going to look like he's at that horizon as well?
Yeah. That's
so
difficult.
You cannot pinpoint the horizon. Is that correct?
Yeah, not pinpoint, but I can go to that location. Like, we agree that it would be difficult to get an actual exact distance.
You go out to the horizon, and then I go, all right, you're there. Yeah. And then someone else goes, no, he's got to go further. He has to go further because the bottom of his boat hasn't started disappearing.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going. How much further?
That's hard, right? It's difficult.
So Ruhif, you have to go in the Black Swan. You would have to go beyond both oil rigs to get to that 1.2 geometric horizon.
What?
Where it's projected out to?
Makes absolutely no sense.
Well,
1.22 is 1.22 miles away.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon in the Black Swan image?
Well, like I said before, I put it in front of the second one.
Is it before or after the oil rigs?
Like I said, I put it in front of the second one.
The visible one. The visible one.
The one horizon. I'll ask you. Hey, Ruhif, I'll ask you a follow-up. Where's the horizon?
I haven't answered the first question yet.
Where's the horizon in the Black Swan?
In the Black Swan, I put it in front of the second oil rig, but I understand and think it's completely fine if you guys put it beyond the second one.
Define horizon.
The point at which afterwards things become obstructed bottom up.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, now it's physical.
Yes, it is physical and apparent. Again, those words are not mutually exclusive.
So that's why I asked you. The 1.2 geometric horizon in the Black Swan. In order to get to it, because the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, you would have to go beyond the oil rigs to get to the 1.2.
No, the 1.22 is 1.22 miles away. Is that a foot observer height?
You're not getting it, are you? Because you said before that you can pinpoint the horizon, go out on a boat.
I didn't say pinpoint.
You're there. So
getting exact distance to an horizon.
Well, good thing in the Black Swan you can ballpark it.
Yeah, ballpark, fine.
You can go out. You go out on your boat, and you go past 1.22, and then you keep on going past the oil rigs to the horizon in the background, and then they go, oh yeah, there's your horizon.
Yep.
So you do have to go past the oil rigs, don't you?
Like I said, in the Black Swan, I put the horizon in front of the second one.
Answer it, man. Yes or no?
Like I said, I put the horizon in front of the second one. So if you want my answer, I will say no, it's not past the oil rig.
So where we don't see it at, you imagine it's at.
No, what you guys call the horizon, if you look, if you watch the video,
the horizon in that image there. You don't see it there. You're going on about the apparent horizon, the apparent horizon, the apparent horizon. Oh, but in the Black Swan, it's not.
In the video of the Black Swan, the thing that you guys are calling the horizon changes. Like it's
the line we see behind the oil platforms. That line.
Yes, it's not a straight line.
You just said behind, so now you say before and behind. Where's the second one?
No, again.
So there's two horizons.
When I could speak, let me know.
You were happy before to use the definition, which is known by everyone. The apparent location where the sky, the location where the sky appears to meet the land or sea, because you were saying apparent horizon, and now all of a sudden you want to change the definition.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying. I personally, in the Black Swan, place the horizon in front of the second oil rig.
You place it where we don't see it at, so you imagine where it's not.
I haven't finished.
So a delusion.
I haven't finished. Right?
You are finished.
I haven't finished.
No.
I understand that you guys put it behind the second one. All right?
Where we see it at, where we put it at, or that's where we see it at?
I haven't finished. All right? Whether it's in front or behind of the second one shouldn't affect anyone's argument, right? It doesn't matter. It's all that matters to you guys and this argument.
Globe geometry doesn't matter. Instead of 1.2, it's over 10. That don't matter. So it could be any size radius, right? Any size.
I haven't finished. All that matters to this argument is that it's beyond the 1.22. The end. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're being disingenuous. That's just not cool. Yeah, it is. We're not putting it beyond the last oil rig. That's where it appears to be.
I disagree. I think it's in front of the second one.
Dude, this is gaslighting, dude. You're fucking gaslighting. You're dumb.
Okay, whatever, champ. It doesn't affect the argument. I'm just telling you where I think the horizon is.
So what's that boat? What's the boat that's in the image then?
I don't know.
In between the two oil rigs.
Don't know.
You haven't seen that boat?
No.
So you're saying it's in front of the first oil rig, but there's a boat.
No, I didn't say that. Fuck. What were my words?
You said
it's
I'm putting it in front of the first oil rig.
No, I didn't. Rewind. No, I didn't. Rewind.
Okay,
well, better if that would mean between.
Second one.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Second one. It doesn't affect anyone's argument as long as it's more than 1.22, right?
Well, you're just bringing it forward so you can use your sliding scale of refraction to make it plausible on a globe. That's all you're doing, isn't it?
I'm happy to say that the horizon could be more than 10 miles away at 1 foot. Happy to
Welcome
say.
to flat Earth.
What would that put
so
the
in order,
radius?
It would make the radius 6371.
Okay, so the horizon could be any distance?
Yes. When you're that close to the surface, yes.
Okay, that's an ad hoc.
No, it's not.
Okay, so we see the horizon beyond 10. Your math dictates 1.2, but
no, it doesn't.
Seeing it over 10 doesn't change the radius. Do you use the radius in the refraction?
The radius doesn't change. The atmospheric conditions change how much the light bends and therefore where the horizon is. If you're close to the surface, the horizon could be fucking 50 miles away.
Right, so you're trying to make it unfalsifiable, right? So it could be any distance
away from the surface.
Right, and that doesn't change the radius. You can just say, oh, there's just extra refraction.
Change. The radius doesn't change. Get away from the surface where refraction is predictable.
It doesn't get a slider.
Get away from the surface and force me to use standard refraction.
Hey Ruhif, what's your refraction tune when the Suez Canal is brought up? Comes to an end there.
What does refraction have to do with the Suez Canal?
Excuse me?
What does refraction have to do with the Suez Canal?
Well, I was just asking how you were going to work that in. What kind of chant were you going to do there?
I'm puzzled as to what refraction has to do with the Suez Canal.
Well, excellent. I'm glad. See, that's the thing. You can't chant refraction there because there you have 100.
You cut out.
Hey, you're breaking up. You're going to have to restart.
Refraction chant there. So how are you going to, how do you get out of this? What wiggle do you do? I mean, we've gone down this path before.
What am I getting out of?
No, what I'm saying is, isn't it funny that when we go to somewhere you can't chant refraction, you'll start saying, oh, well, level. Well, do you understand the significance of the Suez Canal?
You're going to assume or assert that the water's flat. That's probably it.
Well,
both ports. For a moment, he didn't hear you give the dimensions and measurements.
Yeah, I didn't even give them to him. I've given them to him before. Both ports at either end are at about sea level.
Right.
It's like 1 meter. Okay. There's no locks.
Okay.
So the water, it's basically a big ditch.
It's a big canal. Okay.
Yeah. So you see why you can't even chant refraction here.
You're just going to assert that it's flat, and I'm going to say it's curved.
Yeah, I know, but my point is, but you're not saying it's curved with the refraction chant. What are you going to use now?
What's refraction got to do with this? What are you talking about?
Because you say all this curved water appears flat because of refraction.
No, I don't. I don't say it appears flat. Get me above the surface. Get me above the surface, and I will stick to standard refraction. The only occasions
Okay,
where
well, you're chanting. What you're chanting is a big if refraction. If the Earth is a ball, this is how the light would travel around the ball, and since we see it, that must be what's happening.
the only occasion when it looks flat is occasions like the black swan.
I'm trying to get you to realize your refraction chant's empty, because when you go to the 120 mile Suez Canal, you have a big ditch.
Right.
Okay.
You don't have any curve to refract. You don't have a ball to refract.
You're asserting it's flat?
Well, you're saying water's curved.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the chant.
Are you making an
that was the
argument?
chant I was hoping for.
Are you making an argument for the Suez Canal? If you are, what is the argument?
Well, how many flat slabs of 120 miles in length make up a oblate spheroid?
All right, so you're asserting it's flat. Have you measured it flat?
Well, are you doubting the engineering of the Suez Canal?
No. Are you asserting it's flat?
They run ships. They run ships up and down it for as long as I've been alive.
Right. Are you asserting it is flat?
No, you're asserting that it's a ball.
Suez Canal is not my argument. What is your argument?
Either sea level, the ports at either end are at sea level. There's no locks.
I agree.
It's a big ditch.
I agree. It's a canal. What is your argument? Are you asserting it's flat, or have you measured it to be flat?
Oh Lord, I haven't been to the Suez Canal.
Okay, well, please make your argument explicit.
Both ports at either end are at sea level.
Yes, I agree.
There's no locks.
I also agree.
So what's happening at every point along that canal?
Are you asserting it's flat?
Oh, brother.
Please make your argument. You're so bad at this. If you're asserting it's flat between those 2 points, show me your measurements.
Okay, we'll go through it one more time. Both ports at either end are at sea level.
100% agree, yes.
There are no locks.
100% agree. Continue.
So what does that mean?
That means they're both at sea level.
And every point along in between is?
At sea level.
So it's flat.
That's your assertion. Have you measured it to be flat?
Well, have you ever... Show me water forming into a ball.
Or just show us the elevation profile of curvature measured there.
Okay. See, you're having to... I don't know what this is, but you...
It's you asserting that water is flat. That's what it is.
Okay.
You're just asserting that water is flat. And obviously,
at either end...
No, it's not just asserting it. That's
at either end, we're at sea level at either end.
Yes. Do you understand how elevation
throughout?
Globe?
Excuse me?
Do you understand how elevation works on a globe?
Yes, I understand you. I understand you. People think it's all equidistant from the center of this sphere that's in your mind.
Yeah, approximately, yes. Yeah.
I understand your confusion, yes.
Okay, so do you understand how that could work on a globe?
If.
Right, so it's just your assertion that it's flat between those 2 points.
But we understand. Are you denying the nature of water?
I don't deny the nature of water. Are you asserting that it's flat?
Well, tell me what you know about water. If either end is at sea level and there's no locks, what is the water? What other option is there?
Yeah, it's level. But again, you're going to say that means flat, and I'm going to disagree.
Like a water level establishing horizontal. That's not just asserting it. That's like practical.
Water levels do not establish a horizontal. They do not.
You're asserting it's flat by acknowledging the nature of water.
No, I'm not. Water conforms to the forces upon it. Just like everything else.
So it's a gravity chant then. When we're in the era of space-time.
There's an acceleration.
In the era of space-time, we have someone chanting that water is flat, even though it's curved because it's conforming around a rock ball with a core. So I don't know, man. So what's the deal here, Ruhif?
Well, you're making an argument, but you're not actually putting it into...
Well, I asked you a question and you ignored it.
What was your question?
The question was how many flat slabs of 120 miles in length make up an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, you're asserting that it's flat. Right?
No,
I disagree that
you're
it's flat.
you're acknowledging that it's flat.
No, I'm not. When did I acknowledge that it's flat?
Well, you acknowledge that both you have no problem with the ports at either end being at sea level.
Right. What is sea level on a ball?
What do you mean? What is sea level on a ball?
On a globe, what does sea level look like?
Well, the pictures from space, it looks like a marble.
Okay.
So now, back in reality, we have no locks. This 120-mile ditch.
Right.
So, okay. So if we're standing on one end and a ship sails away, or a barge or whatever it is, and it disappears, would you agree that it'll eventually disappear with our naked eyes?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, since we know, why did it disappear?
Because it went over the curve of the Earth.
On the Suez Canal, the flat slab.
You keep asserting that it's flat.
Oh, brother.
Measure it. Go and measure it. And in response to box ops, I've just posted a link to a company that makes...
It's funny you tell me to go measure the Suez Canal, yet you say, "Oh, pictures from space."
Yeah, you asked for, show me water.
So how far do we need to go in the hand holding of the Suez Canal thing? Okay, both ports.
Let's cut the shit then.
Both ports at either end. Excuse me?
Cut the shit and demonstrate that it's flat.
There's no locks. And boats go up and down.
I understand that.
So, if there's no locks and water's level...
We're going to disagree on what level means, right? Say flat or curved.
So level is curved, then?
Yes, in the context, yes. There's level.
In what context?
In the context of surveying elevations, yeah.
No, I'm talking about in reality.
Surveying is reality, yes. You're actually measuring reality.
He ran away from his pictures from space real quick.
Why does it say that level is flat on what you sent me? Measuring the level or flatness, like first paragraph.
What did I send you? Oh, the precision water level. Yeah, they take into account the curvature of the Earth.
So it says level is flat, and that's supposed to prove your point.
What did it say? It said measure the level or flatness. Is English your first language? Box off?
So how much curvature is in this Suez Canal then?
120 miles worth, whatever that is. But box ops.
That's thousands of feet.
Yeah. Is English your first level, box ops?
Bruh.
Yeah. So when it says measuring the level or flatness.
So that says curve. If it says level or no, it doesn't say curve right there. So what point are you trying to cite out for that? Because you just posted a link and you're like, oh, go read it. My claim's somewhere in there.
Oh, I can pull it out for it if you like. Hold on.
Right. Well, that's how a citation works. You just post fucking links. Hey, go read it. My fucking proof somewhere's in there, right?
I'm sorry, Pumpkin. I'm sorry, honey. I was in the middle of a conversation. So just give me a second. All right.
Do you need a room?
Are you asking me if English is my first language?
Box ops.
Oh.
All right. So I posted the part about curvature of the Earth. This is a manufacturer of high precision water levels saying you can take into account the curvature of the Earth. Water levels do not give you a horizontal.
So they give you a curve.
Bullshit.
Come on, bro. Who the fuck are you trying to
take into account the curvature of the Earth? How do they do that? How do they take into account the curvature of the Earth in a water level? How do they do that?
Yeah, they adjust the levels of each tube. If you want something to be flat, yes, they do.
It's a
That's what they're
water
saying.
level,
right?
So what they do is they fill them up with water and then they adjust the tubes to suit the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No. The water level is what it is. But if you want something flat,
it is what it is. It's a water level.
Yeah,
Flat.
gives you equal elevation. But if you want something flat, then the water level is not going to give you flat. You need to adjust the heights.
What a load of shit.
So what you're saying is the water is what you're saying is the water is level, but what you need to do is add up your distance and then work out the curvature of the Earth and then adjust it to suit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they make adjustments to the heights, yes.
Oh,
to make it
man, are
flat.
you serious?
That's what they do. Take it up with them. That's what they do.
That's a joke, though. It's just like that stupid fucking tow tank.
The what?
Fucking dumb. So you come up with level with water, but then they're saying that you need to adjust it for the curvature of the Earth. So why is the water level then?
No, the water gives you equal elevation in a curve.
Why is it not conforming to the curvature of the Earth? If you
It
say
is.
the water conforms, but you just said if you want it to adjust it to the curvature of the Earth, you have to adjust the tubes.
No. If you want something flat, right? Because the water is curving with the Earth, if you want a flat surface,
No, it's not.
then the actual flat surface is above where the water is. On
So
the
you
edges.
do an equation. Yeah, to adjust for the curvature of the Earth. So you're just begging. You're just saying that the Earth is curved, so we need to adjust for it. That's all you're doing.
These guys are telling you that the water level does not give you horizontal.
They agree that
They're
the Earth is
retards.
curved. They have to put in it that the Earth is curved. So they're
We just
saying
believe them.
Because they know
if
it's
you want
not.
flat,
So, Ruhav, so just because they say it, we have to believe it.
Well, someone posted a link to like Wikipedia, BoxOps, saying that it gives you a horizontal, right?
Right. Well, that's what
In
they do.
response
That's
to that,
practical. That's every fucking engineer. Dude,
Okay.
go to the work site, ask anyone what is
well,
level.
how about
One's going to
ask?
say.
How about ask a manufacturer of a precision water level whether
And
it gives you a horizontal?
How did they measure it then?
Well, this is in response to BoxOps link.
I'm asking you,
water
how
gives
did
you a
they
horizontal.
measure it then? You're telling me these people tell us it, so you're classing them as some kind of authority. So how did they verify this as reality and they're not just saying it?
How did they know that the Earth's a globe?
No. Well, technically, I suppose, yeah, but how did they verify the claim that you're saying they make?
Yep, 60
So they're
nautical
taking
miles
it for
per
granted.
degree. It's a globe.
So they just assumed it.
Sure.
Well, the radius is assumed because you've not got a measurement, have you?
60 nautical miles per degree.
Who measured that?
That's not a measurement. That's not a measurement
Everyone.
of curvature.
Who
It's not a
measured
measurement
it,
of
though?
curvature.
Who was the first person
No,
to
it's
ever
not.
measure the
First
radius
person.
of the Earth? Yeah, anyone. Just
Eratosthenes.
so
Nautical
he never
mile
measured
is
the
a
Earth,
globe.
did he? He calculated it. So who measured it?
You're saying it's
said
not a
60 nautical
measurement?
miles per
So
degree.
you're just
So
going to
this,
keep saying the same thing. You're not actually going to answer the fucking question, Ruth.
that sounds like a perfect sphere he's talking about, though. 60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, it's not a
Is that what
perfect
you're
sphere,
claiming?
and that's why we actually did some expeditions in the 1700s, I think.
Oh, you
Well,
mean
fucking
they, no we.
humanity, whatever.
So it's not we.
People did expeditions in the 1700s to measure the Earth lateness.
Because it's not actually 60 miles per degree. They have to make corrections at certain latitudes.
Yeah, the nautical mile is not exactly
so it's not a
what
perfect sphere, so it's not 60 nautical miles per degree, like you said.
Okay, close to
Yeah.
60 nautical miles per degree. Okay, sure.
So if you froze the Suez Canal, Al Baruhif, if you gave it a good freeze and set up a hockey rink right in the middle of it, so what is it? The puck going to slide all the way back to the port?
How long have you been in this argument, like this debate? Honestly,
No, that's the first time I've asked anyone that question. If you set up a rink right in the middle of this Suez Canal that you say is a 120-mile ice arc, so if someone misses shot on goal, that puck's going to slide all the way back to the port.
No, doesn't move.
Oh, so it's flat. It's not a
Holy shit.
ice arc.
Like I
Got
said,
it.
How long have you been in this debate? Honestly, asking
The
that sort of
debate
shit question.
the debate ended before I got in it.
Okay, how long have you been in this arena?
This arena, 2 years. I've been around the argument for, probably, I don't know. 8 years, 7 years. Why? What do you take issue with?
The fact that you think there's a literal hill with a change in elevation in it.
Well,
I asked you whether you understand what
wait a second.
Like.
Hold on. Is the Earth a water ball or not?
Yes.
So the pictures that NASA has provided, that is where you're standing.
Yeah, I believe they are legitimate photos. Yes.
Well, they're images. There's very few legitimate photographs, even claimed. Okay. But anyways, back here on Earth, you've got your water ball from space. Back here on Earth, we've frozen the Suez Canal.
Yes.
Okay, so from one end of the canal to the other end, you're in denial that it's flat. So you just told me a moment ago that a boat would go over the curve. Yes. So let's go to the middle of this canal.
Okay.
Is it an ice arc or is it flat?
It's top of the hill. It's a curve. Yeah. Can a flat earther correct him, please?
So why is it a ridiculous question to ask you if the puck would go all the way back to the port?
Right, because you have this idea that there's some change in elevation.
No, I don't.
Elevation.
If it's curved, there is.
If it's a globe, there is. I'm not under that delusion.
Yet that's what curve is.
Not a change in elevation, no.
Yes, that's what curve is.
No. Didn't we sort of agree a minute ago that elevation is approximate distance from the center?
No, that's not the definition, man.
Yeah, I know, but for the sake of argument, we understand what that is, right? It's not technically correct, but whatever.
It's distance your imagination, yeah. It's the water ball in your imagination, yeah. The if.
But you understand that's not a change in elevation.
If it's curved, it's a change in elevation.
No. Again.
Well, then how are you going to fucking measure it then? How are you going to measure it then?
Yeah, we'll get to that. But just the
right, idea, we'll get to that. Yeah.
We will. We'll measure change in elevation in a minute. I'll post the memes right now if you want. It's fine. Give me a second then.
Oh, you'll measure change in elevation, you said?
I will show you how to measure change in elevation. Done. There you go. So we'll get to those in a minute. All right. Do you understand that on a globe, a line of equal elevation will be a curve, right? A curve all the way around the Earth.
No. A line of equal elevation would allow you to establish that there would be a curve.
No. Fuck. Come on.
What are you going to measure it against? Another curve? What are you going to measure it against? Another curve?
We'll get to that in a minute. This is like
we'll get
2015.
To that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we will. Like I said, I've posted differential leveling in the chat. We'll get to it in a minute. But this is like 2015 fundamental shit.
Well, yeah, you just chanted boats go over curve.
Right. The ocean doesn't change elevation, but it is curved. Do you understand that's the globe model?
We understand really the claim is that level is equidistant to the center. Right, yeah.
Yeah, so equal elevation, yes.
The same elevation from one point. Yeah, from another point. Yes, 2 points at the same height above the surface is what you're trying to claim, right?
Yeah, and that on a globe, that would be a curve. The same elevation would be a curve on a globe.
Curvature is a change in elevation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Equal elevations curve on a globe.
So is the Suez Canal curving or not?
Yes.
So what's the problem with the putt going all the way back to the port?
To have like you're kind of claiming it's a hill where there's like a slope down.
No, you're claiming it's a ball.
Right.
You're claiming hills. You're claiming that the Suez Canal, when frozen, is a 120-mile ice arc. That's you.
It is curved. Yes, it's curved. Right. But
Oh
any
man.
point on that,
Yo,
right, any,
brother. Isn't it turnabout fair play? You told him validate it's flat. How about you validate it's curved?
we're simply arguing about his concept of the globe being incorrect. He thinks, come on, AI, you've been here long enough. Water being curved isn't a hill.
His concept of the globe concept is incorrect. Okay, yes. I see. Yes. Go ahead.
Right. So his concept is that there is a hill which has elevation changes in it, right, which would cause things to sort of go downhill like a slope. Right. That's not the globe. Can any flat earther please explain that to him?
So what the hell did the boat go over?
The curvature of the Earth just didn't change in elevation.
Oh, brother.
Maybe you should tell your homeboy that.
Who's my homeboy?
Let's see.
From
Jesse
point A to point B, if you think of it that way, it drops down. So that's a change in elevation. That's what he means, but you're trying to obfuscate it and make it something else.
Sorry,
yeah, bro. Jesse Gordon came in here and showed us a chart of him tracking a boat with a theodolite where he showed that it went up in elevation and then down in elevation.
Not in elevation, no.
Yeah,
dude, horizontal.
Dude, okay, cool story. I'm just saying what he presented.
Yeah, he didn't present changes in elevation.
No, he literally said it to himself and had a chart of all the positions.
Yeah,
so that's what I mean by maybe you should tell him.
I've seen it. I've talked to Jesse about it. He is not saying it changes elevation. He is saying it drops from horizontal.
Dude, he is in here recorded saying so.
I guarantee you he's not.
Wow.
Drop from horizontal.
Yeah, you guarantee me that I wasn't present having the discussion with him.
I will.
Yeah,
I will
you
say
go ahead and guarantee me that, brother.
May have misheard or misremembered.
No, maybe he's a spaz and can't speak right.
No,
that's probably more probable.
Spoken to Jesse quite a lot. In fact, I've got his spreadsheet sitting here somewhere.
In fact, we dubbed it Bumpy Earth. We dubbed it Bumpy Earth, brother.
Do you have a copy of Dragging Theodolites into Mountains for Dummies?
Oh, yeah. Can you give me a sec? Hold on. Give me a minute. I don't think that's what I called the video, though. It was something a little bit different to that. Dragging Theodolites into Mountains for Dummies. There we go. There we go.
It's probably on your coffee table.
Say again?
It's probably on your coffee. It's probably on your tea table.
It's in the chat. Quiet. What's happening?
So I'm wrong, Ruhif, to think of the Earth as a water ball.
Hello. You're wrong.
So I wasn't confused.
Tempo.
Old dude posted a 3-hour video, which is not helpful. I like the citation game. That's fun.
Oh, man.
Anyway, posted my video of dragging theodolites up the mountains. Not really a mountain, but it's high enough.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Should I go shopping?
Oh man. No, that wasn't Mr. Sensible. I'm looking at the screenshots right now.
Heard.
Hey, Flatsy. Welcome back.
Mr. Sensible has his own stupidity.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to borrow any from Jesse.
Yeah, I do remember him agreeing to it being Water Hills, Mr. Sensible, in our one of our clips that Clipcord got us.
Yeah, but not in the sense of going uphill and downhill.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I guarantee you not. I guarantee you.
Of course not. How could a Glober ever be wrong?
Good point.
You guys got in-group preference bias, like a zit that can't be popped. Like,
I haven't had one of those for a while.
It was driving me insane. I couldn't remember Mr. Sensible's name. I was like, I know that another one definitely agreed to it being Water Hills.
I nicknamed him Mr. Perfect Camera Lens. He thinks that's what he sent up in his balloon.
No, he sent up a camera, which may or may not have lens distortion, but he pulled a string tight across the camera. That was the control. I should go shopping, people. Did anyone play with my GeoGebra? It's the best.
This is a family show.
Yeah. I still haven't finished Donato stuff. Fuck.
12/29, 2022. 10:02 p.m. Aha. That's when the incident occurred.
That was funny.
Bumpy Earth.
To be clear, you're saying Jesse said there was elevation change on the water.
This is just board games, so it doesn't matter what
I
they
agree.
said.
I agree, Flying. I agree.
What? It doesn't matter what he said? Why not?
Because it's just board games. They're just gonna call it level if it's a circle. Like, why does that? Like, it's stupid to call it that. But like, why are we talking about the definition, which is stupid?
No, dude, no. He was claiming when he was present that he tracked the boat with the theodolite. Okay, so the boat is near the shore, goes out. So he's saying that as he's training his theodolite on a particular part of the ship, I think it was a certain mast or something, I can't remember, he was tracking the theodolite going up and then going back down, right? Which would be interpreted from the theodolite's point of view as tracking something raising in elevation and lowering in elevation.
No, he's just tracking drop from horizontal. He had the distance to the boat and the angle down to it, and he's just made a triangle. That's it.
What?
He's just measuring.
Dude, then why is the chart I'm looking at it going up and then going down?
Yeah, because the boat's moving closer. The boat was doing like perpendicular to him, right? Going across him. All right, so it would start a long way away. So there'd be more curvature, more drop from horizontal. As it kind of got in front of him, it was closer, so less curvature, less drop from horizontal. He's not talking about elevation change.
Okay, then why did he say that?
I very much doubt he did. And let's say he misspoke. Maybe we could ask him, did you mean the boat changed in elevation? And I'll bet both fucking
Dude,
you'll say no.
Dude, he's got a chart right here, dude.
He has to. He has to climb.
With measured heights.
Yes, drop from horizontal.
Measuring heights, dude.
Drop from horizontal. Show the chart. It'll have angles on it and distances.
Curvature is a change in the rate of slope.
Not in surveying, no.
I'll show you. Oh, no, that's not it.
I'd say yes in geometry.
Well, I'm more interested in finding the audio at the moment.
So we're not talking about geometry.
Let me go back here.
That's cool. Yeah.
Calculus. Calculus.
Dude, where the hell is that?
Curvature is the rate of change of slope, would be a good definition for the derivative.
Dude.
I actually taught my son how to differentiate from first principles a few weeks ago. He's 14, so that's pretty cool. Surprised I still remember how to do it.
There really was one major bump trend, and it was surprisingly close to the Globy's claim of Earth curve.
Yes. Do you have the spreadsheet there?
Bump trend. I'm trying to find the good resolution one because this one is a screenshot.
Yeah. I wouldn't have it because my friggin' account got nuked. Yeah.
Okay. It's in the chat thread. It's not something I posted, that's why.
No.
There we go. I'm going to save all of these. Give me a second. Up and over. So are we on bumpy Earth? Do, 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 do. I'll just post that one thing. I'll look for the others.
Are the numbers readable?
That should be on this one here. Oh, I found a good one. However, if you're talking about an oblique arc versus a z-axis arc, then yeah, you know, there'd be different interpretations, sure. Doop-a-doop-a-doo, post. All right, look. There, I put it there. Let me know if that's the one you've seen. Or the one you're speaking about. Because it's definitely what I'm speaking about. Yep.
Which post?
Yeah, the regular voice text.
Nope. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no. Oh, it's not loaded yet.
Yeah. Miles. All right. Distance miles. All right, I've got these to bloody meters. Fuck.
Okay, so it seems like he's charting the path of the boat perpendicular to himself.
Limit in feet. Do, 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 do. 864. 8.64 times 5280.
Tell you what, in light of that, I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he may have been trying to be trollish, right? if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt that he would never agree it's actually an elevation change, right? Then one plausible excuse would be that he was intentionally doing so to be trolly.
All right, so done some quick numbers just on the first row. Okay, so the boat is 8.64 miles away, and that's 45,619 feet. Cool. The angle that he measured was 1 minute and 39 seconds, positive above. All right, so if I go tan, oops, what was it, 0.0275 tan times 45,619 feet, I get 21.89 feet, which is what's in the measured height column. Right, so he's measuring the drop, or in this case, the amount above horizontal. 21.9 feet above horizontal. Nothing to do with elevation. He's drawn it right. We'll draw the triangle. One sec. Paint. How good is paint? Do 1 minute. What was it? 39 seconds.
So he hasn't changed elevation in respect to horizontal?
All that 21.9 feet is the difference between his horizontal and whatever the ship is at. It's either drop or above horizontal, not elevation. So 45,609 feet. X and 1 minute 39 seconds equals X over, oops. Boom. All right. How good is paint? Anyway, that's all he's doing. So it's a right triangle, simply drop or above horizontal. Spake, is that for me?
What?
Is the furious typing for me? What is an elevation angle?
Who's typing?
There you go, Flatsy. Made this meme today, Flatsy. Not for you. I wish it was for you, but it was for Adam Meakin.
Wait. Elevation angles are measured relative to horizontal?
Yes.
But you just said that the ship wasn't elevated in respect to horizontal.
The elevation angle he measured is 1 minute and 39 seconds. That is relative to horizontal.
Oh, so there is an elevation in respect to horizontal.
So there is a what? Is an elevation.
Holy shit. Holy shit, Ruhiv. Way to snatch your own wig off, man.
What do you think I've done? What do you think I've done here? Jesse's not measuring elevation change.
Yeah, that's called an elevation angle.
Right? That's not elevation. Those two words are different.
So you're not measuring an angle of elevation then?
Yes, he is. Jesse is measuring elevation angles.
An
That's
angle
not
of what now? An angle of what? Oh, elevation. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
But the height above sea level, that context for the word elevation is different. Those two terms are not the same. elevation angles are different to elevation like above sea level. Those things are
So
different.
you're not measuring an elevation angle.
Yes, they're measuring elevation angles, but if you're using the word elevation
in respect to horizontal,
with respect to height above sea level, then those two words mean different things.
Right.
Those two terms.
You're not measuring elevation angle above sea level.
That's a nonsensical question.
It's not with respect to sea level then.
Elevation angles, no. Elevation angles are measured relative to horizontal. NC72, here comes another meme. Here comes another meme. There you go.
And it's an angle of what again?
An elevation angle.
It's an angle of what?
Elevation.
Elevation. Thank you.
Yes. Cool. Okay. So just so we're clear, when we're talking about elevation above sea level, those two terms are not the same.
But it's elevation.
Right. That's the same word with different meanings. You can understand that some words may have different meanings in different contexts.
So elevation doesn't mean elevation sometimes?
Well, an elevation angle is measured relative to horizontal. The elevation above sea level is measured relative to sea level.
Right. But he measured an angle of elevation.
Right. In that context, it's above horizontal.
But it didn't change elevation, right?
The word, have you heard the word cleave? You heard the word cleave? Do you know what it means? The word cleave means both to pull apart and also means to join together. There's a word that describes what those words are. I forget what it is. It's not antonym, but it's something. Yeah. The word earth. The word earth can mean the word like dirt, or it can mean, this planet, obviously. Words have different contexts in different meanings in different contexts.
Yeah. Just to be clear, he didn't measure a change of the boat in elevation.
Yep.
But he measured a difference in elevation. I got it.
No, he measured an angle, an elevation angle.
Which would be a change in elevation?
No, because you've just switched context. There's actually a phrase for that. It's called an equivocation fallacy. When you make an argument where the meaning of a word changes within that argument, that's a fallacy. No, it's not antonym. That's an opposite word. But there is there's a term for those words where they have two meanings which are literally the opposite of each other, like cleave.
Like when you say level is curved, that's a fallacy now. Great.
No, it's a fallacy to use the word in one context and then without being explicit about changing the meaning of that word, then use it to mean something else. That's a fallacy of equivocation.
Level is curved in surveying until they need it to mean level, as in flat, in surveying.
Right. They don't need level to be. Yeah. Hang on, let me find this term. Hold on. Contronym. There you go. Contronym. Yeah, here we go. Cleave. Yeah. What is an example of a contronym? For example, the verb cleave can mean to split or cut something, but it can also mean to stick closely to. Do you want to make an explicit argument, PMAC, or we just want to... Oh, Leon Bag. Thank you, champion. Nice one. Leon Bag's done it. I should go shopping, people. Should. Bolt. Bolt's a good one. To separate by fleeing, so if you bolt out of the pub without paying, or to hold together with a bolt. buckle to fasten together like a seatbelt, or to bend or collapse from pressure?
If CB is curving up and then down on a globe, then your ground is curving up to eye level, higher than if it was flat. After that, it curves down. That's Gordon.
It's not curving up to eye level.
Dude,
it's
listen.
curving away at all points.
This is okay. That's great, but I'm just saying. Maybe he was drunk that day. Okay.
Say the quote again.
If it's curving up and then down on a globe, then your ground is curving up to eye level, higher than if it was flat, and after that it curves down.
Oh, that's I would need to hear that in context. Yeah, sounds weird. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
That's why we're making fun of him all day about being Jesse Bumpy Earth Gordon. You know, I want to say we clipped that out. I'm pretty sure we replayed it a couple of times. So I just have to search around 29th of December. Yeah, all the heights measured in the measured heights relative to the observer in feet. Jump to message, let's see. Yeah, my direct reply to him after that comment was bumpy earth. Because that's exactly the way he was presenting it.
NC-72, like what are you talking about? Like who are you talking to? That's one. I should redo one of my videos actually on the weekend.
Okay, Riv. This is hilarious. To be fair to this man, in the thread of this message is listen to what he says. Only my doctor can speak to whether I'm okay in the head, per your question. So maybe he was off his meds that day.
Maybe. He's a funny guy. I haven't spoken to him for a couple of weeks actually. He hasn't been around. Easy.
Oh, listen, he definitely argues as a intentional, like almost a troll, right?
Well,
where he's trying to play stupid and get people. Yeah.
I wouldn't classify him as a troll though. Like I think when he's being funny, he's fairly obvious about it. I think he's a good guy anyway. What else can we talk about? Don't force me to go shopping. Oh, he's one of my favorite videos actually. One of my favorite videos.
This is actually a really good combo section.
Anyone here done celestial navigation recently?
Navigating by the stars?
Yeah, but the question is, have you done it recently?
No.
Curious to find a flat earther that has. Come on, P-Dub, try harder.
What do you mean? What do you mean try harder?
Now, have I confirmed the first statement? Showing how the first statement's wrong.
No, you created a horizontal.
Yeah.
You established a horizontal baseline.
Yeah.
So
I point at something else. Next step, point at something else, and then the angle between those two is your elevation angle.
So not from a curved surface then, or not from a curved line then?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is not a line in the angle.
Yeah, but the first statement simply says, what's it say?
Can't get an angle from a curved surface.
Right. You had to establish a horizontal plane.
Yes. That's how you get an elevation angle.
Making the first statement. What?
The way that question, that you can't get an angle from a curved surface, says if I'm on a globe, I can't measure an elevation angle. Should I rephrase?
No, it's saying you can't. It's saying you can't use a curved adjacent.
Yeah, 100%
That's
agree.
what it's saying.
Yes. Right. Yeah, we don't use the surface of the Earth in getting an elevation angle. No glober has ever said that. That's just this bullshit that Oakley came up with. I put out a short, probably more than 18 months ago about this to Oakley, and yeah, one of the worst arguments flat earthers have ever put forward. Or Mr. Sensible's put out a video about the sextant. 51 minutes, fuck that. How you doing, Flatsy? Come on, no one's going to respond to that. The best argument. If I had never seen any other photos or anything, I would say that Black Swan. If I'd never seen the Black Swan on a normal day being obstructed, then yeah, Black Swan is easily the best argument anyone's ever put forward. It's a shit argument, but it's the best.
Argument for what?
Argument for flat Earth. If the Black Swan looked like that every day, and everyone was seeing the same thing every day everywhere else, yeah, that'd be a great argument.
What do you mean, see the same thing every day?
If every observation that people made showed no obstruction to anything, it'd be a good
What do you mean obstruction?
Yeah, it's not about obstruction.
How could it be? How could it be not obstructed one day and obstructed the next day? Is the Earth changing size day in, day out?
No, the atmospheric conditions change size. That's what we can talk about. 7/6R. Let me post a meme.
Okay. Perfect. So then you have no validation that it's necessarily an obstruction, because your entire claim is based on the differential in the light arriving at your eye.
There we go. Like I've always said, get above the surface where refraction is predictable. Do you guys understand?
Right. So, for example, the Canigou shot, where you could see a mountain that should be buried below the curve. So what's your excuse then? Oh, perspective.
No. When you say should, are you assuming no atmosphere?
Dude, let's be clear. You just said get high above the surface. I offered
Yes.
you a shot that's thousands of feet above the surface, and then you just use the same argument you use at the bottom.
No. At the bottom,
Dude, you're full of crap.
At the bottom, when you're close to the surface, refraction is very unpredictable. When you're above the surface, it's predictable. So I ask again, are you assuming
I
no
see.
refraction, no atmosphere with Canigou?
We've moved past the actual argument of the black swan now, anyway.
Yeah, get away from the surface.
What is the point of the black swan anyway? That's a good question.
That's not obstruction. I don't see obstruction in the argument anyway.
Yeah, but distance to the horizon. So I said the distance to the horizon changes with atmospherics.
It categorically proves, just like everybody already knows, that the horizon is not a physical obstruction.
Oh, we had this argument like an hour and a half ago, and horizon's physical.
Yeah, and it was incoherent then. It'll be incoherent now.
Yeah. The GeoGebra. Where's my GeoGebra link? GeoGebra.
It's funny. He runs through the argument like a greased pig, but then he says it's a shit argument. Well, the fact that it has all you grown men chanting that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion, sure, it points towards it not being a shit argument.
Right.
Well, yeah, but the corollary to that claim is that the obstruction, or quote unquote, I can't see the bottom of something, which is what is truly known in most of these images, that it's obstructed is not truly known. All that's known is that the light isn't being resolved in the final image. Their claim is that that can only occur, and necessarily can only occur, if there's a physical object in the way. And that's just categorically untrue.
Ci vogliono letteralmente 10 minuti ad arrivare lì. Partiremo prima di 10 minuti, non ti preoccupare. Vai tranquillo.
Leon.
Let me address Spike for a
You're on hot mic, bro.
Spike says, I'm not barreling in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour. When you say multiple vectors, right, we're traveling in one direction. Right? We might be accelerating slightly, left or right, whatever. But when you say multiple vectors,
what are you talking about?
Spake's question in the chat. Right? He's saying, we're orbiting and we're rotating and we're moving through the galaxy, blah, blah, blah. At any one point in time, we're moving in a straight line somewhere. This idea of multiple vectors, yes, you can split one vector into multiple vectors, but you're not moving in those individual vectors at once. You're just moving in one vector. It's like he's misunderstood what vector addition is.
Dude, are you kidding me, bro? Bruh?
Yeah, sorry, Dagos has posted, I have the wrong GeoGebra link. But that's the
Dude, if you're going in a circle around a center point while traveling in a perpendicular to that center, while traveling in a greater arc around another center.
Yeah, ignoring acceleration for now, we're just talking about velocity in multiple vectors.
What? Dude, we're just talking about displacement in free space. That's what I'm talking about.
Velocity.
What?
Yeah, velocity. We'll ignore accelerations for a second. We're just talking about velocity. All these multiple vectors of velocity.
Yeah, what's velocity for the slow kids in the room? What's velocity?
Speed and direction. Magnitude of speed and direction vector.
Okay. So you can't travel in two directions simultaneously?
No, but you can split one vector into multiple vectors and you can combine vectors, but you're not actually moving in two different directions. Like if I'm moving forward at some rate and moving sideways at some rate, I'm not actually moving both of them at the same time. I'm moving diagonally.
Dude, that's just interpretation, dude.
Well, am I moving forward and sideways at the same time, or am I moving diagonally?
Dude, they're both true.
Oh. But multiple vectors, right? My forward vector is combined with my sideways vector to give me one vector.
Yeah, from a conventional standpoint.
Yeah, that's physics. Yeah.
Okay, well, dude, that's philosophy.
So just to get back to Spake for a second, we aren't traveling in a straight line, correct? We've ignored acceleration for now, correct?
Okay, then, where's the chart of the singular vector? That's the combination of all 11 vectors that are allegedly occurring.
You can work it out if you want.
Well, dude, why should I? Shouldn't you just have it for me already done?
No, because I don't care.
Well, it seems nobody does.
Yeah, so Spake again has written 4 separate motions. Yes, 4 separate velocities combine into one. Vector addition. Year 9, Year 10 physics, maybe?
Can you show us which direction that is?
You can draw it.
Exactly, dude. Yo, brother. I highly doubt you're gonna readily find a source that's gonna tell you which orientation your vector is from any relative point with accumulation of the 11 alleged vectors that apply to the Earth that are known in their model.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not going to
Is
accept
it
the evidence.
constantly changing?
What
What
evidence?
The acceleration, yeah.
Dude, there's no evidence, dude. You don't need evidence for that. Okay, you have 11 claimed motions, right? You could do what you say and reduce them to a single vector in theory, or let's say in principle, right? And you then tell me where that is relative to something else that I could ground it off of, right? I mean, that should be available somewhere.
Someone to draw
you know, Michio Kaku, like Michio Kaku's little black book that he carries around while he's pretending to do the scientific method to get funding. You know, maybe it's in there.
Maybe.
It'd be changing constantly.
Yeah, there's acceleration. It's pretty small, but yes, there's acceleration.
Right. I got 6 hours of Jesse Gordon to listen to, so I can find you the salient details of Mr. Bumpy Earth himself.
Do you want to just construct a question for him and then DM it to him and see if that's the answer?
Ooh, for Gordon?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I thought we'd already shown that he's just measuring the drop, the rise from horizontal in that case.
No, because you challenged me that he didn't say what he said when he was present, so now I have to back it up.
Yeah, but then if he said it, I'm going to say, oh, you misspoke.
Listen, brother, listen, you. No. All it proves is Mandela effect is true.
Okay.
Look, if I misremember something, then that proves Mandela effect. It's just that simple.
Yes, exactly. Nice one.
Because I have a perfect memory. And if I didn't, I would know so, because I have a perfect memory, right?
Yes. Hey, NC72, do I speak in a calm monotone? I don't think that I do. I've been accused of having no emotion in my voice. I've been accused of having schizoid
He's trying to
personality disorder.
He's trying to passively aggressively accuse you of being a sociopath.
Schizoid personality disorder is a condition where a person shows very little, if any, interest and ability to form relationships with other people. It is very hard for the person to express a full range of emotions. I've been accused of that previously.
Dude, stop right there for a second.
No.
If nobody knew that term, check this out. If nobody knew that term and they heard that, schizoid, the majority of people that are referred to as schizoid in common parlance are eccentrics, not people that you just described.
Yeah. I think most people are just schizophrenic.
Yeah, that is essentially a common contronym, it seems, now that you mention it. The actual technical term is what you said, but the majority of people use it to describe people that are the opposite. Man, we found two. We found two in one night.
Who's the other one?
Cleve.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Dude, once again, proving I have a perfect memory and you don't.
you do. It's true. Excuse me.
Dude, that's why I embrace Mandela effect, brother. Because with Mandela effect, I'm never wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's kind of like when who's that guy's name? Oh, Rumpus. Yeah, Rumpus. Where he said he never said that the horizon was physical after he had his little mental breakdown. And then there was just clip after clip after clip of him saying that, and he still denied that he said it.
What was his
It's like,
response
dude,
to
just
those
claim
clips?
Mandela. Just claim Mandela effect, brother. It'll solve all your problems.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, there's context is important. Yeah, I'll say that. That's Rumpus's famous catchphrase is "I'm never wrong" on the internet. The only person to ever not be wrong.
We forgot about you.
Yeah. He did forget about me. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm never wrong.
See, Ruhif can't be wrong because he's already defined the definitions of words as meaningless. So anytime you apply a meaning for a categorical error, he can just change the meaning on the fly and problem solved.
Yeah, well, why is the word misspoke even in his vocabulary?
Don't show up. Don't come out.
Well, I guess
Right, so
it's usually people claiming that they themselves misspoke, not usually. I don't know.
Hi.
Old house, you want a little history lesson?
Yeah, I would love one.
So back when Rumpus was having his mental breakdown live on the Nathan Oakley show.
Yeah.
And he snapped and he said, when it came to the horizon, because he had said that the horizon is purely physical, essentially. You could retroactively, change your opinion on what he said, or he could change his own opinion on what he said, but he said it, it's recorded. And he had a snap, and he basically said, if this is true, like if it's possible, then I just can't trust reality anymore. Like if the Earth's not a globe, then reality itself can't be trusted. Like I might as well believe I live in a simulation.
100%.
Right?
I'd agree with that.
So,
100%.
Yeah, of course you would.
He thinkens it.
Think about that, though. See, and it's great that he agreed because it brings it full circle. So back then, there's a prediction that the flat Earth, globe Earth argument is going to be used, at least in some regard, by certain camps to push the idea of subjective idealism, which is essentially a simulation, not of a computer, but of the mind. So consciousness is the base construct of reality, and everything we experience as matter comes from it. Not that consciousness is an emergent property, right? Now,
right.
This is where a bunch of modern, and they are mainstream, but these ideas are not mainstream yet. Physicists are headed to try to define the world. So consciousness is the base unit of reality. So their search for the God particle or the one unit theory. It's all consciousness. And so people like Ruhif, right, when they're going to be, given this, because this old thing, God doesn't exist, right? Science has proven it. Well, this is going to be science proves God exists, but not an objective God, no, a subjective God. So God is an aggregate of the conscious baseline or underlying consciousness of reality, to which we're all a part. So we're essentially a part of a greater consciousness. Now, obviously, this sounds very New Agey, which it is, but a lot of people are going to go in for it. And it's going to have the auspices of scientific validation in the mainstream. Like, we searched and we searched for all the answers to everything, and we found out that materialism is necessarily false. Idealism is necessarily true. Consciousness is the base unit of reality, and matter is an emergent property of consciousness, not the other way around.
Right.
And this is going to come out as scientific fact.
Okay.
That God it sounds like a job for Chat GPT, and maybe that's what GPT stands for, the God particle talks.
I was just about to say, it's going to lead to actual sentient AI.
Well, look, in this theory, it's necessary, right, as part of it, that entities that are already advanced beyond our consciousness exist, right, and are actually part of the forces because... Sorry, let me finish that sentence. It's part of the forces that construct our reality, because everything that is being constructed in our reality necessarily must be constructed by a consciousness in the first order. So you remember the old Greek pantheons and everything where they had, gods are responsible for everything, right? The god of the thunder, the god of this, the god of that. Well, that is going to reemerge. All of these underlying forces and everything are backed by consciousness in the first instance. So you could see they're going to have a reemergence of a pantheon of demigods that are responsible for everything that occurs within our existence.
Okay. Yeah.
Big business for statue makers.
Right. So you start out with the church, right? You start out with religious men who search science based on the rationale that the creator created a rational world and is a rational source. You then twist science to be secular and materialistic, right? You play that out in society, and then you slowly turn it back to where it began with specific theism with an objective creator, and it ends up with monistic subjective idealism with a over God that is the culmination of all consciousness, but scientifically proven this time. How clever.
So
now, lo and behold, good luck atheists when that comes down.
Yeah, because it's essentially a materialistic outlook or religion, isn't it? Atheism. Yeah.
Well, don't get me wrong. The atheists will still be welcome in that worldview in the sense that they're against specific theism. So it's just going to be that they're, well, yeah, of course, I believe in these entities, which are super powerful beings, right, that exist within the existence I exist in, which is based on consciousness, right? Which is very similar to specific theism, which, the most popular specific theist paradigms start out with an objective God that then creates every subsequent existence, right? So they won't have that, because that decries authority, right? Because if you're the author of reality, you are the authority. But if a reality is a congregate authorship, where we're all equal authors in the great grand story, then a demigod or a god doesn't really have more authority over you any more than a tyrant, right? Like a big strong guy coming and whooping your ass in your house has authority as far as his might can enforce it, right? He doesn't really have true moral authority over you. And so in that worldview, all religions can kind of vie for their position, as long as they're not an objective, specific theist religion. Those religions won't really fit in that worldview.
Yeah, I mean, that would appear to be the natural evolution, I suppose, of what's happening.
Now, am I making this up? Or is this what I've seen in physics lectures at prestigious universities and other agencies, or on prominent podcasts with guests like Donald Kaufman on the Lex Friedman show, and all these other people at the culmination of all these writings and books and philosophies. Okay, this is coming down the pike. Rest assured, it's on the way.
They're all teetering on that edge, aren't they, where they realise they've reached a dead end, and like you say, they have to make that switch in the fundamental assumptions of materialism coming from consciousness to start with. Or the yin yang thing, really. I suppose it's kind of a mixture of the two, isn't it? Kind of they're interdependent, right? In that sense.
Yep.
Can I make
And
a
part of the
quick
impetus for this
declaration?
is the
Sorry.
Sure.
Just a quick one. The Septuagint is so much different than the KJV, and that's all I'm going to say.
I missed that. Sorry.
The Septuagint is so much different than the KJV, which it still kind of gets the point across, but there's some things that were completely mistranslated.
I must admit, I'm lost on a couple of those words that you used there. Septuagint.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim.
Yeah, Flatsy. He's wondering how that is what it is and how it's relevant to our current conversation.
It isn't. I said I wanted to make a declaration real quick because I'm like deep into reading. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. But you were talking about,
So listen.
the new
listen,
religion
Flatsy,
on
Flatsy,
its
I'm gonna teach you.
way. And
Flatsy. I'm going to teach you how you make a segue like that. Is you say, I've been reading such and such, and this is what I found out. Then say your sentence, and then it will make so much more impact.
I agree. I should have began what I was saying with a caveat. I just wanted to make that declaration that if you're reading, it's good to read all different I don't know, translations. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah. Not only that, but source cultural idioms, lexicons, historical context, etc., etc.
Compelling stuff, man.
But there's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, so why does that matter in regards to Ruhif, right? Is like he said, if the Earth is not a globe, then I can't trust reality itself anymore. And part of that is because, mankind's been indoctrinated. Why?
I would self-commit.
But why, dude? Why would that be your reaction? Seriously, why?
Because it would mean my reasoning is completely broken.
It means
no, dude, stop right there. Stop.
It means humans can be wrong. That's all it means.
No. Yeah. Let me soothe Bruhif's wounds. Okay, so never fret, my friend. You don't have to suffer like that if you go into Kaufman's theory, which is that I will assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe in standard evolution concepts, right?
Yep, I am an evolutionist. Yes.
Okay, so the base culmination of that theory, present, which leads to what I explained to you earlier, is that evolution cannot select for truth. It can only select for certain functions, right? And when they look at this, what they basically come up with, or let's just say this guy in particular, other people agree with him, but this is the forefront guy at the moment, is that our interactions with the universe is essentially, for lack of a better analogy, and this is his own analogy, an interface like a computer, where you have a graphical interface to the underpinning hardware. Right? Now, check this out. Normally you'd say, okay, well I don't really get that because, object constancy, three-dimensionality, all of these things. Okay, fine. But that's only assuming a physicality bias. If you remove that physicality bias and you make the underpinnings of reality idealistic, and I mean idealistic in the classical sense that they're generated by the mind, consciousness is the base unit of reality, then the idea that the Earth can present itself as a globe to you, yet not be an object in 3D space that is a globe, is not incoherent, because it doesn't exist in the object constancy bias that you possess, because that is false. That was given to you by evolution, which is untrue. So you in a sense would be awakening to the truth of reality, not necessarily destroying your own reasoning capabilities. You'd be learning about how your reasoning capabilities actually function. So you don't have to commit yourself to a mental institute. I wouldn't, unless that's what you would want to do in that case.
If my reasoning that got me to globe is wrong, I would assume that I'm crazy.
Dude, but think about it this way. If your reasoning that got to your globe was wrong, does that mean that you mistreated your children the entire time you were alive? Does that mean that you didn't enjoy those moments in your life, et cetera, et cetera? You see where I'm going with this? Your life is just as valuable to you, is it not?
Yes.
Why would you restrict your freedoms? You can navigate around free space, right? You can interact with individuals. Okay, you don't have to worry about what's happening on Alpha Centauri Galaxa Prime, whether a diamond super nuclear cluster is going to blow a fart out your ass and destroy your family. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just go to work, you come home, you eat your dinner, you kiss your wife goodnight, you still live the lovey-dovey life that you enjoy. Why would you remove yourself from that life just because you think your reasoning skills are damaged?
Yeah. If I'm wrong...
Ruhif, did you think when you found out that Santa Claus wasn't real, did you think you were crazy?
No.
The opposite.
Yeah, my reasoning got me there.
You said, damn, I was crazy for thinking that fat man was breaking into our house all those years.
Yeah, I'll submit to you, my friend Ruhif, that if you commit yourself over that the idea that you would commit yourself over that is actually the mental impairment, not the other thing.
Do you believe God is real, Ruhif?
No, Godric. No, I don't.
And if you did find out he was real, would you commit yourself, Ruhif?
No.
Okay, but so God's cool, but flat Earth, no, right?
Right.
Yeah, globe. Yeah, if God is real or not, no big deal. But if the Earth's not a globe, then all hell to pay.
Yeah. I
would submit to you, Ruhif, that, my friend, is the mental problem.
Okay. Anyway, where was I at? Yeah, so for Heretic, Red's Rhetoric did drive a few hundred miles. Let's find the video. Yeah, sorry, speaking of evolution, I posted a random screenshot of my server running a whole bunch of genetic comparisons between humans and chimpanzees.
Yeah,
dude, what do you
that's straight to test this from 80 to 90 degrees north.
Say that again. You cut out a bit.
I'm looking for a road that's straight enough to test this from 89 to 90 degrees north. Do you have anything for me?
No, not from Polaris, from any star.
Oh, god damn it! I want to test this in the far north.
I don't think you can.
Cripes. Well, then I'll just have to take your word for it.
Not have to do it from 90 to 89.
Yeah.
Why do you have to do it from 89 to 90?
Oh, I want to test the linear relationship you claimed up there.
Yeah. Do it with any star and a friend. Any star
And
that
then
goes
just
overhead one of you and is in a line.
and then just assume that 1 degree of latitude equals 60 nautical miles between us, no matter where we are.
No, find a friend somewhere, work out your distance, right, and then find a star that you can both see in a line with each other.
Okay.
Yeah. One of you will have some angle to it, and the other one will have the other angle divided by 60 nautical miles less. And 60 nautical miles per degree is an empirical fact. That's how celestial navigation works.
That sounds like a perfect sphere, though.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Why does it have to be
60,
a sphere?
60 plus or minus 0.1 nautical miles per degree.
It's not 60 nautical miles. Well, let's test that in the extreme latitudes.
Sure.
Let's see what we get in the far north and far south. I'll need a road straight enough to drive it, as you suggest.
I've got to address Adam Unsalted first. He's posted the Minute Earth video of 99% chimp, and we've got to find the comment that the author of the chimp paper himself posted in there. I posted on that video as well. I'll show you my comment on that video 8 years ago. There you go. There's my comment, but I've got to find the one that the author of the chimp paper put in there. Yeah, here we go. Stephen Schaffner. There he is. Stephen Schaffner. Stephen Schaffner. Check that, Adam Unsalted. Stephen Schaffner is one of the authors, one of the lead authors on the paper. After viewing the video, I think it was made by someone who had no idea what they were talking about. Simply discarded 1.3 billion letters. Where did that whopping falsehood come from? Here's a good test, actually. So, Adam Unsalted, are you going to post that citation to anyone else ever again? So it's an honesty test, straight up. When the author of the paper says no, that's a lie. Why is the asteroid measured in giraffe? What?
Entertainment value. Or to appeal to whatever audience they're appealing to.
Adam Unsalted, are you going to post that Minute Earth video ever again? Now that you've seen the author of the paper say it's bullshit.
I just want to say that they found a giraffe today with no spots. So
I saw that as well.
I want to say evolution debunked. Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
Okay. Thanks.
Because where did the spots go? Don't they just replicate after their congregate?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. I have to go shopping. No answer from Adam Unsalted. Yeah, this was an answer. I don't trust you. I'll post it again. Okay. All right. Got a lot of flirt, champ. Hashtag got a lie to flirt or got a lie to creationist or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go shopping. It's been lovely. See you.
Good day, man.
Good night, Rahif. Keep it flat.
Well, that was splendid.
For him to
Talk
sleep,
about. Sorry.
I just want to say, for him to sleep at night, he has to have that globe. He's one of those guys. Hold on to his
Let's cuddle up to that glow.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just said, yeah, he's got to cuddle up to that globe.
Yep, absolutely. I was sending very good arguments to what he was saying in the chat, but he wasn't paying attention to anything I said. You know, he can
How come
define
he
all the
just
similar.
respawns on the same argument, though? Like, I
That's
mean, you
true.
go through it all, and then he just starts at the beginning again.
Yeah, yeah, and with the whole horizontal and
How about
curved
him saying
level.
he puts the Horizon in the Black Swan in front of the second oil rig? That's bordering on booting out of the server material.
Yeah.
Well, he needs
He's
this.
gonna
T-Dub, he needs
gonna
this to sleep at night.
he's gonna put himself in the loony bin if he keeps claiming that. I put the Horizon in between the first and the second oil rig. Okay, why? Oh, just because I do. Come on, man. I can't believe that comment about if I to find out if it wasn't a globe. I'd put myself in a mental institution. That's horrible, man.
Who cares?
Ruhif has been saying that for a long time now. He's the only glober that will say that.
My veins used to be lightning.
What?
That's his. I'm just like, by his logic, my veins used to be lightning. They evolved into my veins.
Oh, time to start jumping in the water, everyone. We need to grow some gills.
Well, we're all from cosmic dust, right? And gravity. Soup, cosmic soup, right? From the Moby.
Yeah, but they always want to talk about cross similarities. And, like I was saying in the chat, like the cross similarities with life at a micro level. And they'll only pull out similarities between us and chimps. And they don't want to pull out our similarities with, like, maybe a gopher. Or, I don't know. There's been many anomalies in nature that are repeatable. The differences is what we should talk about instead, because at a micro level there is no dispute. There's no way that, that down to the specificity and the whole point of things for certain things at that level, there's no way that could evolve. It's too specific.
And then there's a problem with the human eye. They figured out that if you change it even a little bit, it wouldn't work at all. If I got that right.
Yeah. Well, we do see in spectrums that, other animals, either see something other, like some other spectrum than we do or whatever. But even with that, it's just, you can't decrease entropy. It's not possible. Nature only moves one way. And it's not evolving.
By the way, we have a new VC verified person in the chat. Capybara. We haven't spoken to you yet. Just recently verified today. So welcome in, Capybara.
Aren't those like pets, like womp rats or something?
I don't know if I was pronouncing it right, but welcome in anyway, Capybara. Feel free to open your mic and say hello.
And while we wait for him, so I guess this is a giraffe, no spots. I guess that's evolution, and that little guy will probably going to sprout wings or something. He's going to be the head of his game.
Oh right, yeah, Capybara. That's because I VC verified you after you joined the live stream. So just exit and jump back in, and you should be good.
Hi everyone.
There we go. Howdy.
And thanks for the welcome. Huh? Glad to join you.
Yeah, awesome. So, you what brings you here anyway? Like, what's your interest in the topic?
Well, like most of you, I guess, I'm been a flat earther for a couple of years now. Like I explained earlier today to a friend that welcomed me. I'm a flat earther. I live in Croatia, in Europe. I'm not in the US. And well, I'm a lonely flat earther, you know, for quite a long time now, 6 or 7 years. But I am looking to speak to, how to say, the people that share the same knowledge.
You're a flat earther for 2 years or for 6 years? Which one?
6 or 7 years, something like that. Yeah.
6 or 7 years. Croatia, is that its own country?
Sorry?
Oh my God. Sorry. Yes, Croatia is its own country.
Yeah.
Hey,
Over there by
Jedi.
Germany, Greece.
Isn't Sasha? Sasha's from Croatia, isn't
But he lives in the UK. But yeah, he is
Oh, right.
from Croatia. Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Anyone else from Europe, or everybody is in the
Scotland, bro.
I'm in the UK.
No, it's not sunny Scotland.
What's the government in Croatia? Is it like socialist?
Hard to say. I think it's like everywhere, you know, whatever side comes, it's always the same. Right now, it's like they call themselves central. I don't know how to say that. Yeah, you know, but it's more like the right side. Huh?
Do you have free speech?
Yeah, we do.
The right side, so you don't do trans boys. I mean, you don't do LGBTQ.
Sorry, what's the question?
Oh, he's not Godric. If he's a flat earther, probably not.
No, I'm not. I have children. I'm a happy, well, I would say happy married guy. And I really don't support those kind of stuff. You know, LGBTQ, Z, Y, I don't know, but no, I'm not into that.
So you tell me you won't give your children Lupron?
Sorry?
You won't give your children Lupron? You know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
That's a chemical castration.
Oh my goodness.
No, okay.
Yeah, we don't need to go down that path.
I thought Croatia was a republic.
It is a republic, yes, it is. We have been part of Yugoslavia, you know, before. Even if people think of Yugoslavia being communistic, it was not like that. But anyhow, Croatia is a normal country. Nothing. So it's in the European Union, even if I don't approve that, but that's how it is.
What does Croatians think about Vladimir Putin?
I'm not a native English speaker, so maybe you can just explain me the words because I don't understand you correctly, Godric.
Putin and Ukraine.
Putin, like Vladimir Putin and all that. You mean? I don't know what to say about that. Honestly, it's I don't know. I am against the war, logically. I don't know any human, how to say, any human that would agree to be part of a war, to be involved in a war. We had a war, 20, so 30 years now in Croatia, to leave Yugoslavia. So I know what war is. I was 10 at that time. And what's happening there? No.
Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought this was a subject we weren't really supposed to dive into in the live stream.
Yeah, so let me give you a short test. Tell us 3 reasons why you're with the Flat Earth.
For me, like I said earlier, the first reason for me is the water. The water is leveled. I do some construction work by myself and all that. You always use water. I do sailing. I can see island very, very far away. But so that's the first reason. Second reason, that's the most important in my mind. Second reason, I mean, common sense, right? What you see, you don't feel any movement. The sun rotates and goes through the universe. The whole with the Earth, the Moon, and all that. You don't feel anything like that. Tides, for instance, is something else. In Croatia, for instance, we have the Adriatic Sea. The tides are very low, and almost has nothing to do with the sun and the moon, actually. But so another reason for me, something that happens very, very, very often in Croatia, at least. I don't know in the rest of the world, since I am close to the seaside and I go there quite a lot. You can see the sun and the moon over the horizon, above the horizon, right? And very often you see half of the moon or like a crescent of the moon. But since they are really facing one to the other, like at noontime, it should be a full moon, right? You should see the full moon, but you don't. So what is doing that shade? I guess it's self-luminary. I don't know how many reasons I gave, but I mean, just logical reasons, right?
Someone should have used the applaud soundbite, but anyway, yeah. Cool. I think he passed that test. What do you say, Godric?
Oh, I just got it, T-Dub. My friend. No, I don't have a friend that wants the seat. No.
Well, that's what it was like. It was like asking, the empty
I
seat.
just got it too late. Timbo, did you know that already, or did you look it up?
Sorry, I had to step away. Did I hear my name?
Oh no, I was talking to Timbo, but never mind. He already knew. Dang. Okay. I just found out. I mean, I think I've run across him before, but I've been doing some deep dive researching lately.
Yeah, I mentioned your name, Godric. I said I think he passed your test. Capybara.
Yes, welcome. Good to have you. We don't have many people from Croatia. I guess one person. I guess Sasha.
Lots of Europeans.
You'll have that on them tough jobs. Sorry, Effie Jedi, you cut out.
No, you're fine.
Maybe we can ask him like what the stars are like, Croatia, where the moon is, where the sun is. Anybody's looking at the sky or something.
Are you talking about me? Asking me or sorry?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to communicate with people across the world.
Cool. Just ask me if you want anything, yeah? No problem.
Why do you think they lie, Capybara? Why do you think we've been lied to about this?
You mean why do I think we have been lied to? Well,
the Earth, and who do you think they are? Yeah.
Yeah, you are breaking, at least to me, quite a lot. But if the question is why I think we have been lied to, and that's probably to hide actually the real reason, right? The real reason is that we are not a small dot in the universe, and that we are not like a dust somewhere, that with among quite a lot of dust, we are actually probably special, meant with a reason, and the reason we don't know. We are being hidden. I have probably hiding God, I imagine, the creator. I'm not sure, I cannot prove it, but that's my feeling, right? Since quite a long time.
Fair answer. Good answer, mate. Thank you for that.
Very good answer. I like this guy.
That's nice to be part of people thinking the same.
Yeah, again, welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Just
I'm glad that I joined. And like I said earlier to Kembo at the first interview, it's a pity since that I did not know about this channel, the Discord channel, for a long time. I just learned about that in the latest Eric Dubé video with Chris. So yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have a bunch of, I don't know, it's just nice to be around people who know the truth. And also, it's very stimulating for the mind to be able to talk to a lot of folks in here. So you'll enjoy it, that's for sure. I would definitely recommend hopping in here and there and listening and participating and doing your best.
I'll do that for sure. I like also making philosophy around all this and speaking about the truth. Even if you speak to people you know, but they don't listen, and yeah, they don't want to understand that. And yes, Nikola Tesla is from Croatia, quite close to my place.
Are you talking about Sasha?
No.
Oh, sorry.
NC72 said that Nikola Tesla is from Croatia.
Oh, yeah, I see now. My bad.
Yeah.
I said I was done reading for the day, but I've been reading so much today, I've got a headache. I'm probably gonna hop off here soon, guys.
What are you reading?
Well, I started off reading a bit of the like a little bit of what was it? Oh man, because I just got through reading Numbers, a little bit of Numbers, and I was reading something else today, Judges, and just kind of like something compelled me to do so. But other than that, I've been reading a lot on this forum where back in the day, QE was um, like 2014, before QE clearly was a flat earther, and seeing how he debated then, just I guess he would probably say it's borderline stalking, but it's actually my due diligence, so I don't care. Yeah, but I can confirm he was absolutely uh, debating against evotards before flat or globetards. I ran across this one where some girl started a thread and even included like the Pinwheel Galaxy in her post, or in the post for starting the thread. And it was so weird that QE didn't call it out because he wasn't a flat earther yet. I was like, dang, I wish I could travel back in time right now to this moment.
We got a full house up in here. Lots of people. Not much talk though.
I'm in Woolies. Join a chat from Woolies.
A chat from Woolies. All right.
Yeah, I can do it. I get some looks though.
You might get a debate. I like that name. Well, well, well. What have we here then?
How about Dagaz come into chat and we'll talk about cytochrome C while I'm doing my shopping. You said the cytochrome C sequence between humans and sunflower is identical. Absolute rubbish.
I guess a better question is anything identical with humans and chimps?
Anything. They're about, well, depends how you count it. But
I said identical. Identical is the word I used.
well, my number is 97%. I wrote a paper about it.
Yeah, but that's not identical.
Isn't it only 97% if you don't count any of the junk DNA, which is like most of it?
No, 97% counting everything, but there's a new genome out called telomere to telomere, which includes a lot of repetitive stuff towards the end of chromosomes. That'll bring it down to about 96 eventually.
So how close in percentage is the cytochrome C that he said?
Between humans and sunflower, I had no idea. It's not 100. It's 100.
Yeah.
The sequence
Okay.
between humans and chimps, the protein sequence is 100%, but the DNA sequence, I think there's one or two that are off. Out of
what percent is a human equal to a sunflower?
For cytochrome C, I don't know, probably 80%, maybe 85, not 100.
And back to the chimpanzee or the ape, whatever. You're saying that the junk DNA is the same also?
No. We're talking about two separate things. One of them is cytochrome C, which is one of the proteins made by the cell. That sequence between chimps and humans is 100% identical at the amino acid level. The DNA sequence is off by one or two out of 300. Right? He's saying that cytochrome C sequence between humans and sunflowers is the same 100%, and it's rubbish. Shit. All right.
So Rihif was a monkey your uncle?
Yes. Cousins. Monkeys are our cousins.
Well, hang on. I saw Lucy, quote unquote, look like a monkey, did it not?
Okay, probably.
So, I mean, did it look like a human? Or more like a monkey?
I don't know. I don't. I do genetics, not the.
Rihif, this is science, Rihif. This is a proven fact. How do you not know?
Right, but I don't study that. I study the genetics of it.
Well, I saw the movie Lucy, and Lucy was certainly a monkey-looking little creature. Yeah, so
cool
movie, Lucy, with that. It has that blue, what they call that blue chemical that turned you into, I don't know, evolution. It's speed up the evolution process for him. It could be a real thing.
Sorry, a blue chemical that speeds up the evolution process, right?
And you can snort it, or you can put it in your bloodstream. It kind of makes you like an evolved being. Yeah.
I have no idea what that
is. What's her name? Scarlett Johansson. Lucy. Good movie. And it has Morgan Freeman, of all people. So he's good.
Nice. Oh, red wine and garlic marinade, people. The goods. That's okay. Am I getting much background noise?
I don't hear much. Are you outside?
I'm at the shops, supermarket. Almost done though. Sweet. Thank you. There you go. There you go. Yeah. That's good. Actually, speaking of genetics, who wants to see my number plate?
What is it, Riff?
I'll post the photo. I think 1 minute.
Your number plate?
My number plate.
What is that?
Oh, your license plate.
And that has to do with genetics?
Yes. I was trolling a dude years ago. I haven't changed it. There you go. In the chat. If you Google that sequence,
what's up,
it's
everybody?
a special sequence.
Is that like some kind of DNA code?
Yeah. Yeah, if you Google it, it'll take you to the wiki page.
Is that where it spells God, the DNA?
No. No, it's not.
I heard it spelled the God's name, HVMV, the Jewish God's name, and the DNA. Have you heard that?
In protein sequences, maybe. You've only got 4 DNA letters. But you got 20 amino acids sequences. No, 20 amino acid characters. Yeah. The fuck? Very quiet.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out. What time is it over there, Rahif?
5:39 p.m. Got to get home, start dinner for the kiddies.
And feed the dogs.
Yeah, it's another 2 hours away. One of our puppies started going on the dog walks this
Do
week.
you have throwing a couple of kangaroo steaks over there?
No, don't like kangaroo.
I heard it's very gamey, or is it meaty or something? I forget what.
It's very red. Red is probably the best word. If you can imagine the taste of that. Gamey, yeah, gamey's close. Yeah, I don't know. Hard. How about tomorrow we do a live stream here of me taking an angle to the horizon? That'd be fun. And we'll see. I'll take bets on who can guess the angle correctly given the elevation.
I want you to take an angle to the geometric horizon.
If you realize that distance objects drop at a distance, right, on a flat plane.
If you can show me the geometry, Godric, that'd be fantastic. If you can
Well, I mean, it's
give
just a
me
general
a prediction.
question. Like distant objects, they drop right at a distance on a flat plane.
No, they don't.
So,
give me a prediction for the angle down to the horizon given an observer height.
So distant streetlights don't go downward. They don't angle downward. They angle upward.
The bases of those go upwards due to perspective. They both converge towards eye level.
The top of the street lamps lined up down the street over 3 or 4 blocks. Seeing that there's not enough distance for curvature, we have angle downward, or upwards. The top of the street
downwards, and the bottoms angle upwards. Yes.
So distant objects do angle downwards. They appear smaller
and upwards. So the bases of those angle upwards as they go away.
But like as train tracks appear to merge with it,
yep,
on a left right AB axis,
yep.
The distant objects, let's say buildings, they also merge with the horizon on an up down axis on a YZ axis, correct?
Yeah, and what angle? Sorry, what on a flat plane?
On a flat plane,
where does the top? Like, at what point does the top merge with the bottom? Like, at what point do they converge on a flat plane?
Well, they do definitely converge, correct? Do you agree?
I agree. Theoretically, they do. Yes.
Okay, great. That's all I want. That's all I want to know, Rohit, because, like I said, train tracks, they appear to merge left right, just like buildings would appear to merge up down. Rohit. It's just a common sense thing. I don't know the math on that.
Okay. Do they merge at eye level? Is that where they meet?
I never agree with the eye level argument, because the higher you are, it makes me think that can change where the horizon is, right? Just like you have a beach ball, you lift it, the beach ball move the beach ball down, the horizon changes. Same with a checkerboard. Move the beach ball up, move the checkerboard up or down, the horizon changes. I never understood that argument.
I don't know what a horizon is on a checkerboard. There is no horizon. It just goes off into the distance.
So we're here. Okay, do this at home. Okay, get a checkerboard. You play chess, don't you, or checkers?
I am capable of playing chess and checkers.
Okay, so get a flat table like in your kitchen.
Yep.
Put the checkerboard on the table and bring your eye to the corner of that table. So your eye is you're hanging your head just above the table enough to see the first few squares of that board, but not the distance squares we have. Bring your eye all the way down. Barely see the first few squares, but not the further squares.
All the squares, but I can't resolve them.
Well, hang on.
There's nothing blocking.
Can't resolve them. What you've done, you've created a horizon on that board with it.
But that's not a horizon.
If you can't see past the ground, if you can't see on the ground any longer, that's a horizon with.
I can't resolve the further squares. There is still light coming from it.
That's a horizon. You've made a horizon in your living room on a checkerboard by bringing your eye all the way down as far as you can go. But you can make out the first few squares, but not the distant squares. That's all the horizon is. You can't see.
I can resolve the first few squares. This is a question of resolution.
Same thing with the Earth.
Is there a blockage? Is there a blockage between the far squares and my eye? Is something getting in the way?
The horizon is getting in the way, Rick.
What is the horizon? Is it a physical blockage? Like, what's blocking the light from the far squares?
The ground is blocking. Okay. So if you can agree, you can see those. Okay, just follow. Just walk with me here. Okay, you can see those first few squares on the checkerboard, but according to you, you can't resolve those distance squares. What's happened is you have a maximum. I don't know what word you want to use, but you have a maximum resolution somewhere between the beginning and the end of that board. That is technically a horizon. You can't see on the
I don't think
ground.
that's the horizon.
Hang on. You can't see on the ground past the horizon. Just like we talked about, those train tracks appear to merge in the distance, left, right. The buildings will also merge up, down, and they'll do that at the horizon level. Yeah, flat plane. Yeah,
They will do that at eye level. Do we agree that things can, like on a flat plane, things below you would merge up into eye level? Things above you, like traffic lights, street lights, whatever, would merge down into eye level. That's where they converge, right? Yeah.
You don't have to mention. Things below the horizon, okay? Because we understand.
No, just below you.
Those things move up, but the important thing is the objects above you, because that's where the magic happens. Because you can't see the ground past the horizon with it. Like you said,
I
you can't
agree.
resolve them.
I agree. The flat Earth
You can't
horizon.
resolve it. If you can't resolve it, you can't see past it.
I agree. The flat Earth horizon is magical. I agree with that. Because you can't describe the geometry. You can't show me how a horizon is for. You can't make any sort of prediction for the horizon. What angle down to the horizon? How much something would be obstructed by some non-physical thing. You can't predict what we see in reality using your model. I can.
It's just flat right here. There's no curve.
Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I understand that's what you're saying. Yes. I put a picture in the chat, I don't know, a couple of hours ago today, of just of a photo of the reading on a theodolite, so the angle down to the horizon. And I said, let's play a game. Who can tell me my observer height just by the angle on that theodolite? The angle was 11 minutes and 27 seconds. Tell me what my observer height is.
I bet you think you're pretty smart, huh, Raheel?
Yes, I do think that, Godric, but it's not arrogance if you are actually that smart.
Did you give a timestamp for what you had posted?
Oh, no. The angle itself was 11 minutes 27 arc seconds. So just search for Ruhifnol and has image, and there'll be just a photo of the screen.
It was a while ago, earlier today.
About 2 hours ago, maybe. Yeah, search my name and images, and it'll just be a photo of the screen. Who knows? Is Timbo teed up here? Have you guys heard of the Spit Bridge in Sydney? It's fucked. Supposed to be home by now, but yeah. In fact, I could probably post the image again. There we go. Post it again in the chat. Tell me my observer height. Any ideas how to work out my observer height, given the angle down to the horizon?
No. Do you want to teach us?
Sure. Go to metabunk.org. Actually, first of all, convert 11 minutes and 27 seconds into decimal degrees. That'll be your first thing. It'll be 0.19-ish degrees. Can someone do that?
What's the 198?
Well, where does you mean 198 on the photo?
Yeah, what does that signify?
Yeah, that's the horizontal angle. Don't worry about that. That's just an azimuth. So yeah, someone get a calculator, put 11 divided by 60 plus 27 divided by 3600, and it should be 0.19 something. Do I have to do it? I'm driving the car. Whatever it is, go to Metabunk curve calculator.
$11 divided by 60 had 0.183. 183 repeating.
Yeah, plus 27 over 3600.
Plus 0.005.
Okay. Yep.
I'm sorry, 0.0075.
Okay. So we get about 0.19-ish. So the minutes is 11.
0.1908. Is that 0.1908?
Yeah, sounds good. 1908. Yeah, sounds good. All right. Go to Metabunk curve calculator.
Before I do that, what's going to be over there? What can you tell me?
Well, go there and you put in an observer height. Just guess at an observer height, and it will give you an angle down to the horizon from that observer height. So put in 20 meters, and it'll say horizon dip or something, refracted horizon dip.
But there's no curvature within 20 meters.
Just there's an angle down to the horizon at 20 meters. What does it say?
Okay, so we're looking. Okay, I'm confused. I thought you were going to show us the Earth curve. This is not that.
This is a game of guessing my observer height based on my elevation. Oh, sorry, based on the angle
to be
to the
clear,
horizon. Yep.
Thank you. But to be clear, there's no curve in this game. There's no Earth curvature.
Well, there is. That's the funny part. So if you put in 20 meters as an observer height, and what does the horizon, refracted horizon dip say?
I don't know how to do that math.
Oh, dude, fuck. You can't put 20 meters in the observer height? Haven't you used the curve calculator before?
I use the other one that goes by feet, and it shows it shows not angle, but it shows
hidden.
How many feet dip.
Go to Metabunk. It's got an angle calculator. You got 2 minutes. So I'm going to be home in 2 minutes, and then I got to start dinner. Or maybe I could still chat. Metabunk.org/curve. Yeah, fuck. You just want the answer, Godric.
Okay, I made it to Metabunk. I made it to. I have a distance, miles, year, height, empiric metric, or advanced. Imperial. What are we doing? Imperial, metric, or advanced? What do we put for miles and viewer height? I've never used this one. I used the other one. Like did something. I never used this site. I guess this is Metabunk debunking the flat earther here. How clever.
So yeah, what was the punchline? I missed the purpose of.
He was going to show us something about his picture on Metabunk. I went to Metabunk, but I don't know what put in the fields. He has a picture of his Theodolite reading, and we figured out that it was 1.908. I think that's seconds. But he was going to show us something. I don't know what. I asked, was it the Earth curve? He says you could see the Earth curve in there. So I don't know.
I thought he said some other horizon.
He's going to have to show us how to do it because I don't know what he wants to do.
It's kind of boring, actually.
Rufus isn't a bad guy. I can tolerate him. And I don't think he should go to the funny farm.
I don't have anything against him. I don't really care. He can do whatever he wants, and it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, was there anyone alive in the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to everyone?
I don't know. I tried to keep it going.
Fuck. Well, let's go. Right, what we're
All right,
talking
come
about?
on. Come on,
Yeah. Half giraffes. That's what I want to talk about. Why are asteroids being measured in half giraffes? I'd
That's
like to
an
know that.
excellent question.
NASA, if you're fucking listening, I want to know. I've had it with this giraffe carry on, man. It's fucking bang out of order. I mean, it's kind of like giraffism.
He's pretty
Slightly.
funny.
Why would you measure something in half a fucking giraffe, though, bro?
I don't know. I think they're taking the piss.
Like that's fucking literally mocking everybody, man. I hope I've remembered the right fucking bot code for it. I don't know if I put half a fucking giraffe or just half a giraffe. Oh, that's the locker room I'm posting that shit. I just checked in Phuket World.
Yeah, he was in here
It
earlier.
seems like an alright dude.
Yeah.
We had a good crack up in the check-in, man. Just fucking ripped the earphones right in my ear, man. Oh man, I forgot the code for the bot, man. The fuck?
The music bot.
Nah, I put it's links. I put the giraffe measurement on the links, but links half a giraffe. It should just be that. Alright, that's it there, man. You seen that? Well, due to the fact I'm talking about it, have you seen that link?
Say, I'm having great difficulty understanding, Scotty.
I'm saying, did you see that link I'm talking about? Half a fucking giraffe. I just posted that in the live stream.
Yeah.
It's fucked right up, man.
It's insane.
Sorry, I'll try to speak a little bit slower and try and enunciate properly. Hey, you're not from Canada, are you?
No. Sydney, Australia.
Oh, you're Australian? Fucking hell, mate. Yeah. Fucking Jesus Christ, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry, I never noticed that, man. Sorry, brother. I know, I just thought for some reason, because the Canadians have fucking severe difficulty trying to understand me for some reason. Like, literally, even if I speak like this, they're like, I don't know what the fuck you said, mate.
The fact that it's been measured as half a giraffe made news itself.
No, but it's worse than that. Fucking Martov showed me they're measuring shit in Barbie dolls and fucking, what the fuck? I'll show you, man.
Yeah. No, the internet's taken the piss out of half a giraffe. It's fucking fantastic.
I mean, that's literally mocking the Globers, man. It's fucking, like, they must be sitting in a room saying, I know what we'll do. We'll measure shit in half giraffes. Like, what the fuck? Like,
I've got to get a link. I have to get a link to my paper for Adam Unsalted. 1 sec. Fuck, where is it? Dropbox.
Fucking hell, mate.
Fucking Jesus, cunt.
You fucking can't. I don't know why I can't find the fucking. But they're supposedly measuring shit in Barbie dolls and what was the other maniac shit? Barbie dolls. Oh man, I can't even remember. I'd have to ask Martov. Well, it's fucked right up, like whatever it was. Oh fucking shit! The fucking iPad. There's fucking Ruhif still typing in the live stream. He'll be able to tell us about different measurements and different animals. The fuck's he posting, man? Genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees. Alright, no doubt, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit, I just fucking ripped that scab right off my arm. Holy fuck.
Hang on, he said it's not clicking your hacker bullshit. Fuck off. Hold on.
It's not what?
PDF. He's
It's
not
no clicking
clicking
it.
the hacker bullshit, so I'll just post the PDF. Where is it? There it is. There you go. And the figures. There you go, champ.
Like, we really need these fucking IP address. What the fuck are we going to do with that?
Here you go.
Apart from fucking telling people, look, I've got your IP, like, what else can you actually do? Like, is there any benefit whatsoever?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. Fuck.
Yeah, Adam Unsalted posted a link to a video that reported on a paper that compared the chimpanzee to the human genome. It was by Minute Earth, who are usually pretty good, but they just completely balls this one up. And yeah, just claimed that a huge amount of the chimpanzee genome was discarded in the comparison, which is just wrong. So,
but we know, like, fucking 65% banana or some shit like that.
It all depends on how you count it. And the sort of the most...
As long as you don't count it in giraffes.
Yeah, the fairest way to count the similarity, it's about 97% similar to human chimpanzee.
I feel like a bit of a monkey sometimes. Oh, you bastard, man.
What do you have for dinner?
Man, I've not even had my breakfast. I've not even been to sleep. Fucking for 24 hours. I woke up. I go. But there is no going to sleep now, man. I'm just going to stay up,
Valid.
Just don't see any point going to sleep now, man. If I sleep now, man, I'm going to wake up at like fucking 8 o'clock or something tonight, and then I'm back up again all night, so I'm as well just trying to fight it this afternoon. I'll try and go and do something. I'm still in the middle of tidying this fucking room. I pulled all the units and everything and started cleaning shit. Then I sat down and started typing on fucking Discord like an hour ago, and the fucking whole place is upside down.
Alright, I'm gonna have some dinner.
Cool, brother.
Surely.
Catch you soon, man. Wait, bro, what's your name? Oh, fuck, he's gone. Anybody else alive in the house? Put a wee funny clip on. Anyone alive? Hello, hello. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Speck. Je joue au Flat Earth. Shit. Don't know what. Who's that?
Je m'appelle Miguel. I am Miguel.
Bonjour.
Bon dia. Good morning.
Je suis Flat Earth.
Me too.
I don't even think that works out. I don't think that's supposed to be said. Like, je suis écossais. That would be Scottish, yeah?
I did forget the French. I had 2 years, but then I had more English. like 6 or more years just learning English and so on.
Bro, I'm Scottish, bro. I don't know much English myself.
Scottish, yeah. It's I love Scotland.
Bro, I'm in the fucking edit roles. I was going to add, because I don't know why I've got it in fact, but I just saw somebody's made a role anti-Ruhif device. Fuck's sake. I'm going to give myself out just for a laugh. So, bro, I was just going to put a wee clip on. You want me to put a funny clip on? Not a long one, just a short, funny fucking video.
Sorry, you are speaking too fast for me.
I'm saying they want me to put on a little. I was just ready to put a little clip on. It's only short. It's that one with Professor Dave. The one where he was fucking. He came to. No, he never came to the server, did he? No, it's just a little bullshit clip if you want it.
Yeah. Not Professor Dave.
Yeah, Professor Dave. Well, it's called Professor No, the video. It's that one where he's bullshitting.
Yeah. And when he did that 10 challenge to Flat Earth, he was actually reading a script someone did give to him.
Yeah, guaranteed, man.
Yeah. And he likes to use a lot of these words, stupidity and pathetic. I think he did said a lot of times in that video. Anyway.
Is that you left, Mickey, or are you still there?
No, I was listening. I was seeing these things that with. Oh, he has a different name now.
Oh, well. Chocolate time. Cup of tea time. Anybody that's listening wants to join in the conversation, maybe even out on YouTube land, if you want to jump in, you'll find a link by Nightbot bouncing around someplace, or I could drop one in if there's no one there. If you follow that link to VC check-in, I'll probably see you, but if not, if you can ping me at Spake or at Mod or even at Silver, then someone will come, or at least inform someone to come and give you a role. Takes like 5 minutes. Quick discussion, make sure you're cool and you're chilled. And then you've got a role and you'll be able to jump in and join the discussion. Not that we're actually having one currently, but you can have the floor if you want it. And You could pose a question or bring an argument forthwith, and we could get through it, discuss it, if you like. Don't everyone jump at once, please. No, Ruhef, you're guaranteed to be listening. Are you coming back? Ruhef, I want to answer why we're fucking measuring asteroids in half fucking giraffes. I want an answer. I need an answer. Half giraffes are just not the unit of measurements after the year 2000, bro. And this is your religious scriptures. Literally. It's a religious scripture from sciencetimes.com. So that obviously means that that's correct, and it's the stance of every globe earther, because you know when you accept the globe, you've got to accept a million fucking stupid fucking things. So this is one of them. Half giraffes are it's just not tickety-boo these days. Don't everybody scream at once, for fuck's sake. Tea bags. Fucking tea bags, mate. Where's the fucking tea bags went? Ah. How you been doing, Mickey? Alright, brother,
Hey, I was watching this PDF from Ruif.
Right. No, but I mean, in general, how's Trix? How you been? Okay.
Yeah, a little tired. Working nights.
Oh, shit. Someone's got to do it, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I just poured that tea and I've not got any fucking milk. Shit, I have to go to the shop. Bastard. Bro, I'm just going to nip to the shop. I'll not be 5 minutes. If I can find my trainers. There's one. Key.
Capivara. Capivara.
Je suis Daniel.
Oh, you are a Brazilian.
Oh, is it not?
No. I'm Croatian.
Je m'appelle for if you're saying a name. But if you're saying je suis, is that not to do with your whatever country you're from? Is it not?
I'm from Croatia.
No, I'm saying, but if you say French, je suis, is that not related to where you
Capivara, you are using speakers.
I'm a French speaker, so on peut parler français.
It's echoing, bro.
Yeah, we are listening our voices at your background.
Oh, really? Okay.
You have a. Can you put your speakers off using a headset or something? Okay, it's
sweet.
Yeah, I will do that. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're cool, brother. Don't worry. This place is a bit of a learning curve, man. Like